Christian man. He's a good man. And you guys want to, say he's all of these bad things and maybe even laugh and make fun of the fact that he got shot in the neck. I personally would think it'd be funny if the people that were laughing at him getting shot in the neck, if, it was captured on home video, a bunch of, I don't know, think of some of the biggest fat guys that also had really big fat dicks came in and raped you and killed you. I mean, I would probably laugh at that just because he deserved it. But Charlie wouldn't do that. He would think it's horrible. So I just don't get why people are being so mean to Charlie. He's a nice guy.
Expecting too much from the parts.
I feel like it's so opposite of what people are saying, and I've seen actual direct misquotes, intentionally misquoting what he said, not just out of context, but actually words that he didn't use.
You bring up a good point. I find it hard to believe that somebody could be 100% wrong. You never hear the other side bring up anything else that he might have said good, you know what I mean? There's no way you can be 100% wrong. So it plays into what you're saying, is that the idea is to pick out and to, make things out of context so they can get their narrative going. But at the end of the day, there's always something that you can find that you should be able to mention that was actually good. But you won't find that at all with this group.
Right. It's like there are some people they haven't listened to him. They're just joining in what they see other people doing and thinking it's a moment to sort of try to mock the rights and the conservatives, but I don't believe it.
And by the way, I'll go out on a limb and say each one of us at some point have done something very similar to what Charlie Kirk has said on this Clubhouse app. So it's like he really, it's really a low Clubhouse conversation at the end of the day that Charlie was having with these students. You know what I mean? So like literally every day we open up a room, we were having a Charlie-like conversation, and I guess we should be condemned for very similar kind of things. You know what I mean? Like there isn't anybody innocent on this app. To think that you're not obviously responsible for a little bit of your shit talking is completely bullshit. Like literally everybody on this app has done shit talking and has been an awful person. So does that mean that we get to find you and laugh at you after we shoot you?
Right.
I mean, it really comes down to that to me at this point.
Yeah, could you imagine anybody hear this happening and people laughing like that? It happened to anybody. You're right, and it's not. There's worse things that have been said in this room than anything Charlie Kirk has said.
And that's the thing. It's like if this was like Nick Fuentes who got shot, I still would absolutely condemn it. But I can kind of see why he's a little polarizing, and I even don't think he's a good person. But he's just a homosexual that has a lot of influence. I don't know, these weird young people. But and really, it's an open secret. He's a homosexual. I'm not just saying that as an insult.
Well, are you projecting? You're from Discord, where the trans shooter who killed Charlie Kirk was also radicalized. Were you radicalized in Discord, Pascal?
No. I was radicalized before Discord, bro.
I was going to say that and you know what's fucked up about these people condemning Charlie Kirk so bad? I was thinking about bringing my uncle onto this app, because my uncle lives in the hood, like hood, like straight hood, like bullet holes in the houses, every fucking where, man. And even they talk the same way. They even talk worse. You talk to my uncle, I can't stand these fucking niggas. Trash everywhere, killing each other, shooting, just a bunch of debauchery. I can't wait to get away from these niggas. Like, this is how good black people are talking that actually live in these environments. So they're even talking worse about the community than Charlie Kirk ever would. Go down to these hoods and talk to these people that are trapped. That are trapped and in prison in these fucking hoods, and they want a way out because they're tired of this YN culture running around here destroying everything. They're even saying the same fucking thing. The same thing happened in the fucking 90s. If you guys go back and do your research, when Clinton was running for office, this is why the 94 crime bill came into effect, because the Republicans were running very, very hard on the tough on crime stance. Why? Because it was black people that were begging for was black people begging and championing for more police activity in their
Oh, the
neighborhood.
94
Clean up the fucking streets. Yeah. So what happened was the Democrats were running soft on crime, and they were losing votes from black people. Black people were starting to move over to the Republican side because they were the only ones talking about cleaning up this violence in the street, the drugs in the streets of these inner cities. So the Democratic Party, like they always do, they said, "Oh shit, well, how that shit came into effect." So black people, again, decades ago, championed for more conservative politics in order to clean up the streets because they were tired of the bullshit.
So you're exactly right. And one of the main reasons why the first George Bush lost is because he racialized crime in his ads. Not him in his words, but in his ads when they used that pillar in the ads against the caucus. He ended up winning, but it stuck with him. And then we have Clinton come aboard, addressing a lot of the crime that was in California, where I was from, in Southern California, in Los Angeles. I couldn't wear a Raiders hat as a kid. But now what we have today, like you said, there are a lot of African Americans that sound just like Charlie Kirk. If you put them behind the curtain, you wouldn't know that it's not Charlie Kirk. There are a lot of very religious folks in the hood that say that you believe the same thing. Like, we got to get back to a man and a woman being subjugated, even though I don't agree with that, subjugated to the man and how they proceed in the household. So you're exactly right. We do hear this. What I will say, to answer the question that Pepe pressed things, especially when he cut it up for, to make it to real for publicity so that it would trend on social media, is he made it argumentative and he made it belittling to a lot of people. So it's not always what you say, but a lot of it is how you say it. And if it's a conversation from a place of the heart, as opposed to winning an argument, that's where the difference is.
I don't agree. I agree with you on that part, Trent, because I think we all have an inner troll in us, so to speak, right, Trent? So I think that, at times, of course, Charlie went down that road and did his inner troll. I mean, it'd be no different. He could be on the stage right now, and he would do his troll piece, a little bit probably.
Yeah, hello? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay, so yeah, I disagree. I think he kind of dished it how people gave it to him. I would see videos and there were a lot of assholes that came up and they were belittling first. And so I thought he was actually kind of nice in his responses most of the time. They made themselves look stupid. And he spliced it that way.
So would you say that it's really no different than a clubhouse conversation, right? When you say where you'll get somebody that comes up on stage that we've seen all day today, and you'll have to call them dumb, the usual stuff. I mean, he just did it at a greater scale. You know what I mean? He had a lot more people that were listening. I know she left anyways, but that's kind of where I've been going with my angle. I don't know if I'm off in some weird land, but to me, at the end of the day, it was just a clubhouse conversation with a little bit extra ears and eyes, so to speak,
Matt, you're exactly right. And I'm going to mention them because you just came in here with PhD, down on PhD, right? Me and PhD are not from the same worlds, right? We look the same, but we're not from the same worlds. PhD, as many of you know, you've been very public about, right? I had some private conversations, and I'm not the only one. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm the only one. I was the one who spoke to him. No, I'm not trying to do that. But the way I hit the man, I said, hey, man, if this is where you want to go, this is what you got to do. You don't have to hit that knife at this point. At 45, it's unlikely that you're going to do it any other way. And, he was worried about doing it. But I didn't belittle him. I didn't say, oh, well, you're fat, you ain't never going to do this. You ain't never going to do that. I said, I told the man, if you've got the wherewithal to be a black male and get a PhD, you can lose the weight and find, what you're looking for out of life. And there's different ways, y'all know, right? It's really easy to have punch down, Matt, And Pepe, it's really easy to have punch down conversations, and I try not to have them. Right? We can always, when somebody's hurting, they may be gay, they may be trans, they may be a little different in some way. It's very easy for us to get people, especially in a setting where we're comfortable, and punch down and say it's your fault. The crime is your fault. The fatherless homes are your fault. It's harder to have compassion for the folks and walk with them.
Yeah, but it is their fault. They're the ones choosing to lay down, have unprotected sex, have kids out of wedlock. Like what you're saying, Trent, is with all due respect, but you're going back to grown ass adults. We have to infantilize them, and this is the problem. We've infantilized these grown ass adults so much. Now we gotta fucking baby talk them and give them a spoonful of Gerber fucking mush baby food in order for them. No, bro, that's not how the world works. Like this is the problem. These people gotta understand the world don't revolve around you.
Forget them. I can't say it. I want to say it.
I mean, but look at our military, man. Look at the strategy our military uses, though. I mean, you think about it. Some of your most responsible citizens come out of the military. Some of the most productive, affluent, well-spoken, articulate black folks I've met in my life have come from the military. And what is the strategy? The world don't revolve, so I'll get the fuck up, Buttercup. You fucking maggot. Get a fucking miles with a 150-pound pack on you. Like, this, and we have some of our finest citizens coming from this organization. So we got proof that it works.
I wouldn't use the military as the way that you need to speak to the average person. I know what you're saying, right? That's the way to get through some people. It's not the way to reach necessarily the masses. And again, we've done in some respects, we've done a good job. But I'm not going to disagree with you no more. There's a lot more to go. If we're talking about African Americans, we do have to accept facts. That Siggy, the same thing that bothers you bothers me. Bothers the hell out of me because I'm a statistics guy. Like when we can't even just say that the crime in Memphis and Detroit and Houston and Dallas and New Orleans, we know who it is, and that's the crazy thing. Like we know who it is, and we're afraid to admit that this problem is ours, right? No, we're not the mass shooters of the churches and the grocery stores, which get a lot of publicity, but are relatively rare. The mass shootings every day, to Charlie Kirk's point, the mass shootings that happen every day around America, which is 4 or more people shot, happen in clubs and around the corner from the liquor store, and at the barbecue or whatever, and there are people that look like me. And it's usually 18 to 24-year-old black males. That's where the problem is. We know where the problem is. And so if we can accept it and recognize that this is the problem and this is where we need to hone our focus, we'd be a lot better off instead of, like Al was doing, trying to send like stats from Idaho or other problem.
Pepe, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, give me the beans so I can get this fucker and popping. We're getting beat by that fucking cocksucker.
I'm not citizen. This room is in a competition.
Oh, what the heck? Well, we should start inviting everybody on stage. I mean, that's how you get the rules.
You don't hear me talking?
Oh, no, I do hear you talking. You're too melanated for me to care.
All right, so anyways. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at liberals, and I don't know why they're You're saying, I think some of the things, like the Krasensteins, they follow me. I followed them back. I think they follow most people. They didn't make fun of his death or anything. They're not that tasteless. But yeah, I still don't. I mean, I don't even know what he said that is deeply hateful. I mean, there's nothing that came out of Charlie Kirk's mouth that would anybody who's even remotely conservative and especially if they're actually a religious Christian, he didn't say anything that was out of line. I mean, to me, people are just reaching.
What'd you say, Trent? Black women, what he said about black women not having brain capacity. When he said that about...
He didn't say black women, that was misquoted.
Do you think that's the worst thing he said, Trent?
No, it's not the worst. It's just the one that hits me. Go ahead, baby. It's good to see you.
Well, why does that one hit you? You're not even married to a black woman. What are you talking about?
What?
Hurricane, what can you answer? Hurricane, can you not deflect and answer Pepe's question? What is Charlie Kirk?
I don't know who you are. Okay, I'm here because of Pascal. So,
Hurricane, you were asked a question.
I know.
Point out.
Listen,
Can you point out? Can you point out? Can you point out anything that Charlie Kirk that has said that was false?
Sig, I just got here. I'm trying to warm up my seat.
It's fine. Hurricane and I don't agree on a lot of
What the
things.
fuck is wrong
We
with
get
Sig?
along,
Like,
but we get along for the most part.
Like, what's your problem?
Because you were asked a question and you deflected.
I always answer Pepe's question. I didn't deflect.
What?
All right, you guys. Let's not attack each other. Please don't attack each other.
Yeah, like I came up and Trent asked me a question. Trent and I, we have a simpatico too. Trent and I were going back and forth, and you won't even let these two black men have their conversation before I start.
I'm just curious. So, you have Nigerian origin. Am I correct?
I'm black. Don't talk. Yeah, I'm a black man.
No. The reason I'm asking is I do. It's my experience, at least with Nigerians I've spoken to, that they do seem a bit more religious on it in comparison to Americans. Like, I could be wrong.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, well, sorry. What's your claim about Nigerians again?
Oh, the ones at least that come here to the United States, they seem to be a little bit more religious than Americans.
Super.
You mean more religious than white Americans?
Yes.
Very much so.
White Americans. Well, yeah, but that's because white people don't know Jesus.
Amazing.
Yeah, you guys are infidels.
Well, I mean, do you think that for example, the Christian Nigerian diaspora would find anything wrong with maybe his views on, let's say, the LGBT stuff? Is it I think Charlie Kirk, he was a religious person. That was his main ideological bent. And I don't really, I can understand how some people might think it's offensive when he says only, I don't know, I don't even know if this was his stance, but maybe he thought committing a homosexual act is a sin. I mean, that's just kind of standard for
Okay, so let me tell you a few things. So, are you familiar with Central Park 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with Yusuf Salam?
No, I'd have to look him up.
So he's a member of the Central Park 5. He is now in New York City Council. They called him a disgusting pig who had gotten away with gang rape. The disgusting pig is a direct quote. Those are words that Charlie Kirk used. And he also said that Yusuf Salam got away with, open quote, gang rape, close quote. So he said that about Yusuf Salam, one of the Central Park 5. As we know, they were all exonerated. So that's one thing he said that I thought was distasteful and beyond the pale. He also said that prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. I'm looking up here for more quotes.
I know that about this thing. Come on.
He also said, no, well, he was not found guilty of he was exonerated, so.
Yeah, I just didn't know.
Him a break.
You're giving me something. I didn't know that one.
Charlie Kirk also said that Jewish donors were the #1 funding mechanism of radical open border neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. He also said that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country.
Popular Jews who that are very left wing, and that you have Jews on both sides that are kind of
the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by the country. Who's talking to me? Because if it's Sig, I'm not talking to you. You're a fool. I'm not talking to you.
Well, I would say that there is, if I can go back into it. I would say the Jewish leftists always kind of if you look at a lot of the anti-whiteness shit that would even going back to the 60s that you would get more in academia, he's not incorrect. Like a lot of
Hold on.
Well, if that's the case, then let's just go ahead and say that let's just go ahead and say that you are happy to get anti-Semites.
Yeah.
Because that's what that's.
I don't think that's anti-Semitic because
it is.
Absolutely not. Because
it is.
No.
So,
I'm picking out Jews.
One thing.
Yeah, one second. Right after this, I would clarify that. First of all, he's saying what kind of Jews. He's not saying Jews in general.
He said Jews with money, Jewish donors. Jewish donors.
Well, who else is going to do it besides the ones with money?
Well, yeah. So you say he's specifying a certain type of Jew.
Well, yeah, he's talking about secular Jews specifically.
No, he didn't talk about secular Jews. He said Jewish donors. He didn't say.
Okay, I'll play the clip.
Jewish donors. He didn't say Jewish donors who are secular. That's not what he said.
All right, I'll play the clip.
Please play it. Perhaps there's a context that I'm missing. Go ahead, play it.
All right, hold on. Let me pull it up.
It might be the AIDS messenger rates or anything.
Okay, guys, don't.
And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, killer Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like, time for you guys to wake up and say no more, draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you...
So, and that's interesting. He said secular Jews, and now it's coming for the Jews. So it sounded like, and this is where I'm 100% correct. You actually saw, let me put my headphones back in. You actually saw post October 7th, you saw that Jews, a lot of lefty Jews we're still funding these giving endowments to these campuses. They were funding a lot of this far left bullshit. But then you saw something change after October 7th. They were riding that dragon. Hold on.
Are all secular Jews leftists?
Oh, well, hold on.
Are all secular Jews?
They don't let this black man control you.
Yeah, but no, but those are, it's the secular Jews that tend to be left. Yes.
Are they so? Oh, okay, so secular and leftist, those two words mean the same thing when
but the religious Jews tend to be more right wing. That's just kind of like religious people in general.
Well, he said secular. He didn't say leftist.
Well, yes. So he just talked about how secular Jews were funding all of these things that the United States we would consider far left. And he said that basically they went around and started doing the pro-Palestine shit. I would say most of these people were not like anti-Semites. They're not racist, but they were. I would say they looked at Israel kind of through the same lens they might look at the United States or Great Britain as this white settler colonial.
Secular Jew.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I was giving you statistics.
Okay, what is it? 77%
of secular Jews are on the left.
That's well, but he didn't say left. Secular Jews. So
it was the secular Jews that were so I suppose they did start kind of going after Jews.
It's okay to target secular Jews, right?
No, he said that they had a lot of explaining to do, and people, these leftists are coming for all Jews. And so I think that's perfectly reasonable. That's not anti-Semitic.
I disagree, but that's fine. We don't have to agree.
All right, Pepe. You know how you have house niggers, now you have a house Jew. You can ask them, do I think that it's that Charlie Kirk was going against Jews? No, he was stating the facts that people like George Soros and Larry Fink, who are fucking piece of shits, are fucking indoctrinated.
Yeah, you sound like we have mild.
I do. A lot of it.
All right, well, let's not take it personal.
Vile or vile? Yeah, something like
Vile.
the vile with a V.
B as in boy. B as in boy. That's what I meant.
Okay, all right.
Faggotry is wild, bro.
Okay, who wanted to speak?
Yes, that's true. Okay, go ahead and say, here's the user. I'm always ready to bad comment to make, right? Yes, a lot of, call them secular Jews, a lot of Jews do vote Democratic. I mean, we obviously know that just from congressional, with Schumer and Bernie Sanders and congressional leaders. But I think that's a terrible comment to make. And going back to the 60s, the reason I stopped is going back to the 60s, Jews were very, very helpful in the civil rights movement. A lot of those freedom riders were actually Jewish that went down to the South to help blacks in the civil rights movement. So my family, especially, we have an affection for Jewish people because they help with black folks right after the civil rights because of the Jewish.
Yeah, but blacks and Jews during that time were with conservatives. So yeah, they were political.
That's not true. They were not conservative. Black people were not conservative at that time either.
Oh my God.
You know what you're talking about, Ken? The word conservative, as used in application to whites, doesn't even apply to
Yeah, Republicans, you fucking piece of shit.
No, listen,
Right leaning,
have my
majority of Jews.
Black people were not right leaning, please. Black people are not conservative the same way whites are conservative in this country.
Conservative values.
No, conservative.
Judeo-Christian
That's
values.
not what conservative means. You're an idiot.
I would say blacks are somewhat more socially conservative on average than whites in the United States.
If you guys did any reading, you would understand that the word conservative is attached properly to black people when you're talking about policies. You would think how black people are yeah, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about
This is exactly what I was talking about.
She says
It's the women and these niggas with sugar in their fucking tank. This is the fucking problem. So the motherfuckers sit up here and cry and boo-hoo and whine about your tone, and all I did was ask him a question. But he want to come off the mic and call me a fucking bitch and I never disrespected you, you fucking black faggot. That's the fucking problem.
See, I would even use pronouns and say she.
I'm going to say this when it comes to even the Jewish thing. I would say Jews have been extremely fucking responsible for the because you see the radical left bullshit you've seen in our country since the 60s. That is when the Jews, they started, a good number of them started, they were professors, they were very, you'd say involved in the radical left-wing movements. Of course, a lot of it was
Let's have this discussion real quick before I go back because I want to. And I like everybody. I try not to get personal and insult anybody. So Pepe, when you say radical left, what do you mean? What does that mean to you?
Oh, sure. So that would be like well, you had many different organizations. You had DSA, which I'd say is somewhat radical left. You had like the Weather Underground. You have the Black Liberation, or we forget that they ended up having a Marxist tone. You had a lot of the activism, whether it was for racial, whether it was women's rights, whether it was, of course, a lot of it was economic. It was influenced by far left, like what we would consider like Marxist ideology. And that I would say the 60s is when you definitely saw it. That was a decade known for like a lot of protesting and movements, some of which were violent on on behalf of the far left.
I'm talking about today. Let's not talk about yesterday. Like in 2025, and this is for all of you. What do you sides. I told you I live on the border and I've lived in Texas most of my life. I spent a lot of time in Ohio, California, all over the country. When I hear both sides of the coin, they're both talking about the elites. So when I listen to you guys like Sig and Ken, when I listen to your complaints, it's often about rich people on the far left and on the far right. And I'd love to hear your points on that.
In a way, yes. In both of them, will. So the far right, it will depend, because there's many Nazi accelerationists. These are people like Timothy McVeigh. They seem to commit terrorist attacks, anticipating that it will cause, social unrest, and then the law enforcement or the government will start trying to strip people of guns, and then people in color will attack them, and then they're going to do more terrorist attacks and bring down the country. They can have their new utopian Nazi government or some shit. Who else? Christian right. You can get some of them that are overboard on the Christian right, but then on the left, I would say you have people that are rather, like, I would say Marxist purists. They're not people that have any countries like having a hierarchical structures that are oppressive, and they seek to change it for the benefit of the average working person, to people that are and some of these people, they tend not to be that militant, but then even the ones who are militant, I guess you can start looking at Antifa. I would say in the 60s, like the Weather Underground, which was notorious for bombing and shooting people. They were obviously radical leftists. And some people,
I'm saying is, and this is wrong with you. Most of you want, like terrorists, that's a leftist ideal. That's
not traditionally. Paleo-conservatives, that we would agree with the new right. The new right was awful about laissez-faire capitalism. The conservatives like Nixon and before, they love terrorism.
Yeah, okay. But basically, building up the working class, right? Building up the working class, which is now populist movement is talking about, is basically in some ways a leftist construct. And so what I'm saying is the rise that I'm seeing from MAGA on the right and the AT corporation and the AT elite sentiment is the same shit that I've been hearing on the left for years. They're just the parties are blending. They're really saying the same things. Okay, go ahead.
There's convergence of interest for sure. I mean, under George W. You would not see the right criticizing corporations and corporate interests the way that you have been for the last several years. But I would say this: hold on.
You didn't talk about
I know.
interest convergence. You said the parties are related. The parties are beginning to look more like each other. That's not true.
Okay, on some levels, but I would say this: like a paleo-conservative right that existed before. I would say when you had the Barry Goldwater Republicans, and of course, what the fuck is it? Reagan was kind of one of them. They were a lot different. If you look at like Nixon and before, these are people that were very protectionist. They didn't care about let's just look at the GDP. Their focus was on the American dream, the everyday American worker. These are people to be taken care of. They want to make sure that everybody has a shot at the American dream. So when it came to workers and their wages for the everyday American, yeah, that was front and center. That was put on the back burner with the new right.
I feel as though one distinguishing factor between the right and the left is identity politics. I think that if the right were to play with identity politics, well, that's the last thing. I'll be honest. It would not be accepted as being on the left.
Well, the right doesn't get identity politics, so that's just the same.
It's not accepted.
It is accepted on the right, yes, it is.
Only it, yeah, it's not being,
Do you know what identity politics actually is?
it's something you can do on the internet, and it's something that you see online, but you won't see it in like any large platform. You can't really,
No, that's what I'm saying. You can't say that on mainstream television networks.
What about what the right does?
what do we do? What do we do when it comes to identity politics? Like, what do we do?
What is the administration done?
I don't know. What do we do?
It's taking over in January.
What have they done?
You know,
I don't. Which identities have they tapped?
answer the question, Hurricane. Chase, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm trying to get to talk to me as if I'm their slaves. I'm an idiot. Exactly. So shut the fuck up, because I'm not an enslaved person.
Let's not get the personal attacks.
Yeah, he's talking to me.
You want to be a slave? No one said that you were.
Bitch, you did not.
I know, guys, stop. Guys, stop. I don't want to hear that. The bickering is so obnoxious. So, yeah, I mean, as far as kicking out illegals, yeah, you could say that's racist or some shit, which I don't think it is. Transgender, that needs to stop.
I'll answer your question. This is saying, the song is saying, everybody's not saying, that the administration sits in January 2020, like hasn't been it's not like other things. How is that in you? How it was like started talking, was like that. You were rude by interrupting me. The fact that you cannot concentrate for more than 5 seconds is your problem, not mine.
Can you pretty please just give us some examples of how they
Shut up.
politics, please?
Shut up.
All right, guys, let's
Shut up. I was talking and you interrupted me. That's what you did.
All right, so, Hurricane, I do recall you were about to say, like,
Yeah, I was about to say
say.
something,
Okay.
but the dumb bitch named Sid.
All right, come on, don't do that.
Why not tell Sid to stop?
Because-
People or answer
Okay, I did. I tried telling both of you to stop, but then, like,
No, I haven't.
how many other mentions he's gonna respond?
DEI in the workplace is taking opportunities from white people and giving them to less deserving, less qualified, non-white people who was engaging in identity politics. That's just one example. It's called identity politics. Now, we can disagree on whether it's good identity politics or not. That's a different conversation. But insisting that is what identity politics is wrong. Because what it is doing is simply not a particular identity. Coming up with an agenda that is going to advance that particular identity. That's what identity politics is. Coming up with ideas, with initiatives, with policy measures that are going to work for the benefit of a particular identity. That is an identity politics.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
It's simply incorrect to argue
I'm not making that point.
do it.
I'm saying identity politics on the right is not accepted as it is on the left.
All we have is all are happy. All of you are happy with what the administration is doing. You're happy about it.
I think ours different. Sorry's
The song is not going to be actually.
No, I make a point. My point is that identity politics exists on both sides, except one is accepted and the other one isn't.
That's false.
That's not true.
That's false.
I think the point is, like, if you think about how Democrats cut identity politics, they literally go out of their way to make sure that they always mention minorities as, you know, the most oppressed. And if you're black and a woman, you being downtrodden is due to your race, basically. So it's far more likely that you're going to hear a person at the DNC complain that they need to raise up, basically. Like, you're not going to hear those things.
decade at least of white people, bad, especially white men, toxic masculinity. Oh, look at how horrible your guys' history is. White supremacy is like the biggest thing. In fact, it's everywhere. You can't stop it. They're just basically demonizing the fuck out of white people. And of course, there's all this DEI shit gets instituted. But then all of a sudden, it's like, well, yeah, now they're kind of stripping it away. I don't consider that identity politics. I see them like literally stripping identity politics from institutions in terms of like hiring and universities. They're not implementing pro-white, discrimination. So that I think that if anything, all they're doing is stripping the identity politics from everyday America. And so adding it. Yeah. So the problem with this conversation, yeah, I have a decade. I went up and back and forth to talk about that. So the problem with this is that you've decided to start to reality. That is not like this.
I respond to or if you basically didn't respond to my point. So when I said that, when I was trying to at least clarify what I thought Sarah was saying, and I agree with it, the level to which they're mainstreamed and promoted by the leaders on either side, it's factual. You can say there's people on the right that say that white men are the most oppressed ever. Andre Brown, what the fuck her name is, or Ilhan Omar is. Like, you're not going to hear them give those same talking points in the same fashion at the same level. You're just not. And you can say, well, oh, they're hiding it. Okay, well, they're hiding it for a reason because they can't say it in the open according to their own logic. So that's my point.
That's one of the points I was trying to make.
Real quick, I just put a link in the chat. And typically, whatever Opus is referring to is the right utilizing identity politics. What you're talking about is action response. I put a link in the chat to a clip of Don Lemon broadcasting to the entire world, quote, saying, white men are the biggest terror threat in this country. So it's typically a response. It's left that. It's one that starts with what did Don Lemon say about white men? The link is in the chat, so you can look at it. So
he said we're the biggest threat. He said white men on the right are the biggest threat to the United States.
Oh, that's right. So typically, typically,
4 or 5 years ago.
So typically, what's going on is the left makes these types of claims, and then the right responds to it. So it's not fair to say that the right uses identity politics when it's literally a response to the bullshit that the left is going on.
He said that's not Donovan said that after the Buffalo shooting. I believe it was either the Buffalo or the El Paso Walmart shooting that killed 29 Hispanics out here. Look, I don't necessarily agree with that. But my point was, at the end of the spectrum, y'all are talking about the same thing. The only real, dividing point when I'm looking at your politics is abortion. So really, the last.
Are you talking about the far right and the far left, or the right and left?
Just between the parties, right? There's not really and I'm being serious. There's not really significant differences between the parties. We feel like there is, but I look at the issues. I mean, when I look at Trump's platform, it looks like the 1992 Bill Clinton
platform. And that's basically what it is. Trump's like a 90s Democrat.
It's Trump at 90s.
Oh man, Trump, what are you talking about? Again, some shit's gonna be over your head. You just gotta keep it up.
No, it's not over my head, please. I know what was happening in the 1990s.
Yeah, if you look at the 92 platform, it looks a lot like Trump's current platform.
That's
Not in every way.
That's untrue.
But the point
It's untrue.
okay,
Untrue.
thanks for they're angry at corporations, they're angry at billionaires, they're angry at an elite and executive class on both sides of the aisle. And they feel underpinned by these things because they can't afford what they want, especially when it's the younger folks that can't afford things. And I do think that is a problem. So I see a changing of the guard. I actually think one of the great things about the Republican Party is it is expanding. It is bringing in more African Americans. I actually think that's good for America. I do not think it's good to have one party that's got all the African Americans in it. I think that is a bad thing. I think it's good that we're able to have conversations without cussing out each other and calling each other names, right? Because what we're going to face is that our real problems are going to be AI and robots and Neuralink, and we don't recognize it how fast this is coming. This is going to be a challenge in probably 2020. It's not going to be 2032. We're going to have a technical problem that we're all going to have to come together on and figure out before we have a major crash. I'll end right there.
That didn't really start until 2012. You started seeing the momentum.
What started? When did it start?
Well, we can look at. Actually, I'll fast forward just a tiny bit.
You said really something started in 2012.
Sure. Trayvon Martin, and then of course there's Obama's smart-ass comments regarding it, kind of politicizing it himself. Then you had the Black Lives Matter with what is his name? I forget the name of the guy shot near St. Louis. Then that's when he committed riots occurring. And I remember 2014, 2015, you started seeing riots in different cities all over the country in response to whatever shitty Christian. I started seeing these racial narratives, and there's a lot of theories behind this. Like most people had 2012, 2013, they had smartphones, people were getting their information in different ways. Prior to that, so they were kind of radicalized. And definitely nobody denies the fact that race started getting into politics a lot more. In the 2010s. I mean, his views on race actually took that shit up.
The blacks started voting en masse for Democrats really in the late 1960s with the civil rights movement, with LBJ, but it's really JFK. Because you get Martin Luther King out of jail in the 1960s, that starts to flip the black vote, and then it's voting en masse. Now, I'll grade you to moving forward about today without it being edited and cleansed by the media. And so it's had a profound effect on how we communicate. But I'm coming back to that because when I look at chats and I look at the generation that's coming, by the generation coming, I'm talking about people that are 35 to 40 years old. They are much more interracial, they're much more integrated. Where we have a high number of homosexuals and LGBTQ. In Gen Z, it's up to 20%. 1 in 5, mainly women, but 1 in 5 of those individuals in Gen Z are reporting to be LGBTQ. We have a record high interracial relationships of all types of relationships. So the world is actually coming together. It's just hard for a lot of the older people here to see.
I just wanted to correct some trends. Your timeline. I got to watch it all. Your timeline is wrong. Black people started voting in large numbers for the Democratic Party. I really liked Charlie Kirk's funeral. I didn't go for memorial service, I should say. But
Why didn't you attend? Why didn't you attend?
I could just stream it. It's like, fucking, I don't want to go. Like, dude, so the person I know who went, she got there, she arrived there at like 4 a.m. There was already like, thousands of people. It was just, it's something you have to wake up at like 2 in the morning to get ready to go.
Where was it held?
It was here in Glendale, Arizona, at the stadium that the Arizona Cardinals play out of.
I thought Erica Kirk, what she said was just really beautiful. I think that was the best part of it. She with others, and then she forgave the killer. She forgave her husband's killer, and she said that it's really more important to not to hate each other, but to answer with love. The Gospels teach us to love one another. And anyway, I mean, I'm super paraphrasing, but it was just really beautiful and moving. And yeah, anyway, that's what I thought. No, I streamed it. I'm not in Arizona. I'm not gonna fight. And besides, I feel like watching it at home and streaming it and being able to pause and rewind is hopefully better than being there in person. But
I didn't watch it. What do you think of her? I don't know what your opinion of what Candace Owens is these days. Oh, I don't think you don't think she's relevant in the landscape of dialogue, essentially, right? I can't. I honestly can't. Okay. But I what she was doing, something nefarious, as you put it. What do you say? I think most of it. I can hear you now. I can hear you though. You couldn't hear me when you were right. Because I was talking for a minute. No, I could not hear you. Okay. And respectful, just to the room title. The only thing I ever heard Charlie Kirk say that to me was just inherently wrong was that if his daughter was raped and got pregnant, then he would force her to have the baby regardless of her opinion or view. Because if it in his worldview, that was the only thing that he ever said to me that was inherently wrong. And that's what
you again. You did this earlier.
That's what I just came here for the first time. I just came here for the first time, so I couldn't have done anything earlier.
Hold on, my son.
And you're very wrong. Just came here for the first
No,
time.
I'm right.
No, you're very wrong.
Well, I would say this. So I hear that argument, but the thing is, though, is you have to look at it. See, the left and the right both look at it as protecting life and protecting the autonomy of a being. Now, the right, they're going to look at the kid that is actually religious. You're killing a baby. It's not solely religious. Now they're going to look at this at a baby as being this autonomous. We're not completely autonomous because it hasn't been born yet, but this unique thing that's a gift from God. That's going to be the religious part. And they look at abortions as wrong. And what they want to do is they want to save the voiceless child that has not yet been born. Now, with that being said, it's them. They're doing it from a moral lens. You cannot necessarily say they're wrong. Now, when it comes to ideological lens, then I can use that. Yes. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
And so what I was going to say, is that I can do the same. You have an ideological lens where you should protect the health and the freedom of the mother and whether or not she wants to allow a pregnancy to come to term. Now, once again, that's the woman valuing the woman's life over the babies. But some people are going to do it with the babies over the, some not even over the woman's. They just don't want to have women to have the option to hurt the baby. Now you can get into it. Now, first of all, it is subjective. Okay, you can't say for a matter of fact if, for example, allowing abortion is the morally good thing to do. That's not a stance that's even possible to have. That is clearly a subjective opinion. So then what did he say? What did he say? How is what he said actually immoral? It's not inherently immoral because you can't inherently imply morality.
Wait. First of all, you cut me off when I was talking. First of all. Second of all, I never said inherently immoral. I said it was inherently wrong in my worldview. I specifically said it that way. Let me equate something to you quick. Just because I wouldn't have done it, I hear what you're saying. That's simple, bro. There's no thought behind that, of course. That's the way that he thinks, and that's his morality. This is religion, of course. That's cookie cutter responses, bro. But what else would he have said? But I would say this to you. I know people are gonna argue because they don't get the equation, but it's simple. In the satanic home, if those satanic prayers were in their children, sacrificing animals, it could be argued that his worldview, his ideas, his ideals, and it's wrong to kill that baby because my book says so I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is to me, that was what was inherently wrong that came out of that man's mouth.
Okay, that's what you said.
Wait, can I say something? So I'm pro-life and a woman, and the thing is with that, first of all, the likelihood of that ever happening, don't you think?
But to be fair, you should address it though. To be fair, you should address it because they're hypothetical, even though it's fair.
So first of all, it's a gotcha question to try to be like, well, you don't really believe that in all cases, do you? And his rationale, it is based on religion. That is true. But it's also based on science because biology teaches us that all human life starts at the moment of conception. And he's just saying if it's a human and it's human life, then it should be valued and it should be afforded rights as anyone else. And it's not another law. Killing a lot of people. Let me just finish this last little bit. Killing a baby
doesn't fix the rape.
Exactly. That's it. Okay, thank you.
I agree with that. Again, my problem was the way that he put it. It was his choice to make. And so, regardless, that's what was being done. We all know that postpartum depression is a real thing.
It's for every
okay. That's
majority of women have postpartum depression.
Yeah, sure. I agree.
It's stupid to say that, Charlie Kirk says, oh, hey, if my daughter was raped, I would force her to have the baby because he doesn't want his grandchild to be snuffed out for the fucking life. Killing the baby's not going to fix the fact that she was fucking raped.
You're right. But the thing is that daughter, wait a minute.
I said, hold on, killing the baby is going to fix her traumatic experience.
You're emotional.
No, not exactly. I mean, you're emotional. If you would say that I'm an emotional being about murdering babies, then yes.
You're getting
Okay, hold on, let's.
The thing is, the argument goes both ways.
You're emotional about rapists and pedophiles.
Okay, I know what you're about to say. It goes both ways. Now, I want you to answer. I want you to answer the question. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Shut the fuck up, everybody. So this is a very simple question. I'll ask for you. Okay, shut the fuck up. Now, God, now when it comes to tell me this: is it morally right or wrong to care for the? This is why people are racist. You fucking dumbasses like him.
Holy shit! It's like, oh, how dare you get emotional about somebody who kill babies? You're engaging in this conversation because you have old feelings on this argument, and you think that it's okay to fucking stop babies that fucking existence.
And you know what else is that the whole abortion industry, at least a big part of it, with Margaret Sanger, it started off as a racist movement. It was a eugenics movement trying to weed out black babies and kill off black babies.
We don't want it to be heard that we tend to exterminate the Negro population.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, just the fact that, especially that black people are like
listen, he can also
Shut the fuck up, you pussy, what? And you got a wild faggot ass, what?
What?
Some of them hate what you don't tell all the other getting killed or showing your emotional maturity.
Y'all
It's
start
just
talking
not
about
what
this.
they, we don't want babies to be burnt out. And they're rational.
Until Jenny's still here.
Yeah, let Joe go.
Hey, Joe. It's always way to get to I look, I appreciate the mic. Y'all talking my favorite subject right here is, exposing the murder of children. So if we kill 1 million babies a year here in America, and if all million were being killed because they have in America is that we have a baby killing problem, and we need to stop killing babies. So I'm just going to point that out right there. So to raise the obscure point about what happens if someone has to carry a person, a child that has come from rape. Like Susanna said, it's so obscure. So we kill a million babies.
Let him finish.
I'm adding on to what you said, Joe. If you murder the baby,
It's fine. I like your food. I was just going to end it with the largest threat of human life is abortion, and it's genocide that's occurring. So we need to bring an end to it.
well, I do think that this is why I jumped in Pepe, because as soon as he finishes,
Well, I'm not the one who thinks it. I'm not the one who. I didn't. Not the one.
No, but you were telling me to shut up. This is the reason I jumped in, because I didn't let anybody in. Exactly. So what Paul was saying to Joe is, murdering the baby doesn't undo the fucking rape. It doesn't undo the trauma that was.
Do you think that I do? Like everybody likes to talk about the black genocide that's occurred from abortion, but all I can think of is that these are largely poor black women that would probably make very shit poor mothers, and so that's like 50 million blacks that that are largely going to be criminal and violent that didn't have to really deal with them because they were aborted. I think that's actually a good thing. So I'm actually pro-abortion.
Oh my God! Did you guys hear Dawn Harris? Real quick, did you guys hear Dawn Harris in the fucking chat? What's her Dawn Harris? Hold on, no way. So Dawn Harris in the Dawn Harris in the chat said, abortion is not nearly as bad as gun deaths in America.
Whoa.
50,000 deaths.
I was gonna say to that theory about yours with the bad mothers and all of that. You semi have a point, but I would say you don't have a point because if they valued life enough not to kill it, then they probably wouldn't be the bad mothers that it turns out to. And I really think it's just about those family values, like Charlie Kirk was talking about, having family values, valuing life, then or also there's thousands of people that adopt, so that's also an option. But
I'm further on the right.
Are these school shooters? Are these motherfuckers born from
Shut up and let me finish. God damn.
Small dick bitch.
Go ahead.
Again, are these school shooters born from trailer trash?
Most of the time, I think they come from like a variety of backgrounds. Some of them come from
neighborhoods. Like the variety.
But but I would say the big difference is that these poor, these white school shooters, they make the news because what they do is pretty horrible and disgusting. However, they're actually anomalous. If you think about it, out of the millions of children, you hear of a couple of these, I don't know, the free
hear about it.
And so like this is rare. And who are the suspects? Blacks, almost. That's just a statistical fact. In fact, more than half the homicides in the United States are committed by blacks. So I don't know. It seems like blacks have a problem.
50. Okay, that's cool. Most of the homicides crime is considered also systematic racism, but y'all don't think that's true. So I can understand, how poor people kill each other. Now these so-called civilized motherfuckers. Like the motherfucker that knocked off Charlie K. We no longer gotta say you got JFK. We
the guy who shot Charlie Kirk. I know, yeah, amazing. Amazing. Oh, amazing. All right. Okay, you're being unradical. Yeah, you're being unradical. Stop. Okay, do I need to start? Okay, monkey, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Okay.
Come on, Pat.
Shut.
Don't use a stupid slur.
No, I have to.
You're degrading your argument.
Okay, well, hold on a second. No, I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'm not gonna tell you to go. Hold on. All right, now I gotta mute you fucking monkeys. You fucking apes. Can't control yourselves. You fucking monkeys. Mute all. Mute all. Wow, he's coming through the mute all. Wow, bad ape. Holy shit. No banana for you, buddy. Now, please. See, he can't help himself. Now, if we look at the shooter, Charlie Kirk, he came from an upper middle class background in southern Utah, not an all Mormon family. They don't do drugs in Utah. They don't believe in drinking. You get looked down upon even for doing coffee. Yes. Figures. Now, you gotta go to the audience. Holy shit, that was so rude.
They can't control themselves.
Can we just all guess what happens when you don't live your life through grace and you are living it through grace? Who else wants to see like, I've been going to church for a strong Christian man. I've been to church enough once every 2 months, right? But man, I did this Sunday because I want to watch it, but man, it's like, okay, I want to lead it because I want to make a difference. And what can I do for the church? What can I do for the people? Church is not about building, church is people. What can I do with the church? Gardens come, fishing come. What can I do with the church, with the people that will also say, hey man, you go in the wrong direction. I mean, that was a fucking good day. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, I don't give you less than 10 hours of that and say, put a Republican Party, all I know, then you're not being serious.
I just want to say real quick.
Well, I mean, that should show you. You know, you had tens of thousands of these people, these Republicans in one place, and it was all kumbaya. Everybody's behaving. It was, everybody was so peaceful. It was so peaceful, and like, this is what I want to tell, these lefties, these spiteful mutants that are just mad and angry at the world. And maybe they don't believe in God because they were born ugly. I probably hate God too, and they're unhinged with mental illness. I understand your plight, not really. I can pretend to. Now, you all know that if you win, nobody's going to put a finger on you. Nobody's going to be mean to you. See, that is the difference between the left and the right. They're not the same. Occasionally, they're the right to reacting, and they do, because the right tends to be far more orderly. They're so much more predictable than the left. The left, they're just like, oh shit, oh goddamn, it was in the news, oh, see, they fucking chip out. They can't control themselves. They're angry, spiteful people.
How much do you think, serious question, after what I saw today, what I was seeing the last couple of weeks, obviously all this is going to die down over the couple of weeks, in coming months, but man, don't you think the Democrat Party is a huge freaking problem right to overcome a Supreme Court justice that cannot tell me what a female is? You can't.
His family was there. There's thousands of people watching, and a bunch of liberal students were watching. I would feel really sad. In fact, if any right winger made fun of the fact that he got shot like that, I would totally talk trash to them because I think they're a piece of shit. Now, what you did see is all people on the left showed their ass. They showed how hateful and spiteful they are. And then what you see with like Charlie Kirk and Marshall, it was they look like really nice, wholesome people. And that's what you're missing on the left. But you know who was talking on the left today? We had Jasmine Crockett. That dumb bitch was on CNN saying, yeah, she is a dumb bitch. And she was basically saying how I feel mad. I be disrespecting shit. You know, there was there's only two white people, members of Congress, that ended up voting against the Charlie Kirk remembrance. Like, only two white people? It's like, holy shit, you nasty, smug bitch. This like race politics is still a thing, and yeah, you're gonna get pushback from the right. Why wouldn't you?
Speaks.
Maybe, but yeah.
I would just say they did out there. I just wonder how much more like with the left. Like today was a good day. I don't think you can't know people because otherwise you're full of it. If you tell me that today's 10 out of 5 was just racist slurs. So when the left, which is the picture, like I said, media, they're already starting to work out that. You think they're ever going to come off the cowbell? Or is it just going to be more cowbell until they don't exist?
All right, Jonathan, no troll.
Yeah, Matt, are you done whispering?
Moderators, the right wingers, moderators. That's how I'm trying to, some solidarity. You don't use it.
You got to behave yourself.
Yeah, everybody on this app and all these politically correct libtard rooms who have been calling Charlie Kirk a racist and that he got what he deserved. They've never presented any evidence. They have no receipts. They're just a bunch of screaming, insane, psychopathic, homicidal ideation losers who have no political power. They're just a bunch of crying, complaining little babies. And the gay African-American ones are generally the most toxic and sociopathic, psychopathic amongst us. You all know it. It's here on this app. You can hear how homicidally ideated many of these black African-American homosexuals are. They call white people the enemy. They talk about strategy on how to kill us. And I can say from a sociological, psychological, observational study, we are living with most likely 60 million highly brainwashed sociopaths that would have no problem killing you or cheering your death if you are a white, heterosexual, Christian, normative male like Charlie Kirk. And so we are in a major, hold on, stop whispering. I can't hear you, Matt. I'm trying to tell you that this country has spent 25 years at war, then engaged in a COVID vaccine war against its own people with a pandemic, scamdemic, and now we have a final cultural war that we are going to.
That's it. Thank you.
He was doing amazing, bro.
I didn't take this. It's just a little too much going on, a little too long.
Well, then give him a chance to land his plane. Don't kick him
Yeah,
off
he
the
was
stage.
behaving himself and everything.
Hey, David, I think that Charlie Kirk was that's what offended me is I'm somebody who has like more extremist views than him in some ways. And like, I was like, oh my God, he's such a nice young, like if you had a daughter. No, I said he doesn't have any. And so I was just saying, like, if you had a daughter and Charlie Kirk with his goofy smile was to show up, you'd be like, oh, he's going to be such a good guy. But yeah, of course, have fun, buddy. If it was me picking up, your daughter when I was like in my 20s like him, I would have a shotgun out and like not happening. And I tell my daughter she's not leaving. So this is me looking at the genuinely good guy who I don't think he has a hateful bone in his body, but just how quickly people are not only making him out to be a monster, but then celebrating that violent, horrible murder that the whole world had to see, his family had to witness. Like it's just so disgusting of people.
Can we talk about the elephant in the
So we
room really
move-
quick?
Yes, we
Real
moved
quick.
Kitover down, and we're gonna let David be the Trump
All
talker.
right, yeah, don't tell me how to moderate the room.
No, I'm asking you. I want to ask an honest question. Can I ask an honest question?
Yeah. I wasn't talking to you. Go ahead.
About today, he tried to turn it into a political rally. Erica was trying to get hugs from him. He was completely shut down. All of that. It was disgusting. Like
why did you even watch?
I totally agree though.
It was horrific. It was so awkward.
He could not, that hug I was watching. I was like, man, he has. I think that's just the way Trump is. He doesn't. I'm not justifying it. What I'm saying is, you can just tell he has no emotional intelligence per se. He is.
Agreed.
With all due respect, I actually didn't watch.
Well, that's fine that you didn't watch, but what we're talking about is what actually happened, and what actually happened is that Trump went on for an hour political speech and tried to follow, and I literally said to my husband, Trump's no skill to actually handle a situation like this, and it was a fucking disaster.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Guys,
Let me ask you a question. Hold on a second. I know who he is. God damn it, dude! Stop being an autist. Just get. I know you can't help your autism, but just stop your autism for at least while you're in my room.
It's being cured tomorrow, by the way. I'm told it's being cured tomorrow. Autism will be.
But when it comes to, and I'm not the one who moved you down. I will say this. I do wonder though, because here he is. He's at a public event. He is the president of the United States. Somebody else has to invite him up because I already did twice. He is the president of the United States, and he is making a address. I get it. It was kind of. I didn't know how to feel about it, but it's like as a president, is he supposed to kind of give a political speech? I don't know. He's not. I obviously didn't think.
No.
I didn't think he was going to give one.
Nobody
And if he did, I don't think he was going to be the great uniter. I think he's going to, humble brag and talk trash like he always does. But
I'm so glad you said that.
To be completely honest, it was a complete misstep of a beautiful day, honoring Charlie and what he did and what he stands for, and bringing people to the idea of being a man and getting married and having a family to progress the American idealisms. That was what the day was. And Trump came in and he literally tried to turn it. Oh my God, it was so horrific. And then whenever Erica tried to hug him, he kept on almost pushing her off. It was really awkward.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
He didn't embrace her. He didn't embrace her.
I agree with you in part. I feel like, I don't think it was as bad as all that. I think he did say a lot of good things about Charlie Kirk. And he said about him being an Eagle Scout and all this stuff. And a lot of it was about to do with Charlie Kirk, but then he tried to tie Charlie Kirk in by he would love it. And then the other thing I didn't think he should go last. Erica Kirk, hers was so beautiful and so well spoken. And a third thing I didn't like, just one last thing. I didn't like how he said, he's like, I hate my opponents. And I'm just kind of like, right after Erica's speech, when she literally was saying that answers love.
you don't think that was a good thing? Because he's being correct. At least he's being honest.
No. She came up and she forgave her husband's killer on live television.
That's because she's a beautiful Christian. But Trump's
yeah,
not.
That's okay.
Bro, the TV has some of this for him as well.
It is I'm both.
I'm a Trump supporter, and I think he missed an opportunity.
No, Trump made me laugh. I liked it. I think there were things I didn't like, and I don't think he should have gone last.
Well, I actually think that he should have gone last, and the reason being is he's obviously all eyes are going to be on him. But of course, Trump did disappoint with his delivery, but I would say Erica, she seems like a very, she seems like a good-hearted woman. I know very little about her.
Also, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I mean, Charlie Kirk literally fucking cried in the 24 election when Trump was called in his presidency. If it wasn't for Trump, there would be no fucking turning point. If it was fucking, Romney running again, there would be no fucking political movement behind the whole.
Speaker, you also have that
He's
completely
the
reversed.
greatest fucking fanboy of Trump.
But that's okay.
There wouldn't be a Trump 47 if it weren't.
No, I agree. I agree, and that's why Trump had to go last, and that's why he would have been standing in the fucking audience clapping to everything that's
To be true, but I would say this though. Okay, he is a fucking windbag, all right, and like, of course, he would have taken all of the steam out for the most emotional part, which in succession you had a bunch of people who at least either somewhat knew him to people who knew him well, and you kind of they all went through it. Then you have Trump doing his Trump shit. I think that would have been. Just like that would have just thrown a wrench in everything, and Trump would be.
Yeah, but he's not known to be a fucking emotional guy.
It's like it didn't go very well, and he comes and gives you a hug. Like
That was Trump. That was so Trump. The side hug. The side hug to the widow. That he's got it. He's got it.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah, he gave her a full on hug, and hold on. But he gave her a full-on hug at first. Hold on. Because I remember, he gave her a full-on hug at first, and then he kissed her on the cheeks like 4 times. I remember I was like, oh, he's doing it again.
I want to know, why did they expect Trump to be anything more
Than what Trump
than
is.
himself?
Amen. I agree.
So, the thing I was going to mention is that she would have fucking said no, Mr. President.
Right. That's right. She
110%.
She was the one that wrote the one had this funeral service.
Yeah, I was about to say, this was obviously, these people, first of all, and I do think that when it comes to the people that were putting all of this together, they have a lot more experience than we do. When it comes to planning these kinds of events where you have speakers, I'm sure this was included. Somber, emotional feeling I was getting throughout the whole thing, it kind of just went. And so, that's why I think it's good it ended on her. All right.
That's the problem.
It's ridiculous to think that a sitting president would not be the keynote speaker at any event. Turning Point Action is a political event for Trump. It's not just for Trump.
Yeah,
it's not.
Dude,
Really.
shut up. It's a Republican, it's conservative.
Yeah, it's not for Trump. Turning Point isn't for Trump, but this was a political event. This was about galvanizing Christians. You got to understand that these people work in politics. So when Trump gives his explanation of when Charlie was shot, he ended his meeting in the Oval Office with some very powerful people. That was a little bit inside of how influential Charlie was in politics. Look, I think y'all are being a little too Trump. I thought you tied it in very well. We heard you, Bella. We heard you. Let me finish. All right. I think Trump tied it in very well when he did raise political talking point, tying in Charlie and how influential Charlie was in their, being a person builder or people builder, as Trump said. He was responsible for mending the relationship between him and RFK Jr. He was the first one that told Trump about J.D. Vance, and I think exposing this at a political event was proper too.
Yeah, John, I agree with you. I think it ended with levity, and so that's good. I just didn't like everything he said, and I guess I would disagree with you somewhat because I think his funeral isn't a political event. It's a funeral for him.
Susanna, do you think Charlie would have wanted?
It is a political event. Okay, it's Turning Point's political event in remembrance of Charlie Kirk. And look,
it's a memorial.
If you're going to continue on with his message in politics, you're going to turn his memorial into a political message. And like it or not, it's all about galvanizing
Christians.
Charlie would have loved it, Joe. That's the thing.
So I do see Abraham is on the stage. I'm guessing he's more than willing to point out something that Charlie Kirk said was wrong. Abraham, do you have something, being the black scholar that you are, anything that you could point out that he said that was wrong? Mr. Abraham. It's not. Yeah, I'm guessing that's why you came in here, sure.
Yeah, so one of these says, can you point out anything Charlie Kirk said that was wrong? Absolutely. And for one, I'll point out when a young man, a young black child, pointed at the little boy and put his finger in his face and said, I said it was a mistake. And then he walked off, which I found to be incredulously disgusting and offensive and unnecessary. He could have expounded more to the young man, but
why is that offensive?
His finger in his face and walked off. And him being against the Civil Rights Act is disgusting, right?
Why is it disgusting?
But do you know
to be against something that made Black Americans full citizens of this country and remove the barriers that have for generations taken away our rights as citizens in order to be able to participate in the force of what it is to be an American citizen, to which the birthright that was guaranteed to us.
Okay, all that jazz. Okay, sure.
Absolutely. And using the word mistake is amateur and quite disingenuous.
Sure. I haven't made that argument yet. So, but what I'm curious about is that amazing. And so when you have the Civil Rights Act, do you remember when, like, for example, when the new right was really starting to get into motion? See, I kind of more or less favored the old, the paleo conservatives that came forward drinking water. God damn it, David, you're drunk and you're just fucking how can I shit on Pepe's stage? Like while he's fucking talking, like Jesus Christ. Now,
poor you.
So I would just say, holy shit. So, okay, we'll start with the new right Republicans, which they didn't really have that kind of ideological lens. They were against the civil.
Got his name. He ran for president during
Gary Goldwater.
Goldwater Republicans. Their argument was that it violated states' rights.
No, there's another one. That's not why they were against.
Conservatives have made for the last 60 years.
No, these are the new right. No, this was the new right. See, he was a lot different from
the last 60 years. It's been because the civil rights movement.
Things like quotas, and they were staunchly against it. Understandably so. And so, what you did get was affirmative action, and you did in a way get quotas, which basically you're gonna have people like what the fuck is his name? Jesse Jackson and his Rainbow Coalition, and they're gonna say, you ain't gonna have enough brothers working in your company, so you need to write out this check, $200,000. We gonna go ahead and give you your employees the best training program available, so you have more black folks. And that's basically basically people had to try to quote unquote get a quota system for a lot of people. So he was right.
Charlie Kirk's argument. And a quota system, once again, is disingenuous because the Supreme Court ruled that quota systems were unconstitutional. And they were outlawed in more than 33 states.
That's true.
That's very true. It was actually rendered unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 1990, sir. The Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional.
You're wrong. You're wrong on that.
No, I'm not wrong. It's a fact.
You are wrong.
They rendered quota systems unconstitutional.
Abraham, so I didn't see the one where he points at a kid and says it's a mistake, but I saw at least two others, maybe three, where he talked about the civil rights thing, and his argument about it was he said that the intent was good, that he agreed with it wholeheartedly, but the reason why he had an issue with it is because we were broad, and it did things like, for instance, today people are declaring the Civil Rights Act and saying, you need to ask we shouldn't have voter ID because because of the Civil Rights Act, and that's prejudice if you ask for voter ID. I don't think it's prejudice to expect someone to have voter ID just because of the color of their skin or not the color of their skin. Everybody should have voter ID.
Well,
I don't think that's a big deal.
This is an conservatives put on undue process on people as a means of discrimination. So what conservatives have done in conservative states is they'll say things like, oh, we're requiring ID, but what they do is in predominantly black counties where there's one
that's not
DMV.
true.
So you don't even know what I'm saying. You just automatically say,
Somebody bring you happy up.
All right, hold on a second. So I did. Where'd she? Oh, there she is. Serendipity. You said you wanted to play a clip. Is it like related to this?
Yes.
Yeah, you can play it. That means everybody has to shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Serendipity.
All right.
Had to say about the Civil Rights Act.
If you had an opportunity, you would get rid of the Civil Rights Act. No, I think you should have a one-page bill that says that racial discrimination based on race is illegal and will not be tolerated in the United States of America. Most black Americans don't support men and female sports. Would you agree? Yeah, I know. You know for sure, right? Believe it or not, the Civil Rights Act is now being used to keep men playing in women's sports. So the Civil Rights Act was used to help black America originally. Totally get that. But now the way it was written is that any claim of identification, someone says, I'm a woman, therefore I can compete in your volleyball team, they come with a civil rights claim. And so what we're saying is, no, it should be specified to racial, not gender, or all that other stuff. And there were all these other provisions as well.
Now, did you get it?
Makes sense to me.
And in the cookie jar, bro, reigned racial discrimination was in our system. It took Title II and other parts of the Civil Rights Act, just those things. So it just couldn't have been one statute, one simplistic which in statute is.
No. Mr. Black Scholar, no. See, this is bullshit. Okay, what has been used, and so this is kind of why the Supreme Court, and this is what I love about the Supreme Court, is that they had to, of course, under the threat of perjury, they have to, or the penalty of perjury, they actually of Asian students, you were African Americans, or were given slots at Harvard. Any racial discrimination that was occurring, I don't see how you can. The facts were buried out in the Supreme Court. You can't really deny that.
What you need, I'm talking about what Charlie Kirk just said. Charlie Kirk said there should have been simplistic language. You don't discriminate, and I'm saying that the racial discrimination in the United States of America was ingrained and.
But how would it be ingrained? If he said there's no? But if the law said you can't have racial discrimination, it should be very clear and
because there were things there were state statutes, local and city statutes.
Yeah, but that would end up those things. Yeah, but that would end up basically saying.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would. Because if it was racially discriminatory, the law would strike it down.
No,
so you're wrong.
The law doesn't work that.
If they don't follow simple language in federal law, they're somehow going to follow laws that are, I guess, very detailed. But why would it matter if it's federal law?
They're going to argue that those federal statutes don't apply to them.
Okay, tell me how. Okay, Mr. Black Scholar. Here's the problem: is that if the language is very simple, okay, you cannot discriminate based on like whatever protective class. Now, if you were to show that you were discriminating.
How many amendments to the Constitution are there?
There are many. I don't have the exact number.
Just why is it amended to not even amended? Why one simple a statement in the Constitution is enough? That should be enough.
Okay, but that's stupid. That's stupid logic. That's dumb logic. That is dumb logic because the Constitution. Okay, no, bad scholar.
No,
Answer my question.
Okay, yes, I can answer.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, it's really quick. I'll let somebody else go. But it's really simple. Okay, our Constitution is not based around race. It's literally like there's seizures, a right to own firearms.
Not race.
You're right. Amazing. All right, shut the fuck up, scholar. I understand you're a hood scholar, and so you got the facts and receipts.
Not race, the law.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, Abraham, you're saying, right, like that there needs to be more amendments and so on and so forth. In a way, to me, listening to you, it sounds like you're in agreement with Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk's criticism of it is that it was too broad and people were using it for all kinds of things. And he was saying that
there should have been one description in law passed.
As a lawyer,
statutes said it should have been.
Okay, guys, we need to do a test. Okay, because David has a lot to say. He's got it wrong, so we're gonna see. Okay, give your best, I don't know, answer that you can. Try to sound as sober as you can. Just go ahead and please tell him why he's wrong.
No, everyone, for the record, everyone's fine. Let's all be nice. There's some person, I'm not going to name names, but there's somebody in this room who is trying to be somebody who understands law.
Amazing.
But they're wrong.
Yeah, but I'm asking you to prove that person wrong, why they're wrong. Not
okay,
to say they're wrong because they're wrong.
If said person wants to talk to me about why they're
wrong. But you were trying to talk to them on a public stage, so just address them here.
Okay, well.
Okay, David, you're being a little impulsive, wanting to speak, and you're a little drunk, so, you kind of shouldn't do that.
I'm willing to debate that, but as of right now, when he's yelling at
how many amendments are there?
When that person
David, how many amendments are there?
One second, when that person is yelling at.
When I told David to shut up, all the smiley faces looked like a constellation of stars.
Okay, Abby said there was 27 in the chat, so I just said 7. I don't even know what the 27th amendment is. I just don't know. I didn't have to go to law school or take a bar exam. I don't know.
Okay, if there's somebody who wants to,
David, but you're trying to jump in to say a lot. But let's go back to the conversation.
I'm willing to defend everybody. Obviously, if it's anybody who has like a law degree who's willing to debate me,
there's people in here that have law degrees.
Yeah.
But,
okay, so then
my friends closer, Jewish attorneys closer.
My point to you, sir.
For the record, I'm not Jewish.
We're going to use Charlie Abby's logic. That all you need is one simple language, and that language says that it's against the law to discriminate against people of any race, and that's all the language that you need.
You're incorrect.
To rectify the racial discrimination against black people and black people not being.
But you're saying rectify. So hold on a second. David.
Counselor.
Okay, David,
what Charlie Kirk said.
Okay, but I actually agree with Charlie Kirk's argument to an extent. If racial discrimination is wrong, it means you can't. If you're an employer, if you're a school, if you're like wherever, you cannot racially discriminate, and so. That's pretty clear, cut and dry. Can you tell me? No. What it is about? Okay, hold on.
This was about status. This was the point of the Civil Rights 1965 Act. It was about bringing Black Americans into proper status, right? Because Black Americans were not in proper status.
Okay.
It's legal to
David, please stop.
It was legal to discriminate against us based off of our race.
Don't say us. Us is not appropriate. Like as an attorney, when you say.
Okay, between the two of you, like holy shit.
This talks every time.
Counselor, you're wrong. You're wrong. The way you said that, it was wrong.
Effective arguments.
No, hold on. I think there's an effective argument not discriminate. Now, what you want to see is your strong black.
You racially discriminated
discrimination.
Ziggy, stop being a faggot. Ziggy, stop being a lefty faggot. I'm not hiring or firing or enrolling people in school. Okay, so you can pray for me all you want. I don't have hate. Now, here's the thing. Amazing. Shut your faggot mouth, please. Now, holy shit. Now, I think that you want your black strong brothers and sisters to have, the best leg up, that by any means necessary. And I know you're pro reparations.
You're trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm actually being dead serious. Like you guys want the best for your people. You want to see black people elevated and even reach the top. Which I'm not going to say is why the black community, in a way, I do think that the most ethno-narcissistic racial group in the United States is clearly African Americans. And because of our history, we've allowed you guys to just go on and on and on and bitch and make excuses for everything. Whereas there's no other ethnic group that's really, Native Americans were treated pretty badly and they still kind of do it. But they're not like you guys. And it's just I think it's almost like that's why you guys didn't grow up. Just have all of these fucking problems.
Epic, what you don't understand is I leg up over any other American. I want what the Constitution promised every other American.
It didn't promise affirmative action. Yeah, but it didn't promise affirmative action in the fucking Constitution.
Affirmative action was rendered non-constitutional. Formulas were rendered non-constitutional by the Supreme Court. Again, I want as much as the government guarantees when you talk about the 1964 Civil Rights Act being a mistake. You can't say things like, simple language like
Are you saying that you disagree with the Supreme Court being all the way?
No, I'm saying
you're okay with it.
You can't be disingenuous by saying
it's not disingenuous. We literally had decades. Bullshit. Okay, bullshit. We literally had decades of affirmative action where unqualified people were taking the spots, of qualified people that were white or Asian. And this literally was a thing that's been proven. We don't know it. And then what's really funny is that you racial justice warriors have the audacity to say, well, places in Charlie Kirk, they wonder if there's a black surgeon or a black pilot, if he's qualified. Yeah, nobody would have that fucking question if there wasn't a such thing as affirmative action. If the same requirements were held standard across every race, you wouldn't have those questions. But because there clearly is not, I'm generally going to be a little bit more comfortable with some European last name doctor, a Jewish last name doctor, an Asian last name doctor. Why? Because I know they had to jump through the hurdles. Whereas his credentials say he should be.
Rant you're having. The facts
but it's inaccurate, man.
Was rendered unconstitutional. When
affirmative action took place, and it has taken place for decades.
Arguing is for the past 60 years is that the Civil Rights Act violated states' rights. Now, Charlie Kirk.
That wasn't the argument, you stupid fuck. That was not the goddamn argument.
The argument was when Charlie Kirk.
Where did Charlie Kirk say that the Civil Rights Act violated states' rights? He never made that fucking argument. As a result of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, where all of a sudden you had overwhelming majority of people. I'm not refuting you, by the way. You had the overwhelming majority of people. The black people, they were married and intact families. The crime problem was not nearly as bad as it ended up being within one fucking generation, in the 80s and 90s. It was absolutely fun. It did have some bad effects on the fucking black family. You can't fucking deny that.
The Civil Rights Act was being expanded LGBTQ community. He had a problem with that. I've heard him say it a million times. And all I'm saying to you is Charlie Kirk said that that is wrong. His surmise is disingenuous and it's rooted in white supremacy. This is the argument that the right has been making for the last 60 years, is that the Civil Rights Act should have never happened because it violates states' rights and it extended rights to other groups that they find irreprehensible, that they don't like, that they find morally objective.
Well, we have a lawyer in the audience, and she did pretty good shit on your whole thing about affirmative action not being a thing. Well, I invited her up earlier, and she come up if she wants.
I invited her too, and the message was she said that he's on the phone and that's why she can't right now, but hopefully he'll be off the phone soon.
So, Abraham, do you think him out the 14th Amendment in the Civil Rights Act to be expanded to like trans people? Do you think that's indicative of white supremacy?
I would have an issue with that, but to say that it was a mistake and it should have never happened, yes, I think that's indicative of white supremacy. And not only
So how is it indicative of white supremacy when it should not gender?
That Dr. King was a terrible person.
He was. His actual, that is a fact. He was an actual piece of fucking shit. He was actually a lot more radical than he let on. And he is somebody that would, the FBI files that he released on him, he did a lot of, he was a gross person. And I would say, I'll compare him to a white guy, like, hold on, wow, I'll compare him to a white guy like Bill Clinton, who's, by the way, he's been accused of rape several times. And who got, it's my understanding, was getting head from Monica Lewinsky, a Jew, while talking on the phone with Yasser Arafat. I mean, amazing. You can't make this shit up. And so, I like it. Yeah, he was a philandering womanizer, very bad. He was definitely no. Dr. King was I would say he did not have the behavior of a good pastor. He definitely did not. He's got the same people made out.
Maybe I was going to say Zacharias.
Part of it too was dipping into social art Martin Luther King Jr. It's not just because he was a black leader who helped black people. That wasn't why he didn't like Martin Luther King Jr.
You're asking me.
Hold on, let's say go.
If you ever watched the movie Malcolm X, like he was Spike Lee, that's
Already gave you the time and place. Big shot.
That guy just said, damn, this, what do you say, Dr. King or Martin Luther King makes this not, or I'm sorry, this guy makes the same thing.
What evidence? What evidence? What evidence?
What I'm saying is that's why they put that little small excerpt in that movie. That was a little jam.
Abraham, we're actually intellectually honest because we consider
other than anecdotal and he committed any crime.
I understand that you're right or die for your people, but he was absurd. He was absurd. Like these showing her how to do it. Like, I'm sorry, but this is not a man of the Lord. I mean, no offense. Jesus would be like, he wouldn't say, hold on. He wouldn't be like, let me show you how to handle thou dildo. Here, my sister. Like, that would not happen. Like, this guy is a creep.
We're going to go by this moral standards and Dr. King, because let's just say normal and right? We're going to go by that. And let's look at the founding fathers, right? Let's look at their moral standards.
Yeah, we're okay with saying that they were doing bad shit too. Yeah.
No, because that's a lie. Because one thing about the right is when you talk about the evilness of the founding fathers, they start to virtual signal. They talk about what great men they were and how they were divinely chosen by God, and how God had ordained them and had anointed them. When we talk about Jefferson and the fact that Jefferson was raping and fathered 5 children with,
Okay, so I think that makes
can't speak.
That's an operation situation. So Abraham, the difference is we can separate the two. We can say in this department, yeah, he was a piece of shit, but then he also did good things. With Martin Luther King, Abraham, bro, can I just finish, bro? Fast needs for audit, bro. So Abraham, the difference is when he comes in, okay, this bullshit. You guys would have told you tonight. It's okay to say, hey, in this arena, MLK was a great guy, but then in this arena, he was a piece of shit. But my second point I wanted to make was that I had a room the day before yesterday, and I played the clip. Malcolm X was on record for being against the civil rights movement. He wasn't in approval of it. He said, quote, that the Constitution was enough. You don't need a civil rights movement. It's going to be overkill, and it's not going to change. So, what's that? Go ahead.
So he didn't believe that the Civil Rights Act was going to work. That's why he didn't support it. And again, you have to work with the claim that you make against Dr. King. That's the difference. We know that.
Hold on, you got to answer this question. What else did he say? What else did he say? Abraham, answer the question. Abraham, you have to answer the question. What else did he say?
Don't just take that little soundbite. What else did he say alongside? Because his play
That it would give black people the full capacity and rights in this country that we deserve.
And what did he say alongside that? He said we already have the Constitution, and all they had to do was follow. Enforce the Constitution. And he criticized the fact that desegregation was ruled on by the Supreme Court in the 1950s, and 10 years went by, and they didn't fucking enforce the ruling. He said that all they had to do was enforce the Constitution. There's no need for a fucking Civil Rights Act. It's not going to change nothing. So he was in the same boat as latest
that was a problem because what you had in America, and this is what he was talking about, why I say that it was being disingenuous was because you had the Dred Scott case that basically that literally said that no white man was 1970, which is what he was talking about. Obviously, it didn't work because you had generations and over a century of racial discrimination and black Americans not being considered full citizens. So you had to have a civil rights act in order for us to rectify the status of rights. So then, okay, so if that's not true, then if you're saying that 1870, since the 1870 civil rights that was passed, right? Are you telling me in 1870, why did you have over 100 years of racial discrimination in America where black Americans were not allowed to vote? And it was illegal according to city-state statutes to discriminate against black Americans because we did not have proper persona status according to law.
And that was Malcolm X's point, is that the Constitution renders all men created equal. And that was his point where you just Abraham, you just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. I'm gonna let you cut me off now, so you can finish. So again, this is why he said that the Supreme Court, and this is what he said, the highest court of the land ruled on the interpretation of desegregation and ruled it unconstitutional. 10 years went by, actually more than that, because you still had schools in the 70s that were just being desegregated. So that was his complaint, was that the Supreme Court already ruled on it. It's not being enforced. All we got to do is enforce the Constitution and Supreme Court rulings. There's no need for a fucking Civil Rights Act. That's exactly what he said, and that was his
did not rule on anything. The Supreme Court ruled in the Dred Scott case, sir. This is how I know you don't know our history, American history. The Supreme Court ruled that no white man is compelled to respect the rights of the Negro. So there had to be a remedy to that. There had to be a remedy to what the Supreme Court had ruled on. Now, it took an act of Congress to remedy that, and that was the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Again, the law passed in 1870, 10 years after, 5 years after emancipation, but still you had rampant discrimination in America. You had Reconstruction that came in and essentially said, we're going to create another de facto slave class in this country, and we're going to take away their rights. And so they passed things like black code laws. They passed things like laws that essentially said that black code laws were enough. Black code laws that essentially said we have a right to discriminate against black Americans because Negroes at the time, because they don't have proper status. many courts throughout the South and throughout the United States deemed that Black Americans were not full citizens based off of the Dred Scott ruling. So the Civil Rights Act came to remedy that.
What are we talking about right now?
Oh, we're talking about we're talking about Abraham getting bodied by the same, even though Abby's not even on the stage. Just what, wow. Imagine what we have with Abby.
Abraham, I have a couple questions for you then. One, because this is one of the reasons Charlie Kirk was objecting to this whole thing, do you think it is more difficult for a Black person to get an ID than it is a white person? Because I don't think Black people are incapable like that. And then the second thing I'm asking you is, do you think it's okay for men to be in women's restrooms? Because that's the other reason why Charlie Kirk was saying that the thing is too broad, that the intent was good, but it was way too broad, it needed to be narrowed down, and to protect people's rights from discrimination. He's all for that, but not to have men in women's spaces, and not to be like, I can't get an ID because of my race, which is ridiculous, because that's a normal thing that anyone can get.
Abraham.
He's gonna chat GPT.
Abby, come on. I think you're busy.
She's on the phone or something.
Go ahead, Alan. You hardly went out. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, okay, I'm in the public space, so I'm just going to say this. About being conservatives. And people that they could feel good about questioning the messages of the left, and that they didn't have to believe they were bad people because they were conservative. That's the thing that the left hated the most about him. And now that he's dead, you see the left, you see the Democratic Party going into overdrive, trying to convince us that we shouldn't feel bad that he was assassinated, that we shouldn't feel bad about what he said. In the House of Representatives, there was a bill that said that would have condemned the assassination of Kirk and that condemned political violence. 58 Democrats voted against it. That they're standing on the side. They hate the conservatives, and they hate him so much that they're willing to endorse political violence.
And that's true. And
that's it.
Yeah, but Jasmine Crockett even went on.
I don't care. Okay, just let me say this because I can't do any back and forth. The bottom line is this. Look at my PTR. It has a quote from Dostoevsky in the 1800s where he says, if you disagree with the left, they will attack you viciously. They did it then. They're still doing it now. Charlie Kirk was a good person, and guess what? I got a special message for Black Americans. If you are a Black liberal, okay, you're not going to convince us that he's a bad person. You're not going to convince us that we are bad people because we are conservative. So talk about Dred Scott, talk about the 400 years. Piss alone, do anything you want. It ain't gonna work. We are good people. That's like talking about.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. So Abraham, you want to mention? See, here's the thing. Charlie Kirk, he believed in the Constitution. He was a Christian man. He went to church. You know, I can't say I knew that. So he was a much better man than me, much nicer man. I think he understood. He's a he would pray for you. But he didn't want to discourse with you guys. That's what he wanted hell. Why? Because I understand how you people think, and you people hate us. And I personally would want to do horrible things that I cannot say on this app to you people. And when I say you people, I'm talking about you people on the left. I don't really grant you much of your
because hate.
any of the shit that you say. No, it's not hate. It's not hate. It's not hate. No, it's because how do you deal with hateful people like you? You just fucking gulag them, make them face a wall. It's just get rid of them.
I mean, you're talking about hateful Abraham, and you make justifications why it's okay to try.
I was actually just joking. I don't want to do any of those things. There's a part of me that does. Okay, shut your fucking faggot mouth. Okay. I don't actually. For so long, the left is kind of like, oh, well, they're in our camp. We'll just kind of see how. Especially with all these fatties and Jews that were like, oh white supremacy's bad, gays, yay! They're doing all this shit, and then all of a sudden, October 7th happens, and then what ends up happening? Jews are bad! Oh, fuck you! Oh my god, why are they doing this to me? It's like, I don't know, why did you stick with faggots? Now you have to deal with the consequences. Now your faggot sons and daughters have to deal with, getting harassed in college. Well, why did you do it? Like, you retards wanted to ride that dragon and bitch about anti-Semitism afterwards. Amazing. But no, I mean, and this isn't all Jews. It's like, I'm talking about the secular faggy. And I mean this, and I'm being sincere when I say this. Like, you were a piece of fucking shit. You will. I've never heard you have like a good faith debate the whole time I've been on this fucking app. I mean, even what's really funny is that as pro-black as you are, you're somebody who gets end up whatever black is shouted out to their parts. Okay, so let's just put a name on it. Like Blue Facts, you can go into his room, and he's mostly
He's a Pan-African. We don't share the same political ideology.
Okay, you're amazing. The FBA's don't fuck with you either. You're acting like I don't. You're acting like I don't, because I'm not black. I don't understand all of these nuances, and I don't see how the other black people that are even FBA, how they treat you. They think you're an obnoxious, hateful piece of shit.
They love them. Say they love my rhetoric, my political ideology. Absolutely.
You and Dr. Articulate.
I support free.
You and Dr. Articulate are people that are way. Okay, all right. Amazing. Amazing. But you and Dr. Articulate are both people that the blacks, whether they're Pan-African, whether they're FBA, like you're somebody that even like your own self, they look at the way fucking cancer. They switch it to like transforming into not greatly participating with the state of the South. And this has been the case for years. So it's like, wow, transforming over 100 movie. You know who I am. I have a different name. You don't know who I am. But you're somebody who just like, why is it that your own people, the FBAs and the Pan-Africans, with the black, and the majority of blacks, they listen to you and they don't like you?
Alright, dang it, thank you. You haven't even been in FBA spaces to make that kind of term. I literally have been in reparation campaigns.
I'm friends with all of them. I'm friends with all of them on Twitter. You fucking dipshit.
Really love you, dipshit. I'm on X. I'm on X in Freeman Spaces, you loser.
I'm friends with all of them.
I meet up with people in the Freeman movement. Never hear me say that there must be a number of people that we should be accepting.
What would the FBA say? What would be the at one point in time. I'm just curious, what did they say about Charlie? What did they say about Charlie Kirk?
Will never laugh at children in Gaza getting bombed like Charlie Kirk did. You will never see me. I support the state of Israel, but you will never hear me laugh at children getting bombed like Charlie Kirk did. So I'm a much better human.
Where did Charlie Kirk laugh? Hold on. No, you're being a slimy faggot again. Where did Charlie Kirk laugh? Where did Charlie Kirk laugh at children being bombed in Gaza? Okay, either post the fucking facts or it did not happen. He would not do that. Okay, he did not. I would not picture him saying stupid Muslims either. Show me the clip where he said stupid Muslims, and show me where he laughed at dead children in Gaza. I'm waiting.
Yes, he made jokes.
Okay, shut the fuck up and post the guy. Yeah.
And then went on to laugh about it and then say stupid Muslims. Yeah, he said it.
Okay, post the clip.
All right, so hey, Brother Abraham, do you remember any major celebrity? There's going to be parts of the country that's going to be happy, right? When Martin Luther King died, a lot of people were happy. A lot of white people in the country were celebrating. When Malcolm X died, a lot of white people in America were celebrating, particularly conservative America, right? So the fact that you have Democrats celebrating that Charlie Kirk died is pretty in line with this country. And I also was like, he's an irrelevant white boy. Who the fuck cares? Like, we're only making this big for now. And someone will replace him next week, and we'll keep it moving. Like, this is just normal in this country.
He's not irrelevant. I don't think you understand. Maybe it's because you're a writing person, but he's actually. I'm somebody who made fun of Charlie Kirk. Okay, I'm admitting this. I made fun of him. Now, I thought him a bad person. It could be that I'm the bad person because my beliefs are different from his. But I genuinely believe he was a good person. And, listening to him, he's, first of all, you say he's a nobody. No, he was definitely a somebody. When it comes to the under 30 crowd in the United States, he's somebody that all conservatives knew who he was. But it's also how he died, how visible it was, how violent it was. That had such a lasting impression on us. And I see such a sweet soul like him being killed like that. It's like, this is not a guy that's on the far right. He's not a mean person. And it happened to him. Like, why? Just because he's on the right? He's not even a hateful or divisive person, in my opinion.
So you ask why? Because this is the norm in this country. Like, this has happened over and over again. Nobody cares. It's going to happen again.
No, I fucking freaking problem. When have you had a prominent left-wing or right-wing influencer that was shot in public where all of us can see it? Multiple angles like that. When's the last time that happened?
So are we
I said in public influence. Nobody knows who those. Okay, outside of Minnesota, outside of Minnesota, I'm not the one hitting. But outside of Minnesota, none of us knew who those fuckers were. Okay, once again, let me. Everybody knew on the. Okay, Charlie Kirk was much more famous than them. Now, my question is, when have you seen a prominent influencer on the left or the right that was shot publicly in front of an audience like that? You can't answer the question.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is a stupid question. I'm talking about America's structure we have a consistent pattern of shooting politicians. This is normal in this country. This is the thing.
Okay, when is the last time? Was the last time I can think of in a couple decades of that happening?
Yeah,
where it was actually on camera. Now we can look at the baseball game with the Scalise and the Republicans that got shot, but that was not on video. But I can only Charlie Kirk is the one. That's not every day. I was like, I don't know, Charles Barkley or I don't know, somebody who's like not even like famous at this moment, but you know, people still know, it would make headlines, even nationally. Now, Charlie Kirk was somebody who was well known, and what makes it very unique is not only how public it was and how viral it was,
cool looking
it's what he was engaging in political debate while it happened. That is super abnormal and rare in America. It's not something that happens every day. Murders happen every day, but murders to people like that while having political discourse is absolutely right.
They gave him a warning to put bulletproof glass up, and he ignored it.
No, that's fucking so that they can't get raped because penises can't penetrate steel.
Charlie Kirk?
I mean,
He was a father.
Watch Abraham justify.
He was a husband. No, he was a father. He was a husband, right? So what happened to him? And I condemn all political violence, right? There's no place for political violence, especially as a foundational Black American. So many of our leaders have been killed due to political violence, from Medgar Evers to Dr. King, Malcolm X.
Abraham, did you say last time that you understand why people were angry with them?
Malcolm X, but what I'm saying is I can separate and I can say what happened to him was diabolically immoral and wrong. He should be here with his children right now. If God gave me the power, I would give his wife Erica back to him. But that doesn't mean that I will not continue. Hold on. That doesn't mean that if God gave me the ability, I would give him back to him. I would give him back to Erica. However, that doesn't mean that I would not stop criticizing his racist, anti-Black rhetoric.
There you go. That's why Charlie got shot right there. Because the fucking lies.
No, it's not why he got shot.
No, because
It's
of
not
the
why he got
lies.
shot. Shut the fuck up, Ken. It's not why he got shot. Literally, this guy, from what we can only go by the limited information that we had. The district attorney there said that people are asking him, including his own family. I don't know all the details of why that would be the case, but what limited information we have, he said he was hateful. He didn't really describe. I haven't heard any details about what he thought was hateful. We know that, okay, he's involved with a person that's like, quote unquote, transitioning, that looks like a dude. I don't know.
If he really
There's a lot of avenues we can go.
He would have taken the protections that were needed.
No, what do you mean he would have taken the protections that are needed? No, Nicholas, that is so fucked up and stupid. Like you're somebody I like on this app, but for you to say this stupid shit, I mean, first of all, the amount of money. Okay, but the amount of money. Okay, first of all, the amount of money that it takes to get this level of protection, and of course, he's not a politician. He doesn't have like a counter sniper team with scouts that are looking on rooftops, and where obviously he would have been shot before he would have been able to do it. Or at least hopefully. It's just like a lot different scenario. I do think that this is an event that, unfortunately, because it happened, I think a lot of these influencers are going to have to, they're going to have to make the necessary adjustments. And you have to look at it like this. I mean, like, presidents have been shot, and you have the first class professionals that just train. Their job is to preserve the life of the president and protect the president and his family. And they fucked up, but when things go wrong, they end up changing their strategy to basically include what went wrong and make sure that doesn't happen. Well, with Charlie Kirk, I mean, that was a whole new level. I've never seen a political influencer shot like that. I can't think of one. You guys obviously can't name one. And so, I mean, this is a whole, especially like with the phenomenon of like copycat shooters and so forth. I think, Ben Shapiro said he wanted to go back. to debating college kids, which that's kind of where I remember him getting his start. He said he's gonna do that. I'm sure he's probably gonna have like protections now that Charlie Kirk, because of what happened to Charlie Kirk, you're gonna have really even Talking Point USA. I'm sure they're gonna do it. But at the end of the day, what I find really weird is like
He was a pawn.
we have it like these debates where we even have to somehow assign guilt to the person getting shot. Like if Sam, like, and I'm bringing, he gives me the vibes like he would. Ezra Klein, you know, he's smart, but he's kind of smug. I don't really like him that much, but I don't think he's a bad guy. But like, if I would have seen these guys get shot and their family was there and it was talking to a bunch of liberal students, I would feel really sad, honestly. And I don't think that I would say like, well, that piece of shit Ezra Klein, he should have, you know, he should have, if he really cared about his life, he would have had bulletproof glass, he would have done all this other stuff. I would have never done that. I would say no. Like the fact that anybody would justify or downplay violence towards Ezra Klein getting shot in the neck is like a really horrible fucking person. You should, like, there's no reason to shoot somebody like him in the fucking neck. Even though I really disagree with him, I don't think he's a bad fucking person. Like that is just wrong on every level. And so a lot of
yeah, they're not Muslims. I got you.
There's no reason for him getting shot because it was all planned. Like there was no reason for him getting shot. Exactly.
Oh God, here we go with this fucked up shit.
It's the truth. It's the truth. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't known as a hero.
Maggots like this.
Nobody. Okay, you said he's not a hero, Ash. You said he's not a hero. But I guess what I would ask you is, in other words, he's not somebody who was deliberately and heroically put himself out there to put himself in a position where he's going to be fighting for his people or his country, where he would end up getting killed. And now, but with that being said, I don't look at him as a hero personally. I do think that I do look at him as a very, I mean, first of all, this guy was a nobody at 18 years old, having that level of initiative where he was getting these donors. He was passionately traveling throughout the country. He made a fucking name for himself. He became a very relevant person who I think, and definitely not in an immoral way, was trying to influence people and impact people, especially young people, to look at things differently, especially on college campuses where they are absolutely nothing he did that was wrong. And he is somebody that there's no reason to look at him. I'm not trying to make him a martyr or a hero, but I look at him as a.
That's exactly what people are.
Yeah, look, I've been arguing this that it was all conspiracy and that it was framed.
Actually,
let me
guess. Are you gonna say the Jews or misogyny?
Yeah, misogyny.
No, I was actually about to say it's crazy how you can mention Charlie Kirk's name and the minute you say anything negative about him, people are automatically calling you a faggot.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of I know.
No, that's called emotion. That's called emotion.
No, it's not emotion.
It's complete emotion. It's complete.
Okay, well, hold on. Let him explain himself. Why did you say what you said, and who do you think did it?
I just feel like the fact that people get this riled up over somebody dying like this, I just think it's completely propaganda.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like him.
Man's got killed. You got some I'm white saying this too. This is how emotionally.
You don't sound white. You're either black or you're a person who wants to be black. So, mans, white people don't. Even rednecks don't use mans. So I'm sorry, but that is not.
I always think that's like the most faggy thing black guys say to like my mans. Like, are you okay or something?
I was at first. I was listening to it, and a lot of people don't understand this, but people this is yes, it's a bias, but the nasal cavities and the nose shape are what are part of what makes your voice unique. Now, because we have different, our sinus cavities and our nose shapes tend to be different, especially amongst people of West African descent, which have more of a bell pepper shaped nose, and their nasal cavities are a little bit different. How the reverberations that come out every time they speak, it does give off like somewhat of a unique signature that you'll tie to, let's say, Black people. People with big noses like myself will often have a nose that sounds like, or excuse me, a voice that sounds like you have a big nose, and it doesn't because I have a big nose. You know, it is what it is. I don't know. But I mean, he was kind of giving off all of these hallmarks, and then he went off with Yo Mans, and it's just like,
I love it. Pascal, you said that you well, someone in the chat said that. What did he say that was wrong? Oh, that's the title of the room. Well, I'm conservative, so let me first by saying that I voted for Trump in the title. Yeah, I got you, Ken. Check. The first thing he said wrong was that the Civil Rights Act shouldn't have been passed. That's the right decade.
Oh my God, it's getting old.
Okay, we already had this conversation. Like, we're just like, and then half an hour.
I got you. Can I finish?
Okay, you're Black also. You're not white. So
what did I have to do with? Yeah, can I finish?
Because you said you were white. So
I did not say I was white.
You have a picture of a white guy in your fucking profile, and you're obviously Black. I can hear it in your fucking voice. So
oh my goodness.
What else?
I didn't say I was white. One.
And you're obviously trying to say,
no,
my goodness.
That was the other guy that said he was white.
Okay, hold on. No,
I accept your apology.
Shut the fuck up. I can literally tell this is a black guy. Okay, trying to somehow pass as white. He's trying to speak.
I'm not passing as white. I never call myself white. Can you look? Thank you. Can I finish? Look at the PTR, and you see that I'm not pretending I'm a white guy. That's a screenshot. Jesus, you're trying to make it a race thing so bad. Nobody made it, brother. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Are you gonna let me answer? Or are you gonna be triggered?
Okay, just shut your fucking mouth and answer.
All right, thank you for being triggered. Anyway, the second thing, sorry for, just got lost my train of thought. Besides the civil rights thing, he also said that Juneteenth shouldn't be a holiday, which to me doesn't make any sense. Should we not celebrate the freedom?
Why should it be a holiday?
Should we not celebrate the freedom of all Americans? July 4th is a... And I'm sorry. You know what?
I get it.
You want me to answer the question or not? It's celebrating the freedom of certain Americans. And what better to celebrate freedom? Why not celebrate the freedom of all Americans? White Americans, Black Americans, Native Americans. What's wrong with that?
Amazing. Yeah, 4th of July. Yeah.
Okay, so you had
to say that. Wow, you got it, bro.
So you had a civil war where was it like 600,000 or so Northerners, lost their lives fighting so that Black people would no longer be farm equipment in the South, and they'd have to then actually I won't even say anything beyond that, but okay, it took a couple years for it to spread, and then some of the last slaves and I don't know, it was like Texas or some shit, they ended up realizing, oh, we free, and then it's just like amazing. They found out then that they were free, so we're gonna make it a fucking holiday. It's just like, okay, like what are we celebrating? The message being delivered to the last of the Black people.
Celebrating. What's wrong with celebrating freedom of all Americans, though?
Nobody's saying.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, 4th of July.
No, but
it's like, but generally when you celebrate a holiday, it's because there's an accomplishment. Yet there's a feat that is involved. Now, okay, we're giving Black people this holiday, which I guess in a weird way, like Juneteenth would be celebrating white people defeating the South and freeing the slaves. So it's just like, why are we making
that would be the day that Robert
Day you would want to celebrate would be January 1st with the Emancipation Proclamation.
was declared by Abraham Lincoln. That's ultimately what led to the freeing of the slaves.
No, it didn't.
Number two, that ultimately the Emancipation Proclamation is what led to it. Did you hear what I said, Autumn? Led to it. The passing of the 14th Amendment ultimately did it, right? So why are we celebrating?
The 14th Amendment
Juneteenth?
The 14th Amendment just gave black people the right to vote. It didn't. But anyway, why are we complaining about the freedom of the 14th?
We're not complaining about the freedom of black people. Yeah, we're having a conversation. But you ask a question, and every time I answer,
one sentence, you
because you said,
I listened to what you said, and
no, you dipshit. Literally said, you had a war fought by whites that freed the blacks. The last blacks that were to get them a day that these black people were free. Now, at the end of the day, who is responsible for the liberation of these blacks? Well, not the blacks that heard the message the last. It's going to be the white men who ended up shedding their blood, shedding the blood of others, and 600,000 of their lives were lost. In order to free them. So, with that being said, in a weird way, it's this pro-black thing, but it's honoring the literally the blood of white men. Now, and I forget what the other point was, because I keep on getting distracted by how you keep on having to be muted. You know what? It's just, this is holy shit. This is stupid.
Let me explain how dumb this guy was. He said the 14th Amendment was only for blacks to gain the right to vote. When we just had the argument about the civil rights had to be passed for blacks to be able to vote in all states. The 14th Amendment is very clear. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction of are citizens of the United States in the state wherein they reside. It's such a waste of time to argue with dumb, ignorant people. Yeah, so Paul, Juneteenth celebrates when the Union Army rolled into Houston, Texas, and declared the last remaining slaves that they were free, because they hadn't been told that they were free yet, or they were still being held captive, I guess.
But I'm curious, does that
have become the snowflakes that you guys have complained about?
Well, hold on, shut up.
Because they don't agree with you.
No, it's not what I'm doing. You're disruptive. It's because you're disruptive. But I do have a question for you, because Abby asked me that. Or she didn't ask me. She suggested that somebody on stage should ask this question: What do you think of Columbus Day? Should Columbus Day exist?
Are you going to interrupt me, or are you going to finally let me answer it?
Well, if you'll answer that question, sure.
If I answer it, can I give a submission when you interrupt me?
Yeah.
Thank God. Because I thought I think conservatives.
Oh my God!
I think I'm trying to answer snowflakes. I think Columbus Day should exist. Now, can I give a submission without snowflakes interrupting?
Yes. Tell us why it should exist.
God, snowflakes. No, I answered your question. I said I want to give a submission. So you're going to listen to my submission unless you want to listen.
No, I thought you said you were going to answer.
I answered to be canceled. Are you acting like a snowflake? You're going to get me canceled now? Jesus Christ. Someone said
Okay, say what you're going to say. I'll give you 30 seconds. Okay, listen, you fucking retard. I'll give you 30 seconds, okay? Literally. Just say what you're going to say, and then, hold on, let me get my timer ready, because I actually have to bring out a timer, so hold on. Timer. I don't know why he's seen the goat. I didn't put him there.
He left, actually.
Amazing.
All right, MOG, tell us about why you hate Charlie Kirk.
I know MOG hates me. He's called me a cracker.
I'm a Charlie Kirk. Okay, I'm a Charlie Kirk fan. Yes, you are right. I know I don't fuck with you. You're dirty right. Actually, it's a shame that we lost a respectful white guy like this Kirk guy. You know, he's way better than a lot of these trash people on this album.
He's a better white than I am. Like, we can agree. No, I agree. He's a
Here's my thing, and I'm gonna pass the mic because I appreciate y'all letting me speak. I'm gonna pass the mic. This is my thing, y'all. I seen a little bit of this funeral today. I was kind of busy. I gotta watch it later. Man, I am a Charlie fan, like no trolling. But at the same time, I'm not talking about no other race but white people race. I will never let go of this shit. I will stay on y'all top. With y'all political killing ass, I will stay on y'all ass. Y'all killed Charlie. Hold on, let me get this out. Y'all killed Charlie for what exactly? Let me show you how strict these white men are. And what's worse is you all have been so pussy and so bitch and have not accepted any responsibility. Talking about far left, talking about far right. This is a far right bullshit. And you killed Charlie, and he didn't even deserve a push, anything physical. The guy was the most respectable debater ever. You know, when I first started seeing clips, I was like, you know, I started seeing the little cutoff clips. I said, man, fuck this little racist, blah, 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 blah. And then I went and saw more clips. I said, this is a regular human being who loves the Lord. He has said some slick shit to black people. I say slick shit to white people. Y'all need to stop being beat. But y'all people who allows people's opinion and you shoot them, it's only white people who do this shit, right? And that's whatever. But y'all are a threat to our Constitution, our First Amendment, all that shit. Like, I'd rather be a dangerous thug running around Chicago at this point. Look at that shit. We're not safe. Nobody's safe.
Hey, what about the girl on the subway? Someone in the chat mentioned that, and I agree. What about it?
Yeah, we're off the Ukrainian girl stuff.
What about the projection? Will work. Right? Bullshit I'm talking about. Y'all so hoe and bitch. I don't want to hear nothing, no opinion about the black community and their violence. Because look at how y'all act like little girls.
You asked for examples.
No, it's true. You get up there, and the minute you have a different opinion, it's faggot this, shut the fuck up this. You would never do that in real life. No, you would never say that to somebody in real life.
I'm not worried about it in real life. You know how angry they get. Look at how they're
we can actually shoot hundreds of yards on like
white people.
Hold your fucking gun sideways. It's 90% of rounds.
I don't hate y'all white people.
Y'all really good shots.
Hold on, y'all guys give it up. And y'all would never
I gotta interject. To be fair, white fought the Civil War against other white people.
You're missing the point.
Yeah, to save your black ass.
White brother, who I do not hate, you are missing the point. It is not about your conglomerate with black. This is about when you mess up. This is the area you need to fix. Just like my people, we have.
Yeah, we're not in the same group with the leftists.
You don't want to fix what you need to fix. One thing I love about black people, we have no problem talking about.
We like the conservative blacks.
But we talk about the violent. We talk about the violent black people all the time. It's so stupid.
Remember that. No black.
The minute somebody came up here with a contradicting opinion,
Joe wanted to say something. Shut your faggot ass up. Yes, I'm shutting you down. Just let Joe.
And second of all, the funniest thing is,
okay, moms, if you want to talk, just mute. Moms, if you want to talk, just mute. Because these faggots will not shut the fuck up.
Bitch, you would never say that to anybody in real life.
Alright, chill, bro. Look, I just want to address Mog's point. White people have a fundamentally different way we look at ourselves. We don't have this collective mentality based on
read.
So, what's that?
I was telling him read it.
God damn, will you shut the fuck up, gang?
So I understand where you're coming from, Mog, but you're looking at it from the lens of how black folks usually tend to look at themselves as some monolith or collective group, even though you're not, and you would even admit you're not. But white people don't look at ourselves as some monolithic group based on our race. That's just ultimately what it is. We look at each other different based on our ideologies, our beliefs, our ideas. I think black people do too. So we can, like, when are we going to get to the point we look at everybody just based on our ideas and beliefs rather than the color of our skin?
Maybe one day, but one day is in the future. We're here today.
What's up, obnoxious about that statement is he said maybe one day is we're here. Well, you have to understand when you attack white people, and white people are demographically becoming more of a minority, and I love how black people think this works in their favor, which I think it actually, their biggest threat is going to be the demographic change. But with that being said, you attack us based on our identity, and as we become a smaller portion of the population, you're going to see white people kind of attached to that identity more and more and more. It's no secret that the smaller the minority you are, wherever you are, the more attached and I guess you say clannish or tribal you become. It's not much different, and I don't know. It's just weird having to hear this bullshit.
Well, but you know what? I don't even think about it.
We gotta hear it all the time. It is weird. It is weird. I don't know. I agree.
Well, people are talking about, oh, black people kill more people, white people kill more people. There's killing on both sides, maybe one side more than the other. But what I will say is I feel like there's more liberal people, black and white, killing people than there are conservative people killing people.
I agree. And which ideology? Which ideology has more criminals?
Social concepts like
which ideology has more criminals?
I don't know.
Chuck, were you not allowed her to finish what she was asking?
No, I get what you're saying. Like, what social construct do they fit?
Get it? Why not allow her to
What
finish?
concept do they fit in? But I don't think them will really fit into too much concept. If you ask them, then maybe they might do shit and just tell you some shit.
Democrats have more crime.
Yeah, like
Democrats have more crime. It's leftists that are doing this.
I don't know. I just think people do crimes.
Young black males are doing a lot of the shootings and killings.
Show was talking more conservatives and like events.
What's up, James? Let me know when I say something. It's a shot.
You can't say that shit. It's killing on both sides.
Young black males don't.
You know what? I'm tired of this both sides bullshit. I'm tired of this both sides bullshit. Okay? Black people, the leading cause of death for black men, young black men, whether teenage boys or adolescents and young adult male blacks, it is homicide. It's not the same in the white community. To sit here and pretend like, well, it's a both sides issue. No, it's not. Yes, white people kill white people primarily. Black people too.
What's the leading cause?
No, I'm not. No, you fucking retard. We know that heart disease.
And talking adults.
Finish my fucking point. Now we know that heart disease affects black men at a much higher rate than it affects white people. They are likely to die earlier than that, generally middle-aged and of an age. But when it comes to, once again, adolescent and young adult men, they absolutely are far more likely to die. Young black men.
I think we just got to start running for office. More black men. A lot less black on black violence. Because, we don't bother black politics. We don't do public politics. That's what white people do. So black men don't
killing each other. That's the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You guys literally enslave each other. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't do political violence.
No, you stupid faggot. I literally said that the number one cause of death.
You said that. He didn't say it.
Amazing.
You said that.
I know. The number one cause of death for young black men and black boys is murder. It's not for white boys.
No, it's not. It's diabetes, it's screw.
No. It's heart disease and diabetes and all that shit once you get to advanced age, you fucking retard.
White people don't have a drug culture.
It's suicide. That's the number one case. The number one cause to like younger men dying is diabetes.
you fucking retarded.
Yeah, I know, man. Come on, dude. Have an actual conversation about something instead of this shit, dude. Come on, dude.
No, Pepe, I
Come on,
agree with
man.
you.
Do something.
But also, isn't there a correlation with more black people being a part of the Democrat Party? So that's the point I was trying to make.
There's a correlation of Pepe's statistics and hating black people.
Okay, how about you stupid goddamn crowd? Somebody moved that filthy fucking cracker back to where he was, the big billionaire. Amazing. Fuck you, Paxo. Okay, but
all right, 15 to 24-year-old males are significantly higher. It's the leading cause for 15 to 24-year-old.
Black or white or all?
For black males, 15 to 24 is the leading cause is homicide amongst African Americans. It's the leading cause.
Amazing.
So the exact comparative numbers for 2023 aren't specified in the data I found. Historically, the homicide rate for black males that age has been over 70% higher than their white counterparts.
And what is the leading cause of death for white males? 15 to 24. Hold on, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your mouth. Because I'm curious, like, what is the leading cause of death from 15 to 20? He's looking it up. But like I said, he said 15 to 24. Now, this is a statistic that it's been solidly trending. It hasn't changed too much. We're the leading cause of death for young black men and older boys. It's been homicide. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. And it's obviously not white people killing them. It's them killing themselves.
Bro, where did y'all find this nigga Ken from, bro? Niggas need to beat Ken ass. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Like, Ken, bro, this shit was just embarrassing.
Yeah, I know.
I found the stats, bro.
Okay, I got the answer. So it's hold on. It's unintentional accidents, like motorcycle.
Sucking cock was number one.
So your first inclination is to beat up somebody for reading off facts? Like you have the inclination for violence? Somebody said they wanted to beat up Ken because he read off some statistics.
Oh, I mean, they can come fuck with me. I'm 6'4", 260, and I stay strapped. I got over 100 fucking firearms and I have trained, so bring it the fuck on.
What do you do? Let's go.
I don't want my blood side, please.
No, I'm worried about our general.
I don't miss when I shoot.
White people just look at the fact that you all did a decent thing today.
You're big and rich. Okay, look, there is nobody, and I'm gonna be very blunt about this, and you guys all know this. Whether you're black, whether you're a tranny, whether you're gay, whether it didn't matter what you're this. Now, because you guys wanted to make this a race issue, when it comes to the average everyday MLK parade, you guys are on high alert. You guys know some shit's about to pop off. It's a lot different. I mean, dude, like when it comes to like conservatives, we're so much different from you people. And I'm talking about blacks and whites. We're so much different. And it's and like hearing a lot of the black people on here, which I would consider radical. You guys know what would go down on the average MLK day or parade in whatever black part of town you live in. There's going to be some ghetto drama, which involves gunfire and deaths.
Why did you guys call me black?
What the fuck is this nigga talking about?
No, I agree. That's that trailer park shit that these niggas are doing.
I just have a question.
Yeah, there's a lot of white demons. There's a lot of white demonic energy that came from the 60s and beyond. And this has flowed into the black community. I don't know when black people started doing this to each other. I mean, this is what white people used to do, just mind their own business. They used to just get out of the fucking.
Oh, y'all fucked.
be black like that. I don't know what niggas you think.
We're tired of trying to live peaceful lives.
Who is the word though? I'm trying to identify. I don't really understand what you are, brother.
Okay, so here, I hope you understand. If you just shut the fuck up for 2 goddamn seconds.
Okay, bitch. Go ahead, bitch.
Let me PTR this for a second. I'm gonna show you what I'm right now. Let me put it on my PTR real quick and I'll show you. Where is it? Okay, boom, right there. Go ahead, PTR, man.
I'm tired of niggas like in the roof.
So if you PTR, Trap, shut your dreadhead, skinny jeans wearing ass up. So if you PTR, that's my cousin right there. That's what we're tired of. My cousin was a decorated Vietnam veteran. You read that article there, he was gunned down, shot in the back of the head while he was driving. Okay, and if you look at the description, it's a 14 and 50-year-old. Wasn't a white boy, wasn't an Asian boy, wasn't a Hispanic boy, wasn't a Ku Klux Klan member. It was niggas like y'all. So that's what we're getting sick. We're tired.
Nigerian American, you're the fucking worst. You sold your own people, you piece of shit.
I hate niggers and crackers. I hate everybody. I hate everybody so fucking much.
I agree. I'm the equal opportunity hater.
So do we not think that these same crimes are occurring inside other communities?
They're not at the same rate, Trap. Not at the same rate, Trap.
Fuck the rate. Because if we talk about rates, more white people are in poverty, more white people are doing this and that. So
14, 40-year-old black males make up 54% of all homicides in America. 3.75% of the fucking U.S. population makes up 54% of all homicides. So that means if black men decided to go back to fucking Nigeria tomorrow, we would have 54% less fucking homicides in America. And if all the Hispanics went back, we would have an additional 24%. We'd be down fucking 78% lower in homicides if blacks and Mexicans fucking just left. Like just 14 to 40-year-old men, or they can just stop killing themselves, or get trapped. They can just stop killing themselves. Oh, the Holy Spirit hates you. Got you in the Matrix. You in the blender, MOG, you in the Matrix.
You automatically join the club or something.
No, I'm saying just stop killing each other. That's what Charlie Kirk was literally saying. That's literally what Charlie Kirk was saying. When a black man came up and said, Charlie Kirk, why are you racist? Why do you hate black people? And he said, I love black people. I love gay people. I love Hispanics. I love everybody. I want them all to come to Christ, and I want black men to stop fucking leaving their fucking kids. I want black women to stop aborting their babies, and I want young black men in the inner cities to stop killing each other. That's all he's saying. And I'm like, oh, he's such a white supremacist.
Okay, so those of us that watch this, do you think that whether or not you were white, let's say you're a black person who ended up going into the State Farm Stadium, do you think that if a group of white people were to fuck with a black man, that anybody in that crowd would have been okay with it, that they would have not stepped in? I'm just curious. I have my answer.
Wait, say it again.
Okay, Charlie Kirk's memorial service. You had like anywhere from 100 to 300,000 people that were there. But in an arena, I don't know what their capacity was. Do you think that just in that company, that if I or somebody else or anybody was going to prey on a black person because of the color of their skin, that we would be able to do so without any kind of pushback?
We would all beat your ass for doing so, Pepe. Every white person, every black person, every Hispanic person who follows Charlie Kirk would beat your ass for fucking with a black person at any of Charlie Kirk's events. I mean, they've had it before. They've had it in multiple situations where a black person comes up and says, fuck you, you racist piece of shit. And then, like, everybody stays calm. They boo him and shit. And even Charlie Kirk would say, I know, but Charlie Kirk would tell the entire crowd, hey, let's be nice. Let's be kind to this person. Allow this person to speak. And they shot him for it.
I mean, if I was to fuck with people and, let's say really racist shit, I would I cannot see myself being welcome amongst that crowd. Like, they're not
be perfectly
those people.
fine, bro. Stop that shit, bro. Y'all niggas be acting like, bro. Stop
Bro,
that
just
shit.
by listening, Trap, you've never watched a full
Bro,
Charlie
y'all
Kirk
do shit
video.
any motherfucking way, but stop that shit. You'll be perfectly fucking
Trap,
fine.
can you be intellectually honest and tell us right now that you've watched? Hold on, Trap. Can you tell us?
Hold on, everybody, hold on. So I'm somebody. Pepe, as racist as he is, you guys would love to call me like Hitler and all of that stuff. If I saw like a black guy being picked on because he's black, at something at like a Charlie Kirk remembrance event, I would say like, dude, like, you guys go fuck yourselves. Like, leave this dude alone. He's on our side. He's showing his support. I would not allow it, and I would disavow any. Like, look, I've always thought like the racist thing is kind of like funny because I've always thought that people overreact to it, but at the end of the day, like my identity as far as being white, it's not really existed so much, except for like when I hear the left just like demonize us. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm proud to be white and amazing. I'm gonna piss you people off. But like on this app, even like most of the people that I'm cool with and that I'll mod up, they're not. A lot of them are not white. A lot of them are black. There's an identity, you know, and then some of the people that I really dislike on this app are white. And like there is, I do think that and I think I'm shooting myself in the foot when I say this, but I do think ideology matters over, you know, the color of your fucking skin. I think that the biggest enemies of people like myself are primarily other white people that think a lot differently than me. It's not black people. It's not racial minorities. But I do think you know, and I am a agitator and a troll and all of that stuff. I'm not a uniter. I'm not a healer. I'm not Charlie Kirk. You know, I'm a piece of shit compared to him. I'm somebody who. What?
I said we all are.
Yeah, you know,
we out of that shit.
You are too.
Fuck no.
He united fucking 80 million people who follow him globally
to
bring people to conservatism. You piece of shit. Conservative Judeo-Christian.
Trap can even spell conservative.
Your grandma's rolling in her grave, bro.
Bro, you a black man. Calm down. If you can spell it, I can.
Well, hold on. No, hold on. He could. Sick did ask you to spell conservative. Can you spell it?
But I know you want to watch two black men fight, but he's black. If he can spell it, I can spell it. The fuck is wrong with you?
Spell conservative.
C-O-N-S-E-R.
It's a
lot more people on your end of the world than mine.
Okay,
I know you might not know the stats for real, but it's a lot more idiots.
What is 8 times 7? What is 8 times 7?
What are you talking about?
What is 8 times 7?
I don't know. This is not that type of party.
But I knew that in 3rd grade. And no.
56, come on.
We're raised differently, so, you know, I'm not going to knock you. How do you spell Mississippi? Can you spell Mississippi?
How were you raised?
I did go to Catholic school.
That's not the majority of your community, though. Like,
Exactly.
So, like.
So I went to school that was, like, better than most of my community.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're privileged. That's cool.
Amazing.
But most of your community isn't. Most of your community is in poverty.
Can you spell Mississippi?
You remember you guys are like broke.
Most of us are not in poverty. It's a lie. No, that's literally nothing.
Overall, y'all broke.
In fact, even the black community
there's more poor white people than black people. Since what?
Can you spell Idaho? Okay, can you spell Idaho?
I mean, I guess I could, but it's not that type of party.
Okay, yeah. You see, he can't. This is mean. My bad. I shouldn't even.
Yeah, you can't expect too much of him. Carolina's a terrible place to say.
So you see, that's what I was talking about ideologies and which commit more crime. Even if somebody doesn't follow an ideology, look at which cities and how they're governed, and the cities that are governed by the left, those are the ones that tend to have more crime because the people are just reaching. And the people that are being governed by the left, well, it's because usually the citizens vote them in. So, I mean, that's not always the case. Like, for instance, I'm in California. I'm a minority because I'm a conservative, and I do not vote for Kamala. But anyway, the thing that you see.
Y'all really think this shit is two different parties. Like, these people don't got the same agenda. Like, y'all really is that small-minded. Like,
you can't spell Idaho or Mississippi. Shut the fuck up.
That shit don't make no sense. How many times have you seen presidents or candidates go against each other? I'm talking about literally hardcore go against each other, and then in another goddamn picture or clip, you'll see them sipping coffee and smoking cigars.
I'm glad you watched the YouTube video.
Like,
You fucking tart.
Y'all so intellectual that y'all became idiots.
You seem to think that I look at somebody like Gavin Newsom.
It's not no difference inside none of these sides.
No, you fucking retard. You seem to think
it's alright. You'll understand one day. Maybe when you're 90.
No, I won't.
Difference inside.
You're some literally piece of shit. I don't think you fucking understand. Okay, I gotta mute you. Okay, now I gotta mute you because you're just fucking running your mouth.
You wanna mute a black man? I got it.
Yes, I'm gonna mute the fuck out of a black man. Absolutely, I have zero problems with
You
muting
also
a black
mute
man.
me too, and I'm white.
So, okay, like I can look at a piece of shit like Gavin Newsom, who I think is a very dangerous individual. I think he's a sociopathic piece of shit. He'll promote whatever values has to keep him in power. Obviously, now when it comes to white people, like once again, like the people, by and large, that still hold the levers of power. Excuse me, in the United States. I mean, they're white people. White people. We do not agree with each other. Who are the power brokers in America? Realistically, it's mostly white people. The main issue when it comes to the United States.
Dr. Articulate there, that faggot.
It's literally big brands going against small brands. So you have these people who come and then they say that they're running for this, they say that they're running for that, and then they let us, aka you guys, because I don't fall into this, I don't vote, I don't fit into none of that shit. Only thing I do is work a fucking job. You feel me? And pay my fucking taxes. That's it.
Can we move this one down to engage?
You feel me? I don't fit into none of that other shit. What they do is they come and then they try to create this illusion to the masses of the people and try to tell you that, hey, this side is better than this side. This candidate is better than this candidate. When in fucking reality, all of these people are friends with the same goal. Keep you broke people broke and under them. It's literally
amazing. You know what?
It's literally amazing. So it's.
Yeah, I'm bored of you. Okay. Who else wants to speak?
I think Dr. Unbelievable Truth wants to speak. Go ahead, Doctor. MOG, your animations, bro. Like, really bad.
How do you say I'm friend with
Get out of here, man.
Thank you.
Rest in peace.
MOG, your Obama fucks breaking up, bro.
That's so sad too. Is that her son? She's the one in that picture.
It is. Well,
God, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're sick of this shit, man. I'm sorry, man, but these YNs and YBs, man, their days are numbered. Everybody's moving to the right. We're sick of this shit, bro.
Yep. unbelievable. You want to say something?
Anyone is saying.
How's everybody doing today?
Oh, it's not doctor.
Hey, what's going on, Dr. Book?
Okay, yeah. Oh shit. About so the title of the room is "Can you point out anything Charlie Kirk said that was wrong?"
Wait, before you start, Doctor, have you ever watched a full Charlie Kirk segment or not? Not the clips, just a full segment.
You said full segment?
Yeah, like a 1 hour video. In its entirety. So that's enough.
I haven't really just sit there and watched the whole video. Since Candace on, then the rest of them stopped. Rhetoric. Misinformation. Bunch of skewed statistics.
Have you seen?
But you haven't seen it though, right? Well, sorry, so go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask the same thing. Like, if you have you really didn't answer the question. Have you seen a full segment and clip?
You pretty much said that.
Yeah, I said yes. I said but I was never fond of anything him or Kenneth Owens or Brennan Tatum said or what's the other one, Jordan Peterson. I just do.
I like Brandon Tatum. Brandon Tatum, he lives here in Phoenix. He's pretty cool, right? I've spoken with him before. I like him.
See, Brandon Tatum is a token blank.
So what? And it's fair. You don't have to be fond of anything Charlie Kirk said, and that's fair. That you're right. But is there anything from what you've seen that he stated that was objectively false?
The way he threw rhetoric about black on black crime.
Okay, what specifically was wrong about that?
Well, he said he basically said the 1350 argument is false. The argument that black
It's not false, you fucking.
Black children not having their fathers around is false. These are all false narratives.
Okay, so the black children having their fathers around, what's false about that? Do you counter that?
He said black children don't grow up with fathers.
Oh, see, this is where he talks about that black men are kind of in their children's lives, but you actually have to look at children born out of wedlock, and then that actually explains it, that they're being born into households where the father's not 100% in the household. They'll be like, oh, well, he comes over on birthdays and like once a week. It's like that's not being a dad.
I want to hear what he's got. Yeah, Doctor, what makes that statement false?
And another statement he made false about these black people committed most of the murders. That's false. If you look at the FBI crime statistic, we know who do most of the murders here in America. Pew violence. We know who are the biggest and the most active school shooters, church shooters, grocery store shooters. It's high time we have a talk about white on white crime. It's getting out of hand.
The white on white crime. No, it's not. Hold on.
He's talking to Alabama too, but he's
Okay, if you look at the white, Latino / Hispanic population in the United States.
White people so inherently bad?
Okay. No, that's a baseless assertion. But like when it comes to white Americans, the non-Latino / Hispanic Americans, our homicide rate is not much different from Western Europe, which has much stricter gun laws. It's just a fact. You can say that like, oh, that's racist, amazing. But I would say it is something within other communities in the United States where it's different. Now, I'm somebody who did grow up primarily in Arizona, where even kids, when I was a kid, and I mean like even under the age of 10, a lot of us shot guns. I shot guns before I was 10. Guns is like this superpower.
But that's false, y'all do. That's why y'all do.
It's not. No, but it's not. It's not.
It's crazy that.
Oh my God, you fucking retard!
Hold on.
Literally, the majority of you. No, hold on.
Y'all ain't up in arms about that, but y'all up in arms about Charlie Kirk.
Okay,
that makes sense. Children
are retard. Once again, we can look at that. First of all, these schools should. These schools should. Amazing.
A white boy.
You just don't know how to shut your goddamn mouth. These school shootings, where you hear about all of these
white men,
kids that were no, not necessarily.
White.
They were, yeah. So what ends up happening there? They're anomalous. Like literally, very rare events, and
motherfucker.
They're literally very rare.
So what about Dylan Roof? What about people like him?
Once again, very rare. That's why we're talking about him. He's very rare.
He's very rare. What the fuck is he talking about?
Okay, listen. How many times? Okay, hold on.
He literally
okay, very rare. You goddamn retard.
It wasn't where.
You're trying. I understand because like you're too stupid to even like understand the fallacy that you're committing. Okay, there's an appeal to empathy there. Now we agree that what Dylan Roof did was horrible. Now, amazing. So I can think of Dylan Roof.
People was losing their grandma.
I can think of Dylan Roof. I can think of the Buffalo shooter.
Dylan Roof was a piece of shit.
Amazing. Okay, you know what?
I'm smoking on Charlie.
Okay, since you don't know how to shut your mouth, you have to go to the audience because you're just like literally you didn't want to engage in a debate. You just wanted to, fucking run your fucking mouth. Nobody is going to look at Dylan Roof. He goes into a black church. Here's this goofy, autistic-looking white boy. He looks like he has problems. I would have looked at him and be like, wow, dude, you're weird. But these, just like I would if I was at church, I would say, no, we'll take him in. He's weird. Yeah, I get it. He's different. I'll accept him. And he did it. Then he did the unthinkable. The fact that he shot these people afterwards, I think it's horrible. There's no justifying it. There's no way to whitewash it. What Dylan Roof did was horrible. We can look at the Buffalo shooters attack. He's somebody that just started shooting colored people in the head. When I say colored, the reason why that popped into mind is one of the first people I saw him shoot in the head was a light-skinned mulatto woman. He starts going in shooting black people. There's one. Then he's going by the cash registers, and there's a white man. It's like, please don't. And he's like, no, I'm sorry, bro. And he spares the white man. that kid is a demonic piece of shit. Dylan Ruth and I don't even know the name of the Buffalo shooter. It's a travesty of justice. Like, why? His only crime is killing a Negro.
And you know what's so crazy?
You haven't heard me say that.
No, I heard it just now. But you know what's so crazy? Every damn thing that a white person can goddamn complain about right now in 2025, your founding fathers, your ancestors, the people inside the fucking history books that they made us read about, you guys pray. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Yes, they did. Nigga, shut up. They created all
Here's the thing.
down there. Shut up. Y'all been trying to get us. I don't give a fuck. If we don't give them the credit, give them the credit. Y'all want to give.
Shut you started gangs. That's who started the fucking the brutality with blacks on black and treating blacks the worst, bro. Do some fucking. 3 black guys running for an elevator.
I just want to say this, like, I'm not somebody who's going to put white people on a pedestal and act like we were, like, good people. Somehow, all of us have, like, a shock value on this app, but when I first meet people in general, whether you're black or white, there's no, let's just say it's only white people. I cannot tell what kind of person you are. Just glancing at you, I can see some cues where, okay, well, maybe this person feels a certain way or whatever. Maybe they're a potential ally, maybe they're not. With black people, it's relatively the same. When it comes to judging individuals, now I do talk about group differences, but when it comes to individuals, it is so hit or miss with white people, and even with black people. I mean, look at my fucking history on the app. Like, and this is what I find funny is like most of the black people, or not most of the black people, most of the people that I end up kind of having, I end up becoming cool with, so happen to be black. We're like more politically aligned. And then the people that way differently oriented in myself.
Okay, so listen, me as a black man, I know y'all think I'm like uneducated, but see, you as a black man, you shouldn't be saying stuff against us without proper knowledge of it. Gangs right now, the modern term for gangs, you might be correct on. Like maybe we might fit into the majority of that. But gangs, again, the concept of being in the 1630s, that's a gang. A set of workmen in the 16s, 20s, that's a fucking gang. The shit that you talking about with the Congolese in the fucking 2000s has nothing to do with the Congolese.
You're retarded, gang.
Fuck out of here.
You're retarded, gang.
Research sync before you start.
Okay, shut your fucking mouth, nigga. Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Games.
Take the credit for what you got.
If we look at shut your fucking mouth. Okay, I'm gonna move you to the group. Shut your fucking mouth. Like, gangs existed, for example, in Eastern Asia. We can look in China and Japan. Gangs existed before colonization ever took place there, and of course, colonization didn't really take place in Japan. But they had the Yakuza. When it comes to, like, caste systems, like, for example, the Indian caste system, that's existed for thousands of years. In fact, it's taken place for so long that there's a genetic distinction between the castes. In India, a lot of the shit that people like to attribute towards, like, white supremacy or Europeans, dude, there are opportunistic bandits that will band together and commit crimes together. And somehow it's white supremacy. This is like such a default human behavior for malaligned sociopaths. it's laughable having to hear people say, "Oh, it's just whites that do it." You see it in every fucking group. It is so retarded.
Well, that's why I was saying that I was trying to explain to this young man here is that before the Muslims came into Africa, before the Portuguese prescribing brutal violence, murders, all that type of shit, Africans were doing it to each other before any other ethnic group stepped in.
You can say England, I'll give you the pass. Also, does this feel the trap is giving off single mother energy?
Bro, listen, that shit sound corny, but again, you are not accurate with like again, we all search up. You niggas search up everything else. You search up all the statistics that you want against black people. Now let's start searching up some facts. A band of travelers is a gang, nigga. Again, a gang, nigga. And the shit that you're talking about when you refer to the Congolese, when you refer to the Congolese, because you tried to use that dumbass shit. When you refer, bro, now you're trying to go to Africa, but the first statement that you made was not true at all, sir.
So
at all, sir. At all, sir.
You brought up Congolese 2000, sir. We're talking way before that. So again, the Congolese Empire. What was the Congolese Empire most notable for? How did their empire get as big as it did, Trap?
Slavery.
Bro, I'm not even gonna lie. There's multiple ways.
Okay. Well, what was the biggest way? How did the Congolese Empire rise to its infamy? Trap, can you answer that question?
Tribalism, rape, murders, slavery.
Right.
He was asking Trap. I know, but Trap's never going to get it. He's too dumb.
Yeah, he's too dumb. So, again, Trap, to try to blame white people for these things, it's just not true. Africans were doing it to each other way before any other ethnic.
Hold on, wait. My bad. Y'all boys went out and in like completely. I don't know if my phone fucked up. You were saying before you went out, though, what did the Congolese do? Like to gain their empire?
You understand the Congolese Empire is one of the biggest African empires in history. How did they get so big? How did they get so notoriable? And this was before the Muslims. It's multiple Portuguese and the whites came over.
It's multiple things that these people do. It's not like
there was one thing that caused them to grow as big as they got.
And what is that?
It was fucking brutally killing and enslaving other African tribes. That's your first instance of gangs in Africa when it comes to black people. It has nothing to do with
And when did this happen?
1390.
1390.
Hold on, can I say something?
Let me ask you a question.
I want to read something.
Let me ask you a question. First thing, when you say the Congolese in 1390, that shit was hella like strange because I want to know what are you talking about when you say 1390s, the Congolese? Like, that shit was hella strange. When you say Congolese, I'm thinking, like, 1800s, like, late 1800s. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Either way, he's wrong, though.
I think
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I think Ash was trying to talk 1490.
Line shit, move time, snaps and shit. Like, niggas don't really know, but
but Ash is making a different argument. He's trying to make the 1490 argument where he's trying to say like once the Muslims.
He's trying to put what happened with the Congolese.
Hold on.
Because nobody lets me talk. I can explain what I'm trying to say.
Okay, go ahead, explain. Go ahead and be a dirty sand nigger and explain what you're trying to do.
I'm a white man. You can hear it in my voice. I'm white. Modern street gangs, the kind of gangs we think of today, organized urban street crews, mostly appeared in the 1800s and the 1900s, started with Irish immigrants and Italian immigrants. We did create gangs. Let's give us some credit.
Yeah.
Okay,
we created street gangs.
So, you guys, I've heard everybody go back to like the Civil War and all this stuff, and now we're going back to the 1600s and the 1300s.
Black people didn't invent everything.
Say that we like came along
we created some
shit.
shit.
Like, can we maybe keep it to what's going on today instead of 400, 500, 600 years ago?
No, but what you guys created a long time ago, it affects us now. Y'all
the point is,
black people forgetting to the concepts that you have.
Yeah.
You see,
we actually get
that's
the truth.
Guys, I'm gonna switch to listening. I'm just gonna listen for a while. You guys, if whatever happened, if you have to kick people, if you have to do whatever you have to do, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna listen to this point now.
Yes, the point is typically what these types of blacks do to circumvent accountability for their bullshit is they try to blame whites and they try to go, well, white people did it first and white people this and that. And history just showed you before white people were even a thing over there, before any other ethnicity stepped over there, they were doing this brutal shit to them. This tribalism existed. So it's just to counter the point that you can't blame whites for shit when whites weren't even fucking there. When they
I'm not
taking
even
away
gonna
from our
lie.
accomplishments.
What you're saying just sounds like
Here's the thing.
he's taking away from our accomplishments.
You can't
The white man, the white taking away from his accomplishments.
You trace back any civilization back far enough, there's going to be slavery. There's going to be oppression. There's going to be shit. White people have white slaves. Black people have black slaves. How do you think the United States got slaves? Because black people sold them to the white people and other black people. So, I mean, just everybody has slavery if you go far back enough. And if you're starting to go back to the 1600s and the 1300s and whatever, then you're kind of losing the thread of your point. You're kind of like...
He's absolutely right. Hold on. He's absolutely right.
Y'all hate when we go back to the roots, because y'all always...
Yeah, we are the roots.
Y'all say
Yeah, so we are the inventors.
y'all hate going back to the roots, because it always the roots who created the problem. Like, fuck the fact that the problem got so big. Y'all hate going back to who created the
black
problem.
people just sell black people into slavery too.
Let's go back and
In the
create this shit.
1600s,
Let's see who get this shit got down.
it has some trauma and has some fault if you go that far back. That's just ridiculous to say, oh, only white people caused all the problems of all the universe. Especially considering globally, white people are a minority. We're a majority in the United States, but globally, white people are a minority. So to be like, oh,
I ain't worried about the universe. No, fuck what y'all did to the universe. Fuck what happened with the universe. What did y'all do to us in America? Why is the Americans right now operating as such? You guys. That's why. Let's be real. You're founding fathers. That's why we are operating as such right now. You're fucking people. Your ancestors, not ours. Yours.
Yo, Trap, do you love white people?
Speaks in truth. Nobody. I don't care if it's the black people or the white people. You guys are speaking in absolute truth. You guys all have biases.
Trap, you Trap.
I agree with him.
Go ahead, say it.
Every single person talking has a bias right now. Like,
of course we all have biases.
Trap, do you love black people?
You said what?
Do you love black people?
You said, do I love black people?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Alright, I'm just checking. I'm just trying to see, man. Just trying to see, because y'all sound like you hate white.
Bro, my wife white, bro. Y'all know this. Bro. Stop acting like that. I'm going to try.
So wait, you're another pro-black married to a white woman.
What the?
Yeah, my wife white, bro. Stop acting.
Wow. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this.
There's no such thing as a pro-black person married to a white person. I was just gonna ask that. Is that a real thing? No. That's like saying you could be down with the Aryan Brotherhood and marry outside your rights.
White people, I love you.
Can I give some hard facts real quick? There's deeper histories than just white and black. Guys. Like the fuck? Like nobody ever gives respect to the fucking Mexicans. What is going on, man?
What respect to white damn Mexicans? Conquistadors?
I would like these fucking gangs, but all you guys want to claim gangs? Shit.
Yeah, you had your first gang to Serrano. White people, do you love me? Do y'all love me? God damn it. Confess your love for me, white people. Because I love you.
Sound like a bootlegging Stambo.
Sure.
Cheers.
Yeah, the stage is quiet.
Have a great night.
Get off the damn with all that foolishness you be talking. Fuck out of here. Yeah?
Yeah, that clubhouse is just one big ass daycare.
It's okay because the Mexicans are still cooking at the cookout too.
I can't hop in a single room and talk about anything real or legitimate. About anything, not just in this country, but in the world. Everyone's too narrow-minded, ignorant. They talk out of hate and spite and love to judge people like they're God.
You just can have an honest conversation with these people, man. It's a waste of breath, man. It's like banging up against the fucking brick wall.
Yeah, it's the energy running through this app.
I think this app is amazing. I find joy in the telling you niggas that shit, man. We don't. Hey, look, man. If you trying to talk to me about anything,
I told you your grandmother's fucking rolling over her grave.
Do not bring religion into it, because I was
niggas trying to get more concepts that the white
everything you say after that, bring religion into it. Make everything you say done and void, because you believe in fairy tales.
Oh my soul. Oh my soul. So your God shows the people then, correct?
Oh, I don't believe in that tomfoolery. I'm not religious. I'm not. Look, man. Hey, look, man. Ain't
Okay,
no
so you would have to be.
Disney could not write a better story than what the Bible got, bro. Talking bush, two of each animal on the goddamn. Come on, man. We through. We done with Christianity.
No, bro.
We're done with the Abrahamic religion. We're done with the
No, listen, ain't no worry about everyone else but yourself. I'm worried about everyone else but yourself. That's gonna be your biggest downfall. Can somebody tell me? Because I heard what you said, and I kind of agree with the other brother. Like, shit, y'all, like that was surface level. Kind of like let that shit go. Yeah, y'all didn't kind of let that shit go. Do y'all know about the super church that they're building? Do you know about it? Like where they're mixing all different type of religions inside one, and they're gonna make it like I said, a super church.
Yeah, you're talking about the one religion, the one world.
That's kind of strange.
You fucking retard.
After
the one world religion facility in Abu Dhabi has a mosque, a temple, and a church.
I got it wrong. Name one white baseball player who better than Ken Griffey Jr. I'll wait.
That's why I have Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah, I know.
Pete Rose. There you go. Yeah.
Babe Ruth. Kitover.
Yeah, Babe Ruth. Pete Rose.
Babe Ruth couldn't hold a candle to Ken Griffey. Fuck you talking about. You're an idiot.
Go study in the audience.
Shit. I believe that all Americans is owed reparations.
What about black people specifically?
Shit, fuck yeah. Why not? Shit.
You think you deserve more reparations?
Can somebody really say, since we're so like intellectual, can somebody break this down? If we believe, because I know that some of you guys are religious, I'm not talking to the people who are. If we believe inside of God, tell me who created these concepts and who told them that it was okay to create these concepts. God is not okay none of this shit. Yeah, we fall into it. It's been going on for a couple 100 years now.
Deception. That's what created it. Deception. And evil. And greed. And corruption. That's what started it. That's what created it.
Yeah.
Everything that you're talking about, evil and negative,
That's what came.
And you know what's so crazy, Ziggy? But I don't even want to do this. I don't even want to do this. But like I said, I'm really not a racist person. Like I'm the farthest thing.
Watch some racist stuff.
No, but when I look at the eyes of the evil or the person who's on the face of all these fucked up ass constructs that we spit into, concepts that we
like
spit
people.
into, it's a white man. Fuck that. It's a white man every time. Like, even if it's a nigga, even if they have a
Wait, so Trap, you're saying we're the worst? Hold on, Ziggy. You're saying that we're the worst and also the greatest. We're the best. That totally makes sense.
I think y'all just like.
Have you ever heard of a bell curve?
I think y'all want the greatest disaster.
Trap, do you know what a bell curve is? You know what a bell curve is?
A bell curve?
A bell. Ding dong, ding dong. Yeah, bell curve where you have like the extremes of both ends. You have like the best and the worst.
Yo, it's a new one though. I'll put it inside my books. You see? I'm not above learning. You see that?
I got another question for you, Trap. Why did you choose to marry a white woman instead of a black woman?
Listen, proximity. I just married, who I believe is for me. The color really didn't matter. Shit. It's 20
females and white women are better. Black women are associated.
I wish I could jump on one of you niggas' cow fucking goddamn horses and goddamn ride off in the sunset and go with that ideology. I just see women as one. I see women as one.
Wait, you didn't want black women to murder your babies in the womb?
Nah, listen, I don't think if I decided to have one with a black one, I don't think that would have been a problem.
Yeah, it would have.
Shit. I'm gonna be real, I don't think it would.
That would fuck up her ETC, her welfare.
Shit.
I
don't know. I see women as women. If I came across a woman that was looking for a financial gain, then she would have looked for a financial gain regardless of what her color was, right?
But they're the same. They're the same color as the.
I said I hate nobody. I literally said earlier that I love everybody. I don't hate nobody. I just understand.
Think about that. Think about that good white woman that you married was raised by a good white father, more than likely.
No, I don't give a damn.
So in essence, you married her father. You married the values that her father instilled inside of her. So thank you, white man.
She had that good white pussy.
Well, of course. I mean, come on. She hasn't had 17 abortions.
It's white women and white men out here who don't have their fathers either. So white relationship with her father was not like amazing.
I need to find out who my dad was.
Let's stop differentiating so much. He's right. There's a lot of
I live my life. I worry about my stuff, and I put everything that I do day in and day out, I put it in God's hands. I'm gonna pick apart situations how I want to or how I see them fit. I used to not be this person that I am today. I had to be homeless for most of my adult life, being on my own and worrying about myself to become the man I am.
That was amazing. Let's all rejoice in a song.
Niggas taught me about the ride off.
She's talking such a piece of shit.
Let's all rejoice.
Bro, welcome to America, cuz.
This shit terrifying.
Remember, everyone, this is the face of Black America. Ash of the track.
I'm actually not black. I told you a million times.
African, melanated, whatever the fuck you want to say.
Do you want me to change it to my profile picture?
American. Oh, well, we never came across all the slave ships.
No, I'm white.
We've been here forever.
Red beard. I'm literally white. I don't know why you keep saying I'm not white. Stop not claiming me.
He's a lying bitch, Ash.
I'm not lying.
Act like America. So what Ken said was completely.
Worry about who is
black, red, blue, yellow, fucking pink. Who cares?
No,
Who cares? We're all human. We're all brothers. We all bleed the same color.
I'm just glad that I'm not getting claimed.
And you yourself, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Do you guys not like gingers? No, that's the problem. You guys don't like fucking gingers.
No, we don't like red bones.
Yeah, you don't like fucking gingers. That's why you guys can't
red bones.
I'm not switch sides.
I heard the beat.
Yeah, I know. Right? Hear that shit?
I fucking know.
You liar. I heard that.
Bro, I wish this was a video chat.
Someone else.
I grew up in Rhode Island. I'm white.
You know, trade yards and the beats. Get over yourselves. Like, what are we even talking about right now?
I'm a white man.
Hey, leave your mic open, Ash. Leave your mic open.
Oh, you guys really caught me with the fire alarm things. You guys really caught me with that. Like the fire alarm is a giveaway, but I'm not black. See, I'm not black. I don't even know if it's a smoke detector or a fire alarm.
Yeah, black people don't know what the fuck it is either. That's why we'll change the batteries in it.
Guys, I'm white. Give me white questions. I will answer them as a white
Leave your
person.
mic unmuted for 2 minutes straight.
Yeah.
No, give me white questions. I'll answer
that shit.
No, do you know who the only way?
Do you know who Panic at the Disco is, brother?
It's a band.
All right, we're getting somewhere. All right. Anyone else have some questions they want to ask?
Sing a Neil Diamond song.
I don't know Neil Diamond. I'm white.
It's black.
I know Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, every black person is.
Come on, just wait.
Bro, you guys make me switch sides.
You have to run into a white person that can sing a Neil Diamond song, or at least.
No, I just realized I'm too far gone. I was lived around too many black people. Now I can't even fucking differentiate myself. This is crazy.
What are some dad rock bands?
Dad rock bands?
Yeah.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Siggy, he's black. He doesn't know what dad bands are.
Yeah, I'm about to
Led Zeppelin. No.
This Zeppelin is like, no.
I got you right now.
We gotta look it up on Google.
I'm not looking at Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, ChatGPT, hurry up, give me some white dad bands.
I'm not.
I don't have no daddy. You
Oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy. No, this isn't.
Why do we gotta keep assuming, y'all? That makes an ass out of you and me.
That's
we know he's black.
That's crazy. I'm not.
Ash, what is the name of ska band?
A sky band?
Ska band.
Wow, I don't even know what that is. I think you're way than me.
It's not what you were.
I am.
Hold on. Name some death metal bands.
I never listened to
Animal Corpse, Morbid Angel, Dying Fetus, Vader, Clan, God's Glory, Deicide. See, that's what a proper white man answers.
You niggas ain't white. You niggas can know all the white people shit. You still ain't white. Fuck is wrong, nigga? You say I got a bird? That's some white people shit. That don't make
That's some fucking Trinidad and Tobago shit.
You niggas ain't fucking white just because y'all know white people.
You eat that fucking bird.
Yeah, we shouldn't be.
I'm about to put my profile picture. I'm about to put my profile picture on my thing. This is crazy.
Yo, Ash,
So just because I'm half native, should I be listening to like tribal music and stuff? Then
I'm like, wow.
Ash, what's a charcuterie board?
Oh, that's like the cheese and the fig and all that stuff.
Wait.
What's up with you?
That is not fucking you.
That is literally me.
Alright, then hold up 3 fingers in front of you.
I believe it.
Do I gotta take another picture?
Yeah, take another picture with holding up
I'm not
3
even
fingers.
gonna lie. That's definitely
You hold up 3 fingers. Oh, shut the fuck up, Trap. You hold up 3 fingers in front of your face.
That's definitely him, bro.
No, I'm taking a picture right now just so you guys know.
Yeah, I'm gonna say,
You know how many white friends I grew up with?
his voice match his face, bro.
Exactly.
Sounded black, dog.
Alright, we want
Hey, look at that. Look at that. How do you guys feel?
They say that you fucking did. You just look the fucking guy and holding 3 fingers in.
Oh my God. No, what else do you want me to do? What, you want me to put my dick in the camera too?
Looks good.
What? What you want? What?
Wait, hey, hold on, dipshit. That picture's taken in the daytime. It's
Bro,
like that.
you're retarded. My lights are on in my house.
What time is it where you live? Because that's natural light seating in for the windows.
Guys, 12.
We don't fuck with 4chaners, bro.
Oh my god, I'm about to go outside and take a.
What room are you? Is that you in the bathroom? Your room? Like, because that looks like that ceiling fan way up here.
But if you niggas really over here, niggas mad because you really white, it's crazy. What the fuck is wrong with these?
Look at that front.
This is hilarious, bro.
How's that for you? Now I'm outside taking a picture.
These niggas like, fuck, I wish I was him. Like, you niggas mad because he white? No, it can't be. It's no way. He got the card. Like, sit the fuck back, nigga. Like,
just because I have different opinions, like, it's...
I already told him that
I'm saying
the voice match his face. Like, you can clearly see that this nigga voice match his face. He look like he be around niggas. Ash look like he be around niggas. Like, he just talk like a white fool, be around niggas.
Wait, Ash, we got a last question.
And yeah, my fire alarm fucking batteries is fucked up.
Ash, was your father in your life, your whole life?
I don't know why, but damn.
Ash, was your dad in your life?
Yeah, my dad was in my life, and my dad was in the military.
You might be right.
But why does it really matter?
What the fuck?
He also might be like
why are you so caught up on what someone else is or what they're doing? Like,
Ziggy, what fucking room did you think you just walked into?
I already said earlier.
What do you think? This is fucking healthy debates or something? You think we're gonna suck everybody's dick and be like, oh, he's so smart. You're such a really good guy. Oh, I love this guy.
No, it's like the point being is that you have a lot of hate in your heart, brother.
Yeah, why do you always love that?
How was that hateful to fuck with somebody?
Are you deceived by a certain energy or something?
Oh God, messing around, having fun.
So that's solely what
messing with somebody is demonic. Having fun.
So
genuinely
the way you talk to people and treat people.
The only time that I've been upset during this entire conversation, is when somebody was justifying killing babies. That was it.
I don't think anybody justified killing this.
Yeah, they did. No, we're talking abortion.
Oh yeah, when I first got into this room earlier, that's what I came into. Talking about abortion.
One question I do have is why does every time somebody says anything that's different in opinion from somebody who's a quote unquote conservative, it's automatically, oh, you're a libtard, you're a liberal, this. I don't get it because I'm not a liberal. Next thing you know, they're calling you a racist conservative. You say something anti-conservative, they're calling you a libtard or something. I just don't understand why both sides seem to have a cult following now.
Because there's certain things that moderates cling to as far as their ideology, and when you say certain things or subscribe to certain beliefs, then it will put you either.
But I believe we should keep abortion clinics open. So it's like, damn, it's like nobody sizes me on anything.
That's typically going to give the optics that you lean more left, bro. It's just how it is. Like, what are your views on the LGBTQ community?
I think that shit is entirely pushed too much. I feel like they put it in people's faces when it doesn't really need to be.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's more of a right-leaning stance, yeah.
I don't understand why people can't have. It just seems like both sides have more of a cult following now because people can't meet somewhere in between. You have to be extremist or borderline insane just to have an opinion these days. You got to be either far right or far left. And I just feel like normal people, we're a little bit more central than that. And honestly, at the end of the day, too, even abortion, even when it comes to abortion, I don't necessarily believe it's right either. Like, I don't know. I'm actually conflicted on that myself. I actually get conflicted on that. I don't know where I even stand with that.
What's your thought process as far as like when we talk about That's a big one. That's a big one that pretty much differentiates. So when we talk about the stats that show that when it comes to violent crime in this country, blacks are the main culprit. They're the main problem. What do you think about that? Do you agree or disagree with that?
Statistically, you have no choice but to agree, but you can't just, you gotta look at circumstances, because it's the truth. Because when you are, not everybody that is growing up broke does crimes. Not everybody breaks the law. That's true. But to just blame it entirely on a race is more of a culture. It's not a race. It's more of a culture that came from a lot of trauma, honestly. And I don't understand why it's so hard for people to understand that. I'm not making excuses for people. I'm not saying that, it's right, because this whole drill culture in America is bad. I don't really believe that, modern white people really have that much of a drill culture, but some of us do. Some white boys want to get down with the drill culture. I see it. I still see it. It's like when you put us in those same situations, in them same circumstances, we don't always behave that much differently. Sometimes when you look at statistics and you look at a poor white town and you look at a poor town, a lot of times the black town do have more crime, but that's probably more of a cultural thing. You can't blame it on a race. When you go to see Africans and you talk to Africans, they're formal as hell. They don't even talk like black Americans. How can you even compare?
Well, no, I think that might be where you're getting misconstrued, because the majority of the people in this room, we say it's a cultural thing. Most of us don't think it's a race thing. We don't think it's like embedded in black folks' DNA. And the reason why we think that is because before the 1970s and 80s, we didn't see this level of debauchery in the black community. So,
but I would say, people want to say that white people, a lot of people want to say white people didn't create a lot of things. I disagree with that. I feel like white people really created a whole lot of things. And one of the things we did create is a mafioso culture. We did create street gangs. We did create gangs, urban, modern street gangs. That is a white person's creation. So really, I can't see, even when you look at black people, when you look at their rappers, Yo Gotti, these are white criminals they named themselves after. We also have that in us too. It's not really that much different. So a lot of white people want to be in gangs. A lot of white people want to do that shit. I was one of them. We can't say that we're different like that. Some of us are different.
Yeah, but you were one of them. But you
gotta worry about yourself to really change your life.
A lot of people are like that, man. A lot of white people, we really do love a tough, strong character. We look up to that same type of shit. We really do.
Yeah, but as you even admitted, you've had a lot of exposure to the black culture, so that's probably.
Stop doing that. Listen to this nigga. Stop trying to always do that, nigga.
Try. Calm down, man. Calm down. Ash, so even the way you did is because they've had some type of exposure to black culture. Whites that haven't had a lot of exposure to black culture, they typically don't want to be thugs and gangsters and Yo Gotti and Playboy Cardi and broke boy never broke again or NBA, whatever the fuck.
Let me break this down for you, actually, right?
Hold on, Ash. Before you do that, let me just tell him and every other person in here, if you think that black people, niggas, are the gangsters, or everybody want to be gangsters, or the people who want to be gangsters because of niggas, you're fucking crazy. The biggest mob bosses, the biggest goddamn actual kingpins and gangsters that they fucking make documentaries and shit about. But these is white men, fucking Mexicans and fucking shut up. Colombians and shit like.
How long ago?
They're not niggas. They're not niggas. Once you start talking about these gangsters on these big ass King Von is nothing compared to Pablo Escobar or goddamn sit the fuck back.
So again, but
they're so affiliated.
Where you from, Say?
The difference.
I'm about to say something that will blow your guys' mind.
The difference is that they're moving away from that culture to be more civilized. We're trying to move that culture to be less civilized.
Can I tell you an experience from my personal my personal childhood, I can tell you something that we're in Warwick, Rhode Island. All the white people there, first of all, it's not a ghetto city. It's like a little working class, whatever. It's not rich or anything. But everybody there that was white, a lot of the kids there, you can look them up. They're white boys who damn near think they're black. Then I moved
that's
to
a blue collar black town. All right. I mean, blue collar white town.
But then, boom, right? When I was 15, 16, I moved in with my grandma, and I actually moved to the hood at that point. The truth is about that is, damn near the kids there was damn near trying to put kids in the other town.
Yeah, but look at you and I as a dynamic. I grew up around black people in a black environment and moved towards white people, and I got better. And I speak more
where are you from,
you do. But then you grew up, you started off in a white community and moved with the blacks, and then now you've adopted their culture. So again, just you and I listen to the difference in how we speak and how we articulate. That proves my point right there.
But at the same time, though, the way we're articulating, my point is still getting across. I just have more of like a slur to my voice. That actually is kind of a Rhode Island thing in general. If you know anything about there, it doesn't matter what kind of community you come from. They kind of all have a little bit of an accent. But my point is the white community, the working class white community that I originally came from, all those kids tried to be quote unquote gangster. So you can't say it's just me. It was the whole community. I grew up in an 80% white neighborhood there, and I moved.
He mentioned one thing earlier, the Aryan Brotherhood and the we talked about the dirty white boys, the PMI, Dead Man Incorporated, like all these white men groups, gangsters, real white gangsters and shit like that. That these motherfucking white boys will look at before they look at any fucking black niggas that's doing shit. Like this nigga just talking. He literally just saying stupid shit. It's more white gangs than black gangs. It's more white groups than black groups.
That's not true.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. Bro, you can't say what's true and what's not, bro. You don't know how many gangs.
We pulled up the stats, and the number one cause of death for young black men is homicide via other black men. That's not the same.
Yeah, you just moving to go.
Can't say that, right?
Bro, when we talk about gang activity, right? When we talk about gangsters and that lifestyle, that's solely based on income level with neighborhoods and communities. Like when you talk like this, bro, like you sound like you're not from a very diverse environment. Bro, I'm from New York City. I know groups of Chinese people that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Italians that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Russians, Jews that'll give you the beats. That's not scared of no black nothing. So for you to act like black people is the only people that's perpetuating violence in communities, that's freaking
that's the point you're talking about.
You acting like black people got the gangster championship.
Let's also. I never said it's only black people. But again, when we talk about the level of violence, so you talk about the Asians and the Jews and all this, but hey, they're not gunning each other down in the streets in record numbers. Show me one Asian or Jewish community. Show me trap. Shut the fuck up for
bro. Bro, you said that was wrong. What's the difference? They'll cut you? Like what the fuck? It's still a body.
This is fucking crazy.
It's still a body.
Are you from the Northeast?
So again, what I was saying, guys, is that show me an Asian community or a Jewish community where every holiday weekend there's 70 to 100 shootings in the weekend and there's 15 to 20 people dying. Please show me that with those communities, because I guarantee you can't show it.
All right, can I bring something
I'm gonna be real. See, here's the problem. You're trying to give people so much flowers, but then I can go back to history where these niggas was hanging us on large numbers and drowning us and slaughtering.
How many Indians?
Fuck up, nigga. So when we talking about all this reckless shit, yeah, maybe we might. In the 2000s, we might be doing most of the crime. That don't take away from the fucking hundreds of years worth of crimes these niggas already put in. Fuck out of here, nigga. Stop always doing that weird ass shit. They got more blood on their hands than a female on her period, nigga. Like,
you can't help it, bro. This is,
nigga. What are you talking about, nigga? We will never be able to do more dirt than what their ancestors did. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Are you get on us, bro? Why you get on us for how we like taking a shot every single time you say nigga and I'm gonna get drunk?
So again, listen.
We know white ice is colder. We get it.
This is the crazy part, is that you guys don't even hear how stupid
we will never be able to do it.
So again,
never.
What is point is that black people in this country try to blame and complain and boo-hoo, whine, and cry about everything that white people do, and white people do this to us. White people do that to us. But again, if we look at the stats, the number one group that's hurting the black community physically and tangibly is the black community.
And what?
So it goes. I'll let you go. I will let you go when I'm done. Give me a second to land my plane. So the point is, Trap, is that there's a level of hypocrisy that the entire world seems to see, except for our group of people. And it's a really bad look that if my house is dirty, Trap, if my house is dirty and filthy, it looks like an episode of Hoarders. I can't get on your case and talk about how dirty your house is until I clean my own house up first. So we want white people to stop doing this to us, to stop doing that to us. Maybe we should stop doing it to ourselves first, and the world might take us a little bit more seriously.
Right, but you're not looking to clean houses, though. You move to somebody else's house.
No. Fuck all that. Here's the problem. Fuck what we're doing right now. Yes, we obviously know that every community, basically right now in 2025, need to get a goddamn clean. But when we talk about the shit that we're doing, we're trying to make it seem like black people just do this, do that, because that's all I'm
hearing. Talk about 24/7.
You just be, black people do this. There's a leading cause.
Pass the mic around, bro.
Go back to when they were the leaders.
I'm very conservative, but Sig is a cool one. It's listening.
I just don't understand why you had to say the articulate. Like they were.
We'll just sell our family.
If you're from the Northeast in general, everybody, doesn't matter what kind of community you have, we all kind of have like an accent. So you must be from like the Midwest or one of those places with absolutely no accent.
Yeah, like down south, they say New Yorkers sound proper. Like, what are we
really part of this country?
Because I don't care if you're from a rich community up north, like near New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts.
Why are you switching to talk?
Yeah, your accent is your accent.
No, I'm not trying to talk. I've been talking. No, that's the point. No, how you guys know?
But it goes, stay on mute real quick, stay on mute. Again, Ashley goes to the point that I was raised around black people in a black inner city, and my English was worse, but when I got around white people, it got better. You were raised in a white suburb.
People sounded like this. Yes, niggas ill. First community. People sounded like this in the first community I grew up in. Yes, they did. You can go there right the fuck now. They all sounded.
An accent does not equal grammar.
Thank you.
Wow.
Wow. But so funny because one thing I can't say, so listen, I get what you're saying, right? I won't agree with him if he knows I get what you're saying, but I agree. But I can't ignore
the yacht rock lyrics in the chat. Go ahead, please.
So Stephen, I can't ignore the fact though, right? People that I know, Steven, people that I know, like that's from like places like Memphis, like deep Florida, like where the majority have like real deep accents. The ones that go off to school don't sound like that. I gotta just be a buck with you. Like there's a difference between now. Do some people keep their accent and don't give a fuck no matter how much education they get? Yeah, but that is like a changing variable, bro. Like a lot of people that come from those areas that go get educated, they don't come back talking like that. Like they change.
Well, it really depends on how deep you want to have this. I mean, you might be able to hang. I don't know. Everyone here can. Like the concept of speech. Okay, there's cadence. There's the vocab. There's the accent.
You can still be a fucking idiot regardless of that shit. You can still be a fucking idiot.
That's true. Like, you can talk a good one. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, if you can find one, point them to me. Anyway, I was just gonna say, here's the thing, guys. There's one of the most frustrating things. I'll just keep it 100 on this app. I used to be on this app all the time. I was on for several years. You know, some of them are mods right now. But I was just gonna say, like, one of the things that really kind of blew my mind would be that like people like Sig and others for speaking in a heightened vernacular, in a calm tone, with informed topics, were attacked for doing that. Literally, that just rocked my world on this app. How often, if you sounded intelligent and you spoke with
with authority that like you would actually be attacked. And 4 or 5 years later, about sounding like it's just the craziest thing in the world. I really hope that one day it can be moved past, but we'll see.
Nothing moves past Clubhouse, bro. It's the opposite. It's the people who speak real proper that you're mad.
Words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not. How you articulate your words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not.
It's a comprehension thing. Absolutely.
You can't even spell Idaho and Mississippi. Shut the fuck up, Trav.
I'm talking to the
Ask your white ass. Yes, Trav.
Trav got a white wife. Trav, why do you like what?
The English language has been changed multiple times. Multiple languages have been changed multiple times. And like broken English is a thing. I mean, I'm from Charleston, so like Gigi, Gullah, like
Trinidad and Tobago. Not even a Black American fucking tether, bro.
Let me clarify. Having localized terms and stuff like that. Like, dude, I'm from Nebraska. Like, our grandparents had Warsh. Our grand Warsh. We say both with an L. But here's the thing. That has no reflection on. Well, I guess I better say everything else incorrectly too. If you listened, how you speak really, truly, especially on a literal audio app, is a direct reflection on your intelligence. It absolutely is. And as soon as people start taking pride in that presentation, in that first introduction to how people are, then we're just forget about talking 80 down the highway towards success. People aren't even getting out of the driveway. Like you can have little sayings and quips and all that stuff that are regional, that are in the Northeast, that are here in the heartland, that are in the SAR, and basic things like that. And that is a reflection. I hate to be breaking news. It shouldn't be breaking news in 2025, but that is a reflection. That is absolutely.
You can say some dumbass shit in an articulate way, bro.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but he's not saying it's the end all be all. What it is though, it's a very
it's an overall combination. That's why I was saying it's the cadence, it's the syntax, it's the structuring, it's the the dynamics, it's the content, it's all of it combined. But like if you're intentionally just speaking in a very, very poor way, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, but Steven, the point is his family and himself are from Trinidad and Tobago. That means that he's pretending. He's adopting this shit. He's adopting this fucking ghetto mentality. It's like talking like a fucking Black American. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. All of your family, all of your cousins back in Trinidad talk like me. They have a Trinidad accent, but they don't feel like yo, what's up, my nigga? What's up, bro? I gotta shoot you. I'm a shooter, nigga. What the fuck? Oh, wow.
I'm for chocolate. Oh, wow. He's talking like, what?
It's accurate. It's very, very accurate. Seeing how he's from Trinidad and Tobago, where they don't speak, but they fucking ebonics vernacular.
He was raised in America.
I'm from
Trinidad and Tobago.
I've never been to Trinidad.
Yeah, your parents aren't.
Ever.
Your parents don't talk like they're from fucking south side of Chicago or from fucking Atlanta either.
That's just, oh my god, man.
Your parents speak Gullah Geechee. You learned that. You learned it from your fucking peers at school and shit. You want to act like you're black, you're not. Tether.
Form of flattery. If he came to this country and started talking like that, he's paying you a compliment. Why are you giving him shit? If he was born here, then it doesn't matter where his parents
No, Alan, the point is that he's raised in a family. He's raised in a household.
We can tell you're not from here. You a fucking troll. You're one of them troll tethers, man, that join conversations like this. Like you
don't know black and You don't own your vernacular. You don't own your slang. Anybody?
No, Alan, the point is he's putting it on.
What does that even mean, putting it on? You're putting it on.
No, he's putting it on.
You put it on. You fucking it on. We all, you use the term code switch. We
Zach, do you think he talks like this in front of his parents?
The problem is you're mad at anything that's different from you. That's the problem.
When you talk on Clubhouse in real life in front of people, no, right? Because you know you get fucked up in real life.
I'm trying. You want to talk about that?
Another indicator of black culture is if you look like you get fucked up, just automatically go to violence. That's another.
No, I'm talking about these trolls. That's what trolls do, right?
So, to answer my question,
they come on, they literally join social media to troll people. They know that they can't do that in real life. They're getting that aggression.
You can't do it in real life.
Yeah, they can get their ass beat in real life.
Nah, you try to fight me and all shit, that's all it would end up happening.
Yeah, that's what
all my Israeli weapons industry.
Actually, look, he against everybody. He against
all around. Reach out and grab my cannon and I fucking unload on your ass. I'm not getting out of the car to fight you.
Hey, Ken, no, seriously, on a serious note, I just wanted to say, you can look at my PTR, bro, like,
no, Trap, like, the way you speak with, like, this ghetto inflection and shit, you don't talk like this in front of your parents. You talk the same way you talk right now in front of your faggots, in front of your black
Do you tell your mom to shut the fuck up?
What you talking about? Trinidad, he from Charleston, South Carolina, bro.
Yeah, Jews don't do that either.
No, that's what you're doing this whole time.
The community that he's in.
You've been calling people faggots and saying, shut the fuck up. You don't talk like that in front of your parents.
I'm not sitting here fucking pretending to be a ghetto gangster and then turning around and talking fucking normal to my parents.
No, the funny thing is, you got proven wrong. No, you got proven wrong. And then when I showed you were wrong, you switched sides. Because you're an idiot. The funny thing is, you're an idiot.
I'm not talking about you.
You're actually an idiot. You see, people like you don't
Now you're back to being black again, Ash.
No, it's not that. The fact that you think there's a difference is sad. It's sad. It's sad that you really say, oh, he talk black. But I've been talking the same way the whole time I got on this app.
All right, Trap, can you show us your mom and dad voice when you talk to parents? Or from Trinidad?
Bro, both of my parents.
Yeah, your parents don't talk like that.
Both of my parents are from fucking America.
Yeah, your parents are from Trinidad.
Like, what are you talking about?
It's in your account. It says you're.
No, but yeah, I got it inside my account because yes, one of my mother's parents. One of my mother's parents
don't want to use the fucking white
from Trinidad, but my mother, she's from America. Fucked up. My mother's from America. My father's
she
from
talks
America.
just like
I'm
me
from
when he talks to his parents.
Like, what the fuck?
Hey, hold on. Ken, I gotta know why does it bother you how people speak? Why does it even bother you? You shouldn't even bother you.
Because it's fake.
It's not fake.
It's pretending, yeah.
Somebody can say that
it's a fucking facade. That's all it is.
Hold on. You speak the way you do. You speak the way you do to try to fit
I talk with the same cadence and everything.
No, you talk the way that you're categorizing yourself to talk. So that's wrong. Like, just because somebody talks differently than you doesn't mean everybody fits your category. You're operating I am. It is a good point.
You're right, Ash. Very pick apart, picky, choosy. Kind of sounds like a woman to me.
Why, saying that a black guy who speaks in Ebonics on stage and makes threats to people?
No. By saying anybody translates you is wrong.
He expresses himself with African American fucking vernacular and cadence, accent. When he doesn't do that to his fucking black Trinidad.
You don't know what the fuck he does.
Since I'm from Charleston, like, and it is Geechee Gullah, when I get to saying I and Bo and like them boys perping and geeking and tweaking and like all this other shit, like, bro, you ain't gonna know what the fuck we saying. I talk to my parents like this, bro, like, this is how I speak to my parents, like, it's inside America, bro, like, what the fuck?
You shouldn't even have to explain yourself to him, though. You don't owe him an explanation.
You fucking white cuckold set. Shut the fuck up, Ash.
I'm not no white cuck. No, that's what's sad about you. You can't get the people.
I'm just saying, trap would make you sit in the cutting chair.
I'm just saying, I'll fuck your bitch too. I'll fuck your bitch too. What are you talking about? Go check my Twitter.
You're not coming across as that type of guy. Just saying.
But see, this is like when we're talking about
You're really like a fucking Power Ranger. Shut the fuck up.
And this is another thing too, Ash. It's like when white people like you come in and play Captain Save.
No, I'm not trying to save nobody. I don't take any type of sides.
Bro, calm down. Get your little Christ. So again, Ash, this is another problem. Is when white people come up and play Captain Save-O and tell lazy black people who don't want to become better that everything they're doing is okay. That's actually robbing them of opportunities. So when black people speak the way that Trap does, and they go to apply for a job or they go to an interview and they don't get that job because they sound like they just fucking slavery just ended 5 minutes ago, that kills an opportunity for them. And then the first thing they do is they blame racism. And they don't think that they have an issue. They need to improve it all to get better, to open the door for opportunity.
We'll let you stay on stage.
No, drop the fucking you guys make your own narratives on other people now. What you just said, I guess, if we were inside the 1800s and I was doing this and talking and speaking inside this way, using my Ebonics, like my broken English, then I guess this would have been a problem. But this is 2025. Every time that I've gotten a job, like I was not like, trying to fit in or impress nobody. I was just being myself. I've done jobs such as like worked roof consulting. I don't know if any of you guys ever got on the ladder and took goddamn pictures with a drone on a roof and put pins there and called their insurance company and claim for a roof.
All right, get on with your fucking story. We don't care about all this other shit.
Okay, so
you tell a story like my mom.
See where I'm going here? So, like, I don't know if any of you guys ever done that shit before, but I've already done it. I'm only 21 years old. I'm only 21 years old, dude. So it's like, you can make whatever narrative that you want on me. That don't mean that it's true, though. That's basically what I was trying to get down to. Like, nigga, come on, bro. This 2025.
Oh, you had to add that shit again, bro.
I'm probably gonna rag more money and have more opportunity.
You were doing so good, too. Talking about you had to add that nigga.
You understand, though, Trap. Society has had the lower standards, and this is where DEI comes into play. Because we're in a society where, to be honest, we're in a society that strive to be more professional. It takes a little bit of work, takes a little bit of mental, being mentally cognitive to try to push yourself to be better. But what we've done is we've lowered the standards in society. So yeah, you may be able to get a job now, but understand that's not a flex, bro.
Yeah, it's fashion. It's fashionable to be ghetto.
Right, society has lowered the standards to be able to accept the fuckery. And that's not a good thing, bro. Our grandparents and our great-grandparents, that's not what they lived for. That's not what they strive for. They strive to do better and be better and work hard at it, not say, oh, everybody's got to lower the standards. Because when everybody else has to lower the standards because you're kind of like the short bus kid pulling up, it's a bad look, bro. It's a disgrace. You should want to be able to be around, like raise the bar up to be around and fit around the people that surround you. They shouldn't have to bring themselves down the ladder to get to you.
Yeah, you see how Sig didn't have to end his sentence with my nigga?
Or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, my nigga?
Bro, because I'm trying to remind you that you guys are niggas, like. Because I think you guys have your identities, like, mistaken. You are niggas. You two dudes are niggas.
No.
I don't want you guys
20 years ago.
I don't just call it.
We're not doing this.
Have you seen me refer
Our Cam was white.
Yeah, 20 years ago, Chris Rock made clear the difference between black people and the N-word people. And he said the N-word people got to go. And it was true then, it's true now.
Wait, Alan, you mean niggers?
Oh, okay. Well, you say that word because you're dumb enough to use the white man slur. I don't, and I never have.
Yeah, get on with the story.
Ever.
Short and succinct.
Why was I called a savior just for taking my opinion?
So in any event,
source. Right.
But Sig, I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. See, Ebonics is an expression of black people's expression over the centuries. So we must honor and treasure and exalt the culture that came from it. So for you to say that, say anything negative about it, well, I'm sorry, that just doesn't work. We have to accommodate people. It just doesn't work.
We have to. You want to say it doesn't jive?
But the thing I get out of this whole conversation is, really, you're all just jealous that you don't speak the way I do. And if you just admit it, life will be better.
That's really it. That's really what it is.
No, not white people. Me specifically.
You know, he was being sarcastic.
Yeah, he's not on your own side. He's like the most racist person ever. He's worse than Pepe.
How am I worse than
Pepe? But I'm feeling him. I agree with him.
Yeah, but so performative when you talk, Jack. It must be exhausting.
We should really break down like certain issues that we can actually talk about like one by one, so we can actually see people's stances instead of just rambling.
Ash,
yeah, there's no topic.
Why must he be the biggest Source Rex on stage?
Okay, whatever you say.
Alright, so let's debate on it then. Yeah, I've got a question. Who here on stage watched of a significance any of the Charlie Kirk memorial today? No, I'm not getting into it too deep. Just I wanted to have a chance. Just serious, brother. Dude, just una por favor.
Tell me the answer.
Who on stage had a chance to watch a good bit of it?
I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful, sir. Okay. Well, I don't know if the other mods fell asleep. I'm trying to get them to wake up too. Anyway, if y'all have not had a chance to watch it, I would highly encourage it. It was very motivational. It was very moving. Mrs. Kirk saying, "I forgive you." Almost makes me choke up to even think about it now, because what a powerful statement. Guys, like, we really truly have an opportunity to move forward from this as a country towards peace and towards humanizing. If you haven't had a chance to get back in your faith, if you've strayed, there's no day like today. And it can be as simple as a baby step if you feel like you're just so far away from it that you wouldn't even begin to know where to start. Or maybe you never even were on it in the first place. Literally, before you go to sleep tonight, take 30. I just wanted to say that if there's one thing that you take away from today, if you watched it, or if you haven't yet, or even if you don't have the time to do so, I would highly encourage you. I know that this app is full of wretchedness and wickedness, and people curse each other out, and they got Twitter fingers and chats. Everything's anon and ops, all this garbage. Let there be just one little dose of wholesome. Seriously, send up a prayer. Whether it's a family member you need him to look after, a friend, your job situation, health, anything. Just hand it up. Let that be the first step on a long journey towards your re-evangelization. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well said, brother. Well said. Yeah, that celebration of life. I'm not gonna call it a funeral. The celebration of life was great. It was very inspirational. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, Stephen. Even as an atheist, a lot of the religious and Christian principles. The man that shot her husband. I'm not gonna say he killed him.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah, that was powerful, man. That was very.
Yeah, that was very powerful.
That's why I say kudos to that's the part of religion I do respect and I do love and appreciate, man. That forgiveness, man. That's a powerful thing, bro. That's a hell of a woman right there. I tell you that.
Yeah, man. The
I'm
Kirk
curious.
family
I'm
put
curious.
the Kirk family put on for the body of Christ, like real talk. Like they brought back the spirit, and that's why this man get honored like that, man. Like they killed that man's body, they didn't kill that man's soul, man. They didn't kill that man's leg, and that's why I'm a believer. Like that's why I really rock that man Charlie, man. And I know he would have, if he had met a black person like me, we share so many of the same interests. He would have been inspired by me, and I would have been inspired by him the same way. It takes so much to step out of yourself and forgive somebody that took away some of the most important pieces of your life. You know. So, man, shouts out to man, all the Kirk supporters, man. Charlie family. I just wish the best for his legacy. You know what I'm saying? And man, as Americans, man, we gotta protect each other from this crazy ass shit, because we still got a constitution and amendments that we have the liberty of living under. And may no bitch ass person on this land interfere with that. So shouts out to Charlie Kirk, man. It's a sad time in America, man. We lost a real one for absolutely nothing. But it will be for something great, hopefully. So
it will be for something great. It will be for something great. There is a real opportunity for a reawakening and a reemergence. And, one of the things that I did on this app for years, to the point of a broken clock, to where the mods could probably recite my pitch for me, about trying to inspire people to get engaged off this app in real politics, and don't just let your talents and knowledge be confined to this app, to actually translate your thoughts to words to actions. And there were a number of people that did. There really were a number of people that did, and that was always really special to hear about, because they would tell me, after the 10th time I finally did it, and it's so meaningful, I'm really glad that I did. But now it's not even about politics anymore, and I literally work in it, and I'm saying it's not even about politics anymore. It's really about what we want to be as people. Who do we want to be? And I don't mean we collectively, I mean we is in terms of a whole bunch of individuals. Who do you want to be? Do you want to be positive? Do you want to add to the world? Do you want to fill people's cup? Do you want to be a contributor? Because that is a beautiful and inspiring legacy to leave. Do you want to that should be what it's all about. And I'm not trying, I don't typically proselytize, I'm Catholic, we don't tend to do that. But I just am so moved by today that, I guess call me an evangelical Catholic tonight. I'm telling you, we're called by the word to be salt and light, which means we are going to do it imperfectly, but they're going to see that effort, because faith without works is dead. And so I would just encourage everybody to really try and put in that effort to add to your friends, add to your family, add to the world. And if everyone did that, just imagine how things could get better. Just imagine.
I think that's the bigger picture. I think that's what people miss about, what are the point people are missing about Charlie Kirk. This is about unification and solidarity, and that's was the spirit of Charlie Kirk. This is why we're having these conversations, guys, so we can get to the point like this where everybody's chill, everybody's calm, and we can actually have civil discussions like human beings. Again, we have more in common than vice versa, and that's what we got to focus on as Americans. That was Charlie Kirk's message. What's going on,
motherfucker, man? Stick, I couldn't agree with you more, bro. I really could not agree with you more. Man, like, it's, I know a lot of people, like, they've been really callous about it. I just don't get it, bro. Like, I don't understand. Like, I can't believe with that divided as a nation, but the truth is that in a lot of ways we are, man. Jasmine Crockett
literally said she's disappointed that only 2 Caucasian people, Democrats, didn't vote against the Charlie Kirk, whatever the proposition was. She said she was disappointed it was just 2, and that it says so much about who she is as a person. And mind you, I don't really like Hakeem Jeffries at all, but I will give him his props that he went across and he voted for it. So I'll give him his props, but it's who are very, very, very callous, bro. But I don't want to think that represents the majority. Whatever.
Yeah, Anthony Charlie Kirk and condemned political violence, and 58 Democrats voted against it, including, I think you were right, including AOC. I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries voted with it, and yeah, I give him the props. I give him props for that too. It's we sort of, what they're saying is, well, no, we won't condemn political violence if we agree with the outcome that somebody we don't like gets murdered. That's what they said today, without question. You can sugarcoat it all you want, but that's what they said today.
The opposite side of the aisle, but you see how more right-leaning, more conservative-leaning people can say, you know what, we may not like this other part of him, but he did something good and we can acknowledge that. I don't see that on the left. I rarely ever see that on the left, man.
Yeah, man, that's why I'm saying, man, black and white conservatives, man, we just need to unite, man. We're all against the violence in our respective communities. We don't like what's going on in our inner city communities. We hate that shit. We don't like it, and you all don't like the likes of the type of people who took out. I will say, and I'm gonna say this because I was bringing up race in a negative way, but I'm bringing up race in a positive way. The way my white conservative brothers have responded to it has been a class act today. A class act. You feel me? And as a nation, we have to stand together against any vow that threatens our First Amendment, right? And Charlie was a great symbol of that. Somebody like that should have never have got. Now, I don't care if you disagree. There was things he said I disagree with, and there's nothing that would make that I would see somebody hurting a person like that. Sometimes we get so caught up on proving a point, being for our First Amendment, for exercising the First Amendment right in a respectful manner. That got young minds. Happy time, but it's also a sad time. What I saw today gave me hope. I'm still kind of standing over the whole thing. And Sig, I agree, and I do apologize for what I said earlier, brother. Man, we really feel the same way about a lot of this bullshit.
It's all good. It's all love, man. But this is MOG, then this is where we gotta calm down the emotions and come to an understanding. I was in tears about a month and a half ago. Did you see that story that black woman that had her niece and nephew, they were killed and she had them in the suitcases and the cops pulled them over?
Yes, I saw it. I saw that whole thing.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to see the picture of
the bodies were decomposed?
No, I'm saying before they were murdered. They had pictures of them smiling and
yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, you see how beautiful those black babies were?
Man, come on, bro.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about, man. Look at all these stories when you hear, Father's Day weekend, 4th of July, 70 people shot and 15 people dead, and you look and you see the pictures of the black people that were dying at the hands of other black people.
Come on, bro.
We can't sit up here supremacy and the white system, we're literally taking each other out. We're literally aborting millions of fucking babies. Like, that's my point, is that, you know, we're doing too much shit to ourselves. We got a lot of mess to clean up internally before we can start looking at other people that are causing problems for our community. But 90% of the problems that we get, or 90% of the shit that we get from other ethnic communities, is because of the shit we're doing from ourselves. And if we clean that up, a lot of the heat from the other ethnicities would go away. Because the heat that we're getting is based on the bullshit that we're not correcting and taking care of ourselves.
Hey, Sig, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I see a lot of things, and just in the chat now, you see things, and this is a common sentiment of, well, we can't let a white man tell black people how to fix their problems or how to clean up their community, etc., etc. Anything along those sentiments, like, well, a white man can't tell us what to do. Well, I think I've lived long enough in life that sometimes life's hardest lessons come from people we hate. And sometimes the most important lessons in life come from people who we consider to be our enemies. And a lot of times when someone gives us a lesson, we hate them for it because we know it's true. Now, I can, and I know in my life, that some of those lessons have come from people that really pissed me off. And guess what? Sometimes those lessons came from black people and came from black men. So if I, a stupid, murderous, and who some people call a racist white man, can take corrections from a black man, are you man enough to take a correction from a white man? Or are you too prideful? Are you too smart to take the wisdom no matter where it comes from? That's my challenge to everybody here, because I've done it. I've done it multiple times. And you know why I did it? Because they were right. And guess what? I'm better for it. So that's my challenge to everybody who's like, oh, well, we can't listen to white people. Yeah, I know, 400 years oppression, blah, blah, blah. Those were other people. You're living in today.
Man, I cannot believe players come where I agree with your sentiments. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, MLG, I promise, in the next week or so, I'll say something really stupid and piss you off completely, okay?
Thank you, brother.
Okay, all right. I promise, okay?
I appreciate
that way we can go back to our usual routine.
I appreciate that, brother. Sure, thank you. Yes, sir. But yes, I agree that what I was saying, man, initially anyway. So when I heard the word, I was like, what? Shut your ass up. You feel me? I'm like, who the fuck is you to say? But at the same time, these are my same sentiments. These are my exact same sentiments. So why at the same time, look, and at the same time, this is real. Because I'm like, look, hey, this is black business. We'll worry about black business. But at the same time, black business needs to understand this. Wisdom is wisdom. And there's an issue within our community. And it is up to us to address it. And that's the first step. Not to deflect. And we do that also in our communities. Now, I don't want to hear that fake stat, that butchered stat about how black fathers are the most involved fathers. That is the stat not including the people who ran away, which is 70%, which is the same thing Charlie was saying. That's crazy.
And would you have you read that study that they use saying black men are more involved with their kids, the most involved?
Yeah, that study is so flawed.
It's flawed. It's so funny.
It's so butchered. And we
killing our own in inner city communities where the real estate should be is appraised at the highest value in the state. You're literally in a place where if you just calm down and look around and assess the value that you have in yourself, the respect that you should have for one another, there are other ways to go about things. But when you cannot address that there is something wrong in you, you'll think that something's wrong with you. And that's why we're in our black community scratching our heads like, how do we fix an issue that's not even a hard issue to fix? Literally. We pray that it's because, I think it's the curse of being cool, or I don't know what it is, but it's a spiritual thing, man. At least from my aspect. But on the aspect of this Charlie situation, because I don't want to go too far from that. I am kind of a little concerned about how the left is reacting to all of this. You shoot somebody in the neck, a good man, this is a good guy. I've now seen a lot more clips than the ones that were initially showed. The whole story, this is a decent guy. You don't have to agree with everything he said, but this is a decent man. So it's like, what the fuck is you shooting him at? For a simple opinion, because they're strong and he knows how to say it, and he's doing something that's making an effect. And man, this is just a real wake-up call. And the response that the left is giving versus the response that the right is giving, it's really like you're really so hateful and happy that somebody died. It's crazy. Some people are out there, you don't understand. What the fuck? So, man, and for his wife to say, I forgive this man, knowing that this is something that she's gonna have to continuously go before God and do this on a daily basis. She's gonna have to daily forgive him on daily until it's something that's embedded in her, because this is a shocker to us all, especially the family. So, but simply stating his opinions, brother. And there's a lot of clips where he's really speaking highly about where he would like to see black people. I would like to see the same thing. He's literally saying the shit that I be saying. I don't understand that shit. What the fuck? So it's like, all that bad energy will fan now. Like real talk, like at first I was just like, I didn't even know who he was. I had no idea who a Charlie Kirk was until all of this. So now I'm a fan, and it's really unfortunate. So hey, I hope it just lives on. I hope it continues going. Like,
can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Rohan, you can go, and Bree, welcome to the stage. I saw you had some disagreements, Bree, so I wanted to bring you up to see if we can have a conversation. But Rohan, you can go back. So what's going on, man? Welcome.
Hey, good to see you, Jake. I won't be that long. I saw you guys quote studies just now, so I'm glad that you like studies, because every reputable study shows that the majority of political violence in this country comes from the extreme right. Whether or not this is comfortable or, makes people feel good about themselves or not, it is what the data shows. And then, so the people that are on the side that are more likely to commit political violence are finding ways to distance themselves from that violence. Group on the planet. We are not that long removed from the Haitians are eating dogs and cats, and the Mexicans are raping people, and the Muslims this, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The same folks that spent years disparaging the death of George Floyd and saying that he died of a drug overdose and he held a gun to a pregnant woman's baby, and they were in Halloween costumes with Skittles when Trayvon Martin died. These people are now the bastions of kindness and sweetness and moral high ground. And now they want to turn what is really a white man shooting another white man into something Charlie Kirk pass. I mean, the whole thing is fantastic. And it ends with this newfound clutching of pearls that people, this virtue signaling and wokeism that people used to hate. All of a sudden, that has become the uniform that they're wearing, as they now are completely in shock that the country is where it is, while either supporting or staying silent, as they saw some of these same things happening on their side for years. The whole thing is fantastical. I'm sorry this person got killed. People shouldn't lose their lives for speaking. But some of the pearl clutching is just, to me, tremendous. That's all I got. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Shout out to freedom of speech. You know, it's a fantastic thing, and I hope people continue to uphold it, whether or not you're on the left or you're on the right. That's all I got.
Yeah, and appreciate your contribution. I just got a couple questions for you, Rohan. You brought up the comparison of George Floyd and Trayvon Martin. Specifically, George Floyd. In your mind, do you see a difference between Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, and why some people might not be as remorseful or empathetic?
Fascinated with the state should be something that's really, really problematic for people. And to see it happen on video and then have some person that's like Charlie Kirk say that, oh, they were also dishonest and not true, like he held a gun to a pregnant woman's belly, as basically putting him on trial after his death. So yeah, his blackness is what did him in when it comes to certain circles of people.
So you say it's his blackness, yet the majority of people that were out protesting were white. So how could you say that it was his blackness when white America actually backed BLM and backed George Floyd?
No, white left America. The people that were on the right that tend to not have these that end up in a position where they now have to defend Charlie Kirk are the same people that were posting. Matter of fact, I even found people trying to delete some of the things that they posted about George Floyd now, because now that they're the newfound moral high ground. There's a site, an account on Twitter that says this you is this you, and all it does is it finds previous tweets of people and then try to match it up with things that they say now. Look at that account and just laugh your ass off at some of the people posting Skittles with Trayvon Martin's death, now having to try to delete it. Well, buy into it. It's not me. Skip me with it. That's all.
Yeah, but the thing is that if you're trying to make the difference between Charlie Kirk and George Floyd a black and white issue, I would beg to differ. A lot of, here's the thing, Rohan. People's past matter. Every other facet of life, we rely on people's past. Background checks, credit checks, resumes. So to sit up here and say, try to absolve someone of their past, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that aligns with the way the rest of the world works and how we operate. So that's one. Second thing is.
Can I respond to that before you go to the second one?
Yeah, go ahead.
I actually agree, because in that same vein, we should not absolve Charlie Kirk from the deplorable things that he said.
Well, right? but now, Rohan.
No, now there's a problem. Absolving people of their past behavior now becomes a problem the minute it's being assigned to Charlie Kirk. I want you to feel how that feels. Think about it.
But that's not a good comparison.
Oh my gosh.
Let me explain myself.
Okay,
because now you're trying to compare speech and actions. Actions and speech are two different things, right? So George Floyd actually has actions where he victimized other people. Okay? So the home invasion. When him and his boys broke into that pregnant woman's home, and they robbed her looking for drugs and jewelry, and they pistol whipped her and pointed the gun to her stomach and threatened to kill her unborn baby. You can't compare that type of vile action to someone just stating some beliefs based off of statistics. That's two totally different things.
But you're doing the same thing, right? What did any past action have to do with his death on that particular day? One. Two, why would people then spread lies? If the idea is we should not be disparaging the dead, why support people? I'm not saying you. I think you're actually a single person. Why do some people spend years disparaging that man's death? Why did they do the same thing with Trayvon Martin? Why did they do the same thing with multiple black people that lost their lives at either the hands of other people that they support or at the hands of the actual state-sanctioned murder in the street? So why, when every time that happens to black people, they find ways to disparage? Well, let's go back and see if he broke a pencil in third grade. This is what they do as a rule. And then the people that tend to be the victims of the speech, because speech does matter, right? I'm not saying that you argue the opposite, but speech matters. So the people that have been the victim of this speech for years, the speech about Mexicans being rapists, and saying, Charlie Kirk specifically saying that, well, we're going to dump 100,000 Haitians into your city, and they're going to become your masters, and then the Haitians are eating the cat, all this stuff. The people that are the victims of that are now being asked to feel empathy for their abusers. But the people that think about that.
Yeah, but
I don't want to go too long, but because I want to speak. But come on.
You're saying victims of speech. What tangible harm will happen to these people based on this man just stating his opinion based on what he's observed?
Sure.
We can actually show tangible victims of George Floyd's actions. Can you show me one tangible victim where they were tangibly adversely affected, where it harmed them, based on this man just holding up a microphone and having conversations?
Sure. Two things. Again, George Floyd, if you smack, I like how you're singing about George Floyd, right? Because the same thing that I'm seeing with George Floyd happened to Trayvon Martin. Go on Twitter right now and search for Trayvon Martin Skittles and see how many results you get. But if you want to even look in real time, okay, so no. You want to stick on George Floyd because it kind of makes a point that to me doesn't exist in his past, makes no bearing on his death. And then to have people, it does not. To be killed in the street. To be killed in the street for some type of whatever he's being killed in the street for by the police has no bearing on something he did 10 years earlier. I'm sorry. In your mind that works, it doesn't work with anything. I'm sorry. I don't want to call you a not thinking person, but you're not thinking right now on this particular subject.
It does not really think.
No.
This is the problem that we have as black people, Rohan, is that when it comes to positive things, we'll take it all day. Just like when it comes to stereotyping. Black women are most educated. I've never heard a black woman stand up and say, well, not all. Black women have great complexion, skin complexion, and aesthetic features. I've never heard them say not all. But if you say, hey, black women have the worst attitudes, then there's a fucking there's a level of hypocrisy and irony, Rohan, that we only accept the good, but not the bad. And I'll give you an example of someone's past actually affecting their death. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, George Washington Carver, all these great black people that have passed, Madam C.J. Walker, what they did in their past affects their legacy. We only accept it because it's good. But the minute someone's past negatively affects their legacy, then we have a problem. That by definition, Rohan, is hypocrisy. So if you're going to state the rule that, hey, what you did in your past should not affect your legacy when you die, then we've got to get rid of the good and the bad together. We can't just
appreciate the time to speak. I'm talking about the cause of death. We live in a country where you are not supposed to be murdered for a past crime that you did 10 years before by the state. This is basic, right? It's not North Korea, right? So I'm not saying you're arguing this, but it's really, really close to arguing that. It's nonsensical. It makes no sense. Two, if you're talking about people do bad things and regardless of the cause of their death, it can affect their legacy, I actually agree with that. That's why I'm saying that yes, if you do or say, which you don't believe in, I think, or say bad things, it can affect your legacy. So to the extent that you are saying disparaging things about black people, community that I tend to find myself in because I am black, then you can't then expect black people to show this level of empathy that you would otherwise find in other situations. And to the extent that there are people trying to twist your arm, especially when these people are the people that are well known for saying deplorable things about everybody else for years, and now they have this level. Let's let people speak.
Yeah. if I can jump in, you know, to be fair, Rohan, all people will forgive the sins of their friends and people they like. That's human nature. Yeah, Bob, yeah, he gets drunk at parties. But yeah, he's a good guy, we like him. Yeah, he threw up on my carpet, but then he gave me some money the next day. That's just human nature. So, you know, we're all going to do that. The issue here, and yes, I understand why black people and white people who are sympathetic to black people are going to defend George Floyd. And I think I know you're smart enough to understand why white people are defending Charlie Kirk. I think the difference here is how vehemently the Democrats are going after him in this particular case, and their guilt and responsibility over what happened. But that isn't the main point I want to make. The main point I want to make is I don't think I will ever convince you, nor do I think there's any point of George Floyd's character and why that makes a difference. But let's be clear, the left is not going to convince the right that Charlie Kirk was a bad man. And we can argue, well, he said this and he said that, etc., etc. But the left is saying it to say, well, he said these things, therefore he's a bad man, therefore we should not mourn him. And I think that's what people are objecting to. But as far as his character or everything else, no, the jury's out on that. And the right has decided that now he went from 3,500 turning point chapters to now it's going to be, there's going to be 40,000 of them throughout the United States. So I think this particular issue is settled.
I'm not too surprised this national scene that will go down. I'm not too surprised that the right have decided that this is a good person that they support, because the right has been comfortable for years supporting deplorable speech, right? So this is not a surprise. Matter of fact, I would be surprised if it were the other way. They were comfortable supporting every type of misogyny, every type of hatred against Mexicans, every type of proclamation against black people or shithole countries or Haitians eating dogs or blah, 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 or grabbing women with the pussy or I mean, everything. So the fact that they find this person who has said these things against people that look like me, and they find that this is a good person for them to support, is not a surprise at all. It would be surprised if it were the other way around. So anyhow, that's all I got. I'm good right now.
And I do appreciate the civil dialogue, Ron. Oh, shit. Well, you can say back up on the stage, man, but I do have to give you, your props for a respectful dialogue, Ron. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Bree, what's going on? Good morning.
Good morning, Sid.
How are you? Oh, geez, what do you disagree with, Bree?
I don't really, I guess I would just simply say it. I'm still mourning Emmett Till. I'm still mourning Tamir Rice. I'm still mourning these innocent lives. That wolf cry. That's just how I feel about the situation. That's really about it. I don't think it's about, I guess I said earlier, it's not trying to make it a black or white thing. Okay, if we're not going to make it a black or white thing, we're going to keep it as, I guess, let's keep it political as the right and the left. These are the same wolves that I've watched. And maybe my algorithms are a little different. That even being in the comment sections, I don't know if y'all remember being banned on Facebook jail, over 800. We talk about numbers and statistics. We're the minority. Of course, it's magnified. when something happens, your margin is going to be larger. So, looking at these children again, looking at these memes of not even just these, as of then, they're still laughing. And now it's like, now that your grandma died or your superhero done died, it's like, okay, can you have some empathy and compassion for me? And, listen, my grandma died on the 8th. I don't hear nobody over here complaining or crying. I mean, at the end of the day, we as a country have become desensitized to death in a whole, in general. So, hey, at this point, it's above me. This ain't got nothing to do with me. He's nurtured under those values, under those principles. So whatever made him turn, whatever made him decide to go against this man, only him and the FBI doing this interview is going to find out. It ain't got. I think this reverse psychology or the attempt at it to pull on my heartstrings. Why do you need my sympathy or empathy? Y'all the majority. So if we talk about conservatism, you're the majority. My little opinion shouldn't even matter. So if you say, well, man, this doesn't move you, no. Like I was saying earlier, this is like another day in the neighborhood, right? People die all the time. People die every day, B. So at this point, what are we talking about? How does the one person, and you don't get to speak and share hateful rhetoric and slap Christianity on it and tie it in a pretty bow and box it up and say, oh my gosh, he's a great Christian man. Hell, I know a lot of black Christian men, and they know the ins and outs of your house, can tell you how to clean up your house. You should be strong enough to know what the problem is. You got a rat in your house when you see it with your own 2 eyes. And then you sit here as a supposed leader and say, man, I needed this exterminator to tell me I had an infestation problem. If that's what it took for you to say you have an infestation problem, there's a bigger problem at hand.
So take that logic, and I got a couple questions based on something you said in the past, but let's address this very last point you made. So if that's the case, Bree, can you admit that? Okay, so then why is there so much animosity if we know we have problems? And it's not like our problems are contained within our community. They're out and open for the world to see. We can admit that they're problems. Why are we getting upset that other people who are observing from the outside are saying the same thing that we acknowledge and we know and we understand?
Okay, let me explain that right there. I just said it earlier. Said we are the minorities. Our markets are going to look and seemingly be larger, correct? Can we agree on that?
No, they shouldn't. They are, but they shouldn't be, because we are the minority. Our margins should be extremely lower. They shouldn't exceed the margins of the larger group.
If we have 100 of ours and 100 of theirs, our margin is going to be at 50%, and their margin is going to be obviously lower. Is that not correct? Is that not?
Repeat that one more time so I can grasp it, because I didn't quite grasp what you.
Okay, since we're talking numbers here, if we have 100 to match their 100, if 50 of ours do a crime, if 50 of theirs do a crime, is our margin not going to be higher than theirs?
Yeah, that's you see, your math isn't math, and that's where you're wrong. So if they have 100 and we have 50, right?
No, I didn't say that we have 50. So
I know you didn't say. I'm correcting what you said and just trying to explain to you what it should be. So the way the margin is going to work is if they have 100 and 20 of their people are committing a crime, and let's say we have 20 and 10 of our people are committing a crime, technically in raw numbers, yeah, they are going to be committing more crime, but the margin and the percentage is going to be higher than ours, and that's what we're looking at. The frequency, right? The rate of how often it happens, that's the determining factor of how good or bad something is. So then that means our rate and our frequency of committing violent crimes is to start noticing and saying, hey, why are you such a small more of a population? I mean, that's not a good thing, and that's how it's mapped up.
See, you're absolutely wrong with those numbers, and that's where shit becomes inflated. One, we know Black Americans criminalized and marginalized. For one, we make up more than 55% of all violent exonerations, and on top of that, the prison population numbers that Charlie Kirk was pulling out of his ass literally came from the depths of each cheek. Okay, so the numbers that he's saying weren't even accurate. He never even sourced up where he got those numbers from. He just quoted them, and people drew on the ongoing institution of slavery through the criminal mindset. So if you criminalize it through people, of course they're going to create drugs and crime elements. Even when BLM was popping off, the way the black folks that were starting those riots were white officers, white police officers, white people in general infiltrating those things. And it's just amazing that we focus on the degeneracy of our population, but no one else. Because if we were to look at who's really violent, really fucked up, there's no comparison to white society to black society. There's nothing about them that is peaceful. There's never down whole communities and start whole fucking revolutionary wars over the fucking price of tea in China, literally, right? So if we're talking about that, here's a reason why they have the brand is that way. There's a reason why the narrative is spun that way. I'm not saying that there's no degeneracy. There's degeneracy in every single population.
I wasn't finished, but I do appreciate Cypher coming in and back that up. And so that was my point as far as when you talk about the frequency. And it's like, where are this outrage with Charlie Sheen? Why are you hyper focused on a community that you don't live in? No, Charlie Sheen. Yeah, Charlie. I'm talking about not Charlie Kirk. I'm talking about Charlie Sheen spreading HIV. Because this is my thing. This was swept under the rug so briefly. Like they have enough to keep them busy. Why, when now Charlie Kirk goes on his platform, is it focused on what black men should be doing in their community? He has never been raised in a hood. This doesn't affect him at all.
It doesn't matter. I don't need. If I'm stealing, what you're doing is wrong. It shouldn't matter. What I'm doing is wrong. I just need to accept it. It shouldn't matter who it comes from. Let me ask you a quick question. Bree, do you have any children?
Yes.
Okay. Would you accept your child coming home with, let's say they had 6 classes in school. They got 4 D's and 2 C's. Would you accept that report card from them?
Depends on if they're on RTI, if they're receiving RTI interventions, if they have an IEP, if they're on a 504 plan. So if that child who used to get F's is now getting B's, yes. If that child who's getting B's is getting C's, yes.
That's not what I see. You have to. You see, I just threw in a whole bunch of.
No. You just asked a real scenario.
Bree, I asked you a simple question.
Black and white.
Bree, it is. It's a very simple question. This is what you guys do.
And I gave you a simple answer when I accepted, and I said yes.
Bree. If your children came home with 4 D's and 2 C's, would you accept that? Would you give them a thumbs up and say, "Great job"?
If I knew their background, yes. If I knew their struggles, yes.
So you would be okay with your children with having 4 D's and 2 C's on their report card? You wouldn't try to figure out what's going on, or there needs to be some improvement. You wouldn't try to talk to your kids and figure out what's going on. So you think that's a good report card, and you would accept that?
You know what RTI is?
I don't care, because it has nothing to do with it. If you ask me the same
question, it has everything to do with the scenario you're giving.
No,
you just don't like the answer because you don't know what it is.
It's not about me not liking the answer. It's about having an honest conversation. So if you were to ask me the same
conversation, and I just gave you an honest answer. You want my answer to be no. Sig, you're not going to change.
I didn't overtalk you. Don't get disrespectful. Did you see how Rohan conducted himself?
That's Rohan. Raised by his mama.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you politely and respectfully to not cut me question, Bree. See, would you accept your kids? And I have two sons. Would you accept your kids coming home with 4 D's and 2 C's? My answer would be hell no. Because I want my kids to get the best grades possible to open up more doors of opportunity for them. So, again, would you... It's a simple question. Would you accept your kids having 4 D's and 2 C's on their report card? Okay, let me
Microphone back. I'm gonna wait till you put your microphone back up so I can answer. So you don't accuse me of overtalking. Now you're not overtalking.
Okay, see, now,
You asked a question.
No, because this
You
is the
asked a
problem.
question.
You don't have
You
to
just asked a question.
Don't. Okay, I'm not doing this, man. I'm not doing this low IQ shit. I'm not doing it. This is the problem with you people. It's a very simple fucking conversation. They would have a problem with it. Okay, any parent that gives a fuck about their kids. And the point that I was trying to make. What's up, Cypher? What's up?
The reason why regulation wasn't to your standard, to her liking, you wanted a direct answer. To her, she's introducing nuance. That if there's a systemic issue in the child's ability to learn, she's not necessarily saying she would accept it, but she would. And I'm just speaking. I could be wrong, right? Well, I hear both. On your end, I agree. Nobody's going to be like, oh, that's okay. Get your best. No, you're going to run it.
And that's all I'm asking for. Like, just a very basic analogy and a very basic question. And what happens is just the communication. Yeah. Right, but see, that's the thing. Like, I'm not going to let that slip because it's like when we have these conversations and people who don't align with my ideologies want to dig a little bit deeper and ask me questions, I just give them straightforward answers. I don't have to throw in all this extra shit and try to convolute the discussion. And what it is, though, it can be done. But let's just be honest and just have a simple dialogue. That's all.
Nobody's accepting that shit. No real parent is just like, okay, that's cool. Thank you. There's going to be an area of concern. They're going to find out what the problem is. If they love their children, they're going to get them the help that they need.
Thank you. And that was thank you. At least thank you for being honest, Cypher. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no, bro. I mean, look, I got a 16-year-old son, bro, and he went through some challenges too, like all kids do. And we're not approving bad behavior, although there are parents out there of every hue that do approve bad behavior. And that's problematic.
Yeah, and Cypher, you being his parent, you know how uncaring the world can be. And when he turns 21, 22, 23, whenever he's out of the house, he knows that he's going to go to employers and they're going to have 200 people in front of him. And they're not going to care whether or not he had challenges or not. He's either going to and help him guide him through those challenges. But you know the real deal. Infuriating about those kinds of answers. Yes, she's right. If you had a child, and I've known people who've had children with serious behavioral issues, etc., that weren't their fault. And they were working with teachers and all of that. And yes, what she was saying was true, but that is not the usual. That's not the usual.
Let's just keep it real. It's a deflection. It's a deflection. Because again, when you start asking specific questions and start breaking down the logic and it's going to start showing flaws in people's arguments, they do shit like that to try to avoid.
And it became a bit emotional. Right.
Yeah, I get it. And then, I've been off. Yeah, just because I'm off mute, again, I gave her the respect of letting her talk and trying to hear her out and understand her point. So we go into, well, I'm just going to wait for you. You're not just being a fucking asshole. Like, come on, man. Let's be adults here. But the point, Cypher, was that based on her answer, well, Charlie Sheen and white people, if your kid came home with bad grades and you said, hey, you got bad grades, I'm not going to accept that. There's a problem here. We need to nip this stuff in the bud. And your kid said, we'll talk about Billy for what he's doing. He's not my fucking child. He's not my responsibility. I'm focused my point. And just like if your child was stealing, you caught your child stealing something from the store, and you went to reprimand the child and say, well, Susie down the street stole this and that. I don't give a fuck about what Susie's doing. We're talking about you and me right now, what the fuck you're doing, because you're my child. You're my responsibility. I have some type of relatability to you where I want to see you doing better, not doing dumb shit like this. That was my point.
And then you have parents that raise their children like Spartans, Visigoths, and Vandals. You know how they were raised? Like they were literally taught to steal, to kill. Their disciplines were not even, they were savage. And there's a brand to that. That's where you get the word vandalism from, right? That's where you get the word wars and terrors. And there's a brand of Black American families that do the same thing. There's bad parenting every fucking where. There's degeneracy everywhere. Ignorance and evil has no color, ethnicity, or zip code. It could be marketed and or pronounced in different ones if it's manipulated or if you're telling the truth, right? And it just so happens that when it's manipulated, it's more apparent on one side than the other. When you're telling the truth, it's the opposite. Now, the point to it, though, what I was saying earlier, and it goes back to Bruce, what you and Bree were saying, talking about, is that why is there such a focus on Black Americans, right? And when it comes to degenerate behavior and all that shit, why is it that there is a reason? And it is driven by racism. It is driven by propaganda. It is driven by the criminal elements to justify the mistreatment of our people. Because if you really unpack it, 37% of the prison population is Black and 57% is white. If you really unpack it, the majority of the violent crimes, rapes, and every damn thing else come from the opposite community. White people don't have a fucking moral argument to have about degeneracy and fuckery, because we can unpack their whole entire history and take to find nothing but terror, war, and fuckery. And until today, no one pales in comparison to the atrocities that white Americans and Europeans have caused on Earth and our populations on top of that. Literally, no one can fuck with those numbers. The point that I was trying to end on it is that when you point one finger, there's three pointing back at you. White people don't have the other culture before they do that to themselves.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So you go to apply for a loan at a bank, and they deny you, and you ask them, why were you denied? And they said, well, because your great-grandfather used to be a member of our bank, and he defaulted on a loan, so therefore we're not going to give you a loan cipher, even though your income qualifies, your credit score qualifies. What would you think about that?
It depends on the policy of the bank. And yes, I would feel that way if I knew the policy of the bank is to apply. If I did not know, I'd still say, oh, it's fucked up, but there's thousands of other banks.
There you go. But the notion is...
It wouldn't stop me. It wouldn't stop me from getting a loan.
Right. I'm not asking that, but what you think about that situation, you said that you would think it's fucked up. And why would you think that's fucked up?
Because I probably didn't know. If I did know and I applied, then I was an idiot. If I did not know and I applied, okay, here's the dynamic thing. If I did not know, then that would be as a shock. Man, that's fucked up. That's not bad. Oh well, man, that sucks.
And why is it better? Appreciate your honesty on that one. So then, couldn't we say it's fucked up that we're holding white people accountable for something their ancestors did?
But they were never held into account to begin with.
Wait, who has
what reparation did they pay? What reparation did they pay to Black Americans?
350,000 dead white men to free this.
They didn't die for the freedom. They didn't.
Yeah, they did.
They did not die. No, Alan, literally, they did not die for the slavery and enslavement of Black Americans. They died for the preservation of their economic position against the South.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I spent most of my life on the left, and the right and the slave states seceded specifically because they wanted to keep slavery. Now imagine, and here's a little, we're good. You want to secede? We're good. You secede. We won't have slavery here. You can have slavery. First of all, no one would have died. And how long would it have been before slavery was abolished in the South?
Well, it would have already happened on top of that, at that time frame, right before the Civil War, there was 200,000 free blacks in the North, 255,000 free blacks in the South, 4,000 black slave owners that owned their families, and 400 of which owned more slaves than white people. And
okay, but the point is,
dynamics. The only reason why the war happened. Hold on, let me add this other piece because I've got to reiterate this point to your argument, and I'll be very brief. The only reason why that war happened, brother, is because the industrial complex of the North could not withstand the independence of the South, undermining their political, social, economic infrastructure, which would have weakened the North.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been the end of the North. But that's not the point of my argument. The point is the North didn't have to do anything. They chose to, and you might have spoken. What you're saying may be true, but it was still based on the issue as each state was added, whether or not it was a slave state or a free state. Slavery was the declared issue when the South seceded. But then, we will be reminded of all the times that slavery was a big issue in this country. But then when this country started, the people in this country started killing each other, suddenly it wasn't about slavery. I'm sorry, I'm just buying. But
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro, but you're a little bit conflated on the history marker, right? The original slaves were white European, Eastern Yugoslavian people. The Slavs were where the word slave comes from.
I know that, but
that's with that institution. The difference with that institution and challenge slavery is that it became perpetuitous, and the first person to own a slave in perpetuity was a black man from Uganda.
I mean,
1609. Now, let me continue. But let me continue. Most people don't know this because this goes to the overall point of what you're saying. Slavery has been an economic institution that has been patented around for thousands of years. The dynamic differences and shifts disrespected human culture and civility, right? So that's where it became an issue, a moral argument that wasn't compelling enough until John Brown initiated the shit in 1859, which kicked off the transatlantic slavery because it wasn't self-sustainable on its face. On its face, it wasn't sustainable by the very nature of that institution. So it wasn't a moral issue, it was an economic issue. And now, even afterwards, the oppression of our people by the institution, right, is rooted in ignorance and fear. And that perpetuates a deeper wound and a deeper economic turmoil where America has missed out on over more than 16 trillion. But they'll say $16 trillion of economic boom supremacy, which also impacted poor whites who were also slaves, known as carpetbaggers and lower society people. So when we really unpack the real history of what this all is about, it's not just about the slave and slave, because slavery is not our history, bro. There's so much more dynamics to Black American civility.
Cipher.
And our
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with us gunning each other down in record numbers today in 2025?
Because of racism and white supremacy.
So
plays a part in that. That plays a
Cipher. That's not true, because if that was the case, is America more racist now
shit isn't in your face doesn't mean it's not happening. So I would elect to say,
okay, sir, you understand you have the state actually incorporating laws that told black people you can't do this, and this is law. What laws exist now that tell black people you can't go to this school, you can't use this restroom, you can't open this business, you can't buy property here? What laws are on the book right now that are enforced by the state?
To that point, that's why I said it was more in your face then than it is now. All of us are politics. If we look at Water in 1981, right? Lee Atwater, he's the one that started the initiation or uncovered the dog whistle politics and how it's been playing a part in all of this time, and it was really ran by the Democrats for it. Because the black folks have always been conservative. So I would say to you, to your point, there's really no difference. It's just more in your face back then than it is now.
Okay, so then was it more racist back then, or is it more racist now?
And to be fair, I would say it's the same. It's just different. I'm not saying that, brother. Listen,
okay,
I get what you're trying to do. I get what you're trying to do. But you see what I did?
Let me, because what you just did isn't making sense. Right now, you're being disingenuous. What laws are on the books? What laws are on the books right now telling you that you can't buy a piece of property in a white neighborhood and set up a business?
None.
Okay. Were there laws in the books before the 1960s where the state enforced and told you you couldn't buy a piece of property in a white neighborhood and set up a business?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you know what it became? Hold on. Let me tell you what the policies. I'm saying policies. I'm articulating. Listen, hold on, Sid, walk with me now. Walk with me. We're not far apart, brother. We're not far.
Is the HOA a law enforced by the state?
No. But allow me to finish articulating it, though, brother, so I can tie next point to the whole point.
Cypher, you just brought up an HOA versus the actual.
You're not going to allow me to finish the point. That's not the only point, bro.
Because as soon as you say HOA,
Cypher, let me jump in here.
No, let me finish, Alan. Really quickly, I'll be quick, Alan.
Cypher, stop. No. Because we're gonna break this.
Why can't I finish what I was saying?
Because we're gonna break this down. I asked you about an actual law enforced by.
And I answered your question directly. I said no, those laws don't exist. I said you know what it became? HOA.
No. But an HOA is not enforced by the state. It's not the state saying you cannot do this. HOA is a privately owned sector. It's not a public sector.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, brother.
So then again.
So go ahead.
What I'm saying, Cypher, is that back then you actually had the state and laws that they enforced telling black people they can't do this and they can't do that simply because of their skin color. That has no comparison, absolutely no comparison to a privately owned HOA where people privately make up their own rules in their little subdivision. Okay, so again, there was way more racism back then because there were actual laws on the books that could be enforced and put you in jail if you were to try to do something as a free American simply because of the color of your skin. You know, this goes back to just a moment before we got on this point, is that if you're trying to blame systematic and historic racism, why didn't we see our grandparents and great-grandparents who actually had way worse instances of racism, why weren't they gunning each other down at the same rates that we are now?
But bro, let's unpack this. It was tricky when you asked that question. It was black and white. I said it's tricky because it was more in your face then than it is now. And just because it's not in your face doesn't mean it's not happening. And you asked for examples of that. You asked me the question directly, yes or no. And was there any laws that stop you from where you want to reading, from where you want to live, and all this? I said no. And that's true. I answered it it first, and then I gave you the dynamic. We stopped at HOA, even though there's more examples. But to that point, HOA rules are backed at state level statutes and grant HOA authority to create and enforce covenants, conditions, restrictions, CCs and CC&Rs, and federal laws like Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Also imposing limitations on these rules. While not all HOA rules are enforced by police, laws regarding safety, noise, and pets can be. Additionally, federal laws protect homeowners' rights and install a satellite dish to display, and in an example, to install a satellite dish to display the American flag. There's decorations and covenants, conditions, and restrictions. That's the CC&R, right? That goes into the local HOAs. The state statutes back these things up. So HOAs, all they did was privatize their industries and make compelling situations for people that do move in their neighborhoods to experience the same level of racism. It's just not in your face as much, which is one part of it. School busing is another one. Underfunding schools and curriculums are also by the Heritage Foundation and other racist foundations and the Rockefeller Foundation that created the school deal. But I am saying it creates more of a hurdle for us that live in a more civilized, viable society, which only creates that challenge, creates solutions for people like myself creates a challenge for people like myself to create solutions to combat that at a private level, where most Black people don't feel as empowered to do something about it, right? So to your point, yes, what you're saying is true. The racism is not so much in your face, but what I am saying is that it's also hidden inside of our politics, inside of the media, inside of your social economic systems and infrastructures. And we have been so normalized to it, most people don't want to see it, and most people can't see it.
So what you just brought up as far as the HOAs, again, HOAs don't say because you're Black, these rules apply to you. They apply to everyone living in that community. And the reason why I know this is because, again, an objective source, we can go on the internet and type up HOA fuck me over, screwed me over. You're going to see a ton of white people that have been fucked over by HOAs. You're going to see a ton of white people that have liens on their homes because of bullshit ass HOA fines for dumb shit like parking a fucking truck in their driveway because the no truck in your driveway rule was established in 1984. Okay, so again, I'm talking about specific laws that say because you're Black, and this only applies to black people, you can't do this, you can't do that. So again, the HOA example is still a horrible example, Cypher.
Yeah, it's not really, brother. Go ahead, Alan. My bad.
Yeah, because the thing, the real problem, and Cypher, I appreciate this conversation because usually you and I are yelling at each other, and let's not stop doing that at a later date. But
you know, you're my favorite troll. Sometimes we have our moments.
But seriously, the narrative that there was hidden racism. I'm going to say something. Let me concede the point. What you're saying is true. It's there. It's around. It's everywhere. It's systematic. That idea and the focusing on that, does that serve the black people in that Black community in the best way to be, because here's the thing, it's insidious. If there is, think about it, if you tell if you tell not only your kids but your adults, okay, there's a guy and he's got an AR-15. I know, Sig. That's just came to mind. All right, look, Sig, give me a better gun that isn't so popular. Okay, you're not giving me anything. All right.
I'll give you an M249 saw.
Okay. Okay, an M249. Now, he's out there, and he might get you. We don't know where.
Literally went out for about 15 seconds, bro. The last thing I heard you say was SIG, and then you said, I don't mean to, and then it went 1 more second.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They are 15.
Yeah, so let's say he's got the gun 6 set then. Would the what did you say, Sig? The
M249, yeah.
And the M249. And let's say someone in a position of authority tells you, okay, there's a guy, he's got an M249. He's out there. You don't know where. It is going to cripple you. I mean, I think you can see that. And this is I can't I can't get too deep into it, but it seems to me, and to be clear, I blame the left for this, but the left has preached this to not only black people but other minorities for so long. Now again, it may or may not be true, but the fact is, people, if you have a more positive, outlook on life, it will serve you better, regardless of your background. I don't know. I realize I'm going off on a kind of, a hippie tangent here. But just for me, that is my problem. And I say that in light of everything Sig said, because I don't think that hidden racism that you talk about is as prevalent as everybody says it is. And I think it can be ignored enough. And in some ways it's better that it be ignored. So that's all I gotta say. I don't know if any of that made sense or whether you related to that. It was.
I'm not gonna say. I'm saying it didn't make sense because you're an outsider. You couldn't possibly relate, even if you tried, because you couldn't wrap your mind around what actually happened.
But I'm not an outsider.
I'm not talking to you, Sig. I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're gonna use that for an excuse, him and I are on the same page.
It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. I will address you. I'm just addressing Alan. Alan specifically could not relate, even though he's trying to empathize. And I can respect his empathy, right? And there is some truth to what he said in terms of perception and fear. That's true. It does handicap Black Americans, and sometimes we use racism as a fucking excuse. Okay? Sig, I'm pretty sure you could agree with that, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't nonetheless. Hold on, Al. It doesn't nonetheless make what has happened, what still is happening, any less true. Right? There are navigations. There is a maze that you have to go through. Some people don't experience racism at other levels than others do. Right? Some people are aware or self-aware in certain households. There's something that one of my favorite trolls on this app said that was very, very profound to me. He doesn't say many things that's profound. But was named Haitian. He said, motherfuckers talk about the school to prison pipeline, but they never talk about the family to prison pipeline. And that is a very profound thing. But in that highlights this egregious act of what racism does, which, by the way, also, let me reiterate, impacts poor whites as well. But the racism and the white supremacist it. It's well documented, and it's still going on today. And we're still also feeling the effects from it. And we've never been healed from it, not even financially prepared. Put that to the side. There's never been no emotional reparation to where motherfuckers like, let me give you some mental health about this shit. You never got us unpacked from that. So some people are carrying around some epigenetic trauma. Now, I would also say that works both ways, because those that inflicted said trauma are also suffering from epigenetic trauma problem to heal from it. We can't use it as an excuse for a handicap reason. That would be bullshit. However, it's not our problem to fix and reconcile. And the reason why most people are adverse to it, because it's an indictment to their character and or how they were raised, and it also demonstrates how little they don't know about society and our culture specifically. So because of this jealousy and the envy of the world is upon us, despite all of the things that they highlight, there's more talk about Black American degeneracy than there ever has been about our obvious positive impact on the fucking earth. You can't name anything about the world without mentioning us, because we've also curated and created the modern society in which we live. And if you unpack the truth of who we are, we've always played an integral role, even in Roman society, German society, European society as a whole, getting them out of the dark ages through the Renaissance and the medieval periods, even all the way until today when it comes to modern civilization and advancement.
Okay, so
but I'm learning right here. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. Okay? Like, when we sit here and talk all damn day, black and white rooms, about Black degeneracy, but we never unpack white shit. And when we do start to do that, there's this inversion to it. That right there is also a form of racism and white supremacy. Y'all have to fix that. Right? But Black folks can't use that. As a matter of fact, a nigga like me, I'm like Django in this whole matter. I love it. I love white supremacy and racism, because it gives me the opportunity to create solutions. It also is entertainment as fuck to me, because I also look at it as the personification of ignorance and fear. It gives me an opportunity to kind of like abuse people verbally and ruin their fucking self-esteem. And I honestly, admittedly like doing that. And it's not the best thing morally. I'm not saying that Jesus approved this shit, but I find it fucking entertaining to me. It hasn't stopped me from sitting at certain tables and doing what I'm doing. In fact, it's part of the reason why I do. But I also know that in Black, it fucking impacts some of my white friends that feel guilty for shit that their parents have said and did. Unfortunately, I also have to deal with being a Black man in America, which I feel safer being in South America, because the perspective and still call out the problem, while also maintaining a sense of accountability for my own self-determination to be a free person.
Yeah, you can't decipher at the end of the day the problems that exist in the Black community. So again, no, there's no sick nothing. It's the fact that we have a choice. Okay, whether the white man put crack in our neighborhoods, whether the white man passed
like why?
You know, it's not being superhuman. So our aunts and our great grandfathers and great grandmothers, they weren't superhuman. They were just normal. They did what humans have done since the beginning of time, which is a man and a woman get together, create a union, and then underneath the umbrella of that union, have children and raise a family.
And they suffered greatly. Like what are you not understanding?
Okay, so if they were able to do it, with more suffering,
no, but a lot of them died. Like you're making
the majority of them didn't die because
a lot of people didn't.
Okay, it was around 11 million. Okay, what's the Black population now in the United States?
I would have to look at that. What is
Okay,
it? 14%?
It's close to 4. It's around 40 million. So but a lot of them died. No, our population actually.
I didn't say that. Come on, Sig. Sig, don't you just made him a straw man. Come on now.
I literally just said that if they were, your response was, "Oh, you expect us Black people to be superhuman?"
Yeah, I think
what I expect us to do is emulate the Black excellence of our great grandparents. And if they able to create black excellence during the most hardest time when they actually had laws saying because you're black, because you're a nigger, you can't do this, you can't go to school, you can't read, you can't own a business, you can't do this, but they were still able to do it, aka Madam C.J. Walker, aka
Outlier.
George Washington Carver.
Outlier.
The fact is, no, it's not an outlier because
George
the majority
Washington Carver and Madam C.J.
the
Walker are
majority-
absolutely outliers.
Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey.
Outlier.
How many black? Okay.
Marcus Garvey was Jamaican.
Okay, so again, he was a black American who started the Pan African.
No, he was not. He was Jamaican, and he came over to the United States to meet Booker T. Washington. But when he arrived, Booker T. Washington had died.
Okay, and the point is that he came over here as a black American. And guys, I sat here and let you go on. I literally did not interrupt you. Let me get my point out, please. What I'm saying is,
There's a delay. My bad, bro. There's a delay.
Good. Yeah, no harm, no foul, brother. No harm, no foul. What I'm saying is, it's not being superhuman. It's called being a normal human. And if they had way more adversities directly affecting them, enforced by the state, and they were able to do it, we don't have any fucking excuse to this day, Dr. Goddess. And what I'm saying is, you can believe whatever you want to believe. But this whole blaming white people, this whole blaming racism, when we are actively every day waking up, having promiscuous sex, having babies out of wedlock, aborting our babies, choosing to put promiscuity, drugs, fast life culture in front of what our grandparents and great grandparents did. I'm telling you that ship is sinking, Dr. Goddess. It's sinking. People aren't falling for it anymore. People are waking up and realizing. And this originally came off of Cypher's question. Okay, the reason why there's so much attention on the debauchery in the black community is because we brought it to ourselves. The minute we started crying, we did. The minute we started crying, the minute we started telling the world it's everybody else's fault, we brought the light, and they're literally killing themselves in record number. There's no name. Can you please name me one other ethnicity in this country where they have 70 shootings in a 3-day weekend period, where they're killing themselves? They're literally committing genocide. Can you name another?
Exactly. See, okay, just go ahead. Finish up. I want to say some things.
Yeah, no, I gotta go. I just.
Of course, you have to go now, Alan.
No,
right? Like now we're not here to bring some more back. Now you have to go.
12 midnight, and I changed back into a liberal. The fairy godmother, it only lasts for so long. I turn into a liberal now, so I have to go. Okay, so, anyways, have a good one. Thanks,
All right, you too, Al. Take care, man. Good night. Go ahead, Dr. Davis.
So, Sig, I was listening to you.
Good morning to you. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning, and thank you. I was listening to you all's conversation, and I just think that there's some blatant blind spots that you have. So I want to address like some of your rhetoric because it's flawed. So I think to start off, Black people are human beings. That's number one. We are not superhuman, even though what we have survived and what we have done in the face of adversity has sometimes appeared to be superhuman because you look and you're like, wow, how did you do that? Like, how did you achieve that against all of these odds? Okay? One of the things that Cypher was trying to explain to you is that racism, the system of white supremacy, it hasn't gone away. It has transformed, but it keeps the same ideals. And so our grandparents, for example, a lot of them didn't even have television, right? So they weren't programmed psychologically to hate themselves. That's number one. Number two, they were making some of their own films, race films, because white people felt more comfortable, quote unquote, allowing Black people to be in their sort of own world. And that ended. In fact, I mean, I could go down the list. list in terms of race films. I could go down the list in terms of the Negro baseball leagues and the different things that we did on our own. And every single time, white people, aka the people who practice the system of white supremacy, infiltrated and destroyed our independent productions. Okay? So what's happening now, and I agree with you to a certain extent, Sig, no, we can't just make excuses, but your conclusion is what is flawed. You, for some reason, think that this is a conservative versus liberal. I'm just telling you what I've observed. You seem to think that it's your job to align yourself with white American men. And I think it's because you just don't really understand what's going on.
So, what gives you that impression that I don't understand?
Everything that you said, your conversation with Cypher, some things that I've heard in the past. Let me just continue, because it's not a personal attack. I am making an observation.
I'm trying to figure out what gave you the impression that I don't understand this.
Oh, everything that you said, like your denial. Okay, so I'll go down the list. Literally, your denial about you don't understand racism. You think that it has to be something that's legalities of racism that just reinforce the social order, like during slavery and Jim Crow, to what Cypher was trying to explain to you in terms of the privatization of it all. And that's the whole point of it, is that once the law started to be enforced, an entire subsystem of privatization occurred, and that was still racism. It was still meant to exclude. It was still meant to reinforce the system of white supremacy. And you just seem to completely ignore that. So one of the things you were asking about, well, it may not have. Okay, so Sid, maybe you're an exception. You might be an outlier.
That's not true.
Okay, but it has an effect on the majority of us in a number of different ways. But let me explain. Hold on. So Cypher explained to you. He said the HOA, which actually is not incorrect. I laughed because I was like, that's a good. I mean, I didn't expect that example. But even before then, you had restrictive covenants. Like the result of redlining, even when redlining was shot down, you had restrictive covenants. There are restrictive covenants today. And even the ones that might appear that this isn't right and we don't practice that. First of all, they're still there. And second of all, you can still practice a restrictive covenant without actually having it in writing. So your presentation to Cypher that everything is fine. Can I move into a white community if I want to? And he said yes. But it's maybe. That's the answer. Maybe. It depends on which white community you want to move to, because you cannot move to any white community that you want to.
Name one white community that a black family can move into.
The ones that still have restrictive covenants.
Name one. Name one. But here's the thing though. You said that it still exists. So I said, okay, give me a neighborhood or a city where this exists. If it's that fucking prevalent, you should be able to just run them right off. But you're saying you have to look it up.
Well, okay, so no.
So it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard.
Let me be clear. Wait, hold on. Let me.
There's a lot of cities in the state you should be able to give at least one.
Atlanta, Georgia. Even as black as it is.
The black Mecca, where that's probably one of the most affluent black cities.
Yes. And even at
trying to go to Alpharetta.
That's my point. That's why I'm bringing it up.
What you're saying. The most affluent black city. The most affluent black city.
Exactly. Marietta. This is why I said it. Let's see. Hold on. I said Atlanta because it is considered the black Mecca. And my point is that even in the black Mecca, with all of these high-achieving black people, there are restrictive covenants in that city.
But yet it didn't restrict that area from becoming the black Mecca.
But it still restricts black people from moving to certain areas.
Alpharetta is different from Atlanta. Marietta, Alpharetta is different from Atlanta.
So what's the white population makeup of those two cities?
Because you see how you want to get into
it. See how you moving the goalpost?
to suggest, because here's the thing, if you ask me for evidence, I'm not going to give you, well, I got to look it up. No, if I'm going to
How am I supposed to know all this stats about a particular city? That's ridiculous.
Because if you're going to try to convince me to change my mindset, I would expect you to show some adequate evidence.
I don't think she's trying to convince you, she's just having a conversation. But not on this spot, Sig. Is that what you're saying?
So here's what
because you said pick a city, any city, and I'm thinking like, then I was like, you know what, I should pick Atlanta because that's a, Sig, I'm just saying, Sig, come on. Sig, come on, let's have a conversation, Sig.
We're having a conversation, but what I'm saying is the way the rest of the world works is if you make a positive claim, the burden of proof is on you.
I know that, but
hold
this
myself to the same standard. So
yes,
if you ask me for evidence, I'm going to be able to list that. If I can't list what that evidence is, I'm not going to bring it up.
Okay, but okay. So first of all, you're derailing. That's number one. Number two, hold on, Sig. Come on, let me speak, Sig. Jeez, let me just speak.
Dr. Goddess.
What I'm saying.
If I'm asking you to give me an example, and I'm asking you, you say, "Well, I got to look it up." That's not derailing. That's you not being able to provide evidence.
It is not me not being able to provide. I was. Let me know what I'm saying. You keep talking over me every single time I overall claim.
Look here, woman. Lower your fucking voice. I'm not your man. I'm not your boyfriend. You know, you ain't where's your fucking voice at me. I don't even let my wife talk.
Well, you keep fucking interrupting me, and I'm not your
woman. Look here, bitch. Drop down to the audience. I don't even let my wife talk to me like that. Where's your fucking voice?
We'll see.
Who the fuck you think you are? I guarantee you wouldn't so voice me if I was in your fucking face. Just goddamn fucking respect. What's up, Cypher?
Sig, 56.88% of the white population of Alpharetta, 38,000 residents, and they go into all of that stuff. These are things that we could, but I think
okay. And then what's the black? What's the makeup of the black population in that city?
Okay, let's look at it.
You see how easy that was? I just asked him a question and you gave me.
Yeah, I get it, but she was trying to get to her point, bro. To be fair, she was trying to get to
these women, bro.
So it's representing
black women, bro. I can't do it with them.
But I can't say that provided. I'll be honest with you too. If I'm being all the way fair, he was being facetious though, bro. I mean, being honest.
No. Cypher. She said that this redlining thing, this HOA thing, this racism still exists as far as housing with blacks.
She really never landed her plane, but you went into one specific thing. She had a bigger body to lay out. Now, here's the thing, to answer your question though, in the black population of Alpharetta is 10.9%, which represents 7,410 people. Black people in Alpharetta.
What ordinances or what rules or what laws, whatever you want to call them, so here's the thing, and the reason why I ask questions, because I want to understand, because I live in a city that's 2% black, but there's nothing stopping anybody. So in my situation, I'm looking like, okay, I live in a 2% black city, but there's no rules, there's nothing stopping anybody, because I was able to move into the neighborhood and there was zero issues, along with the black family that's down the street with me, there's no issues. So what we're trying to understand, the
reason why it's the minority is because of those covenants. Do you have HOA?
No, I don't have any HOAs.
Okay, that's a different thing. Then I would say that's
why. Okay, bro, that's why, because where I live at, I don't see it. So when you tell me that it exists everywhere, I'm trying to get a thorough understanding of where you're coming from, and I want to be able to fact check to see what you're saying is true. Why? Because I have these arguments all the time. It turns into that.
Right. Well, the only reason why you might get that pushback, bro, is because they'll be in the middle of trying to articulate a bigger point, and then while you going deep dive into one specific point, it distracts their whole mindset from what they were trying to just get out, and the struggle becomes I'm just trying to land my plane and finish what I was saying, so it becomes very frustrating.
And the point is, Cypher, these people aren't ready to have a conversation, because if you're questioning me and you're trying to gain a better understanding of what I'm explaining to you, I want you to ask questions. I want you to deep dive so that way you can fact check for yourself and see for yourself. That's reasonable, bro. And if you're not ready to do that, Cypher, you shouldn't be having a conversation, because people want to understand your point and make sure what you're saying is true. People want to be able to fact check.
And to that point, the World Population Review says Atlanta, Georgia's population in 2025 includes 45% white, 4.98% are But in those other areas where those covenants are pervasive, that's the reason why there's a smaller population in those rural areas or those other affluent areas because of income, housing, or all kinds of stuff. And that's what she was trying to unpack in a bigger consensus. But when
Okay,
you
so
focus on
if
that
I wanted to pack up and
it
move,
kind of distracted from what she was trying to say.
okay, so if I wanted to pack up and move to that very specific city or area that you guys gave in as an example, what would stop me? Give me specific. I apply for a loan, I get approved for the loan, and I want to buy a house. What would stop me from being able to buy a house in that area and reside in that area?
HOA for everything. So what I'm saying is the general consensus was not tied down to these detailed specifics. Which you can run into.
So I can understand.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that, Sig, because if you're not a mortgage banker like the way I was, because I've been a mortgage banker since 2007, bro.
Okay.
So I understand this. And the thing is that but here's the thing, Sig, I'm giving you a broad overview. No one has the bandwidth to explain your mistakes
because I need to understand.
Well, no, but Sig, what you're doing is you're trying to delegitimize what I'm saying as a broad overview because you want to go into the weeds. No, Sig, not that. It's not just that. There's a bigger picture that's trying to be articulated, but you want to go into these little points that you yourself don't know anything about. And it distracts from the bigger
asking questions, Cypher, to get a better understanding.
And that's cool. But let's get it first, and then they go into those specifics.
So again, I'm asking to understand because here's the thing. What happens is when you compound a bunch of points on top of each other and the person can't understand, it gets lost. So we need to take this step by step because I've never lived in an HOA environment. Okay. And again, from my experience with my home and where I'm at in a 2% black population area, there has been zero problems. So I'm trying to get a thorough understanding. Maybe you might have a better understanding, but I don't. And this is how you get people to understand where you're coming from and concede and say, okay, you know what, he's got a point. So I'm asking you, if I were to try to move into Marietta, you said the HOAs, the HOA regulations would stop me from moving in there.
I said it could stop you from living in certain environments. Different HOA covenants are different for different places.
Okay,
so when they do background checks, for instance, allow me to.
What problems would arise based on the color of my skin from me trying to locate there?
Are you going to allow me to answer?
When you answer, just keep that in mind. That's the information I'm trying to gather from you.
That's what I was doing. Okay, so what you could run into, because if you don't know Alpharetta or Marietta, these are big ass places. And they have a lot of different HOA covenants in different zones, different areas. Okay? So what you could run into is that you could run into covenants that exclude you, not particularly because of your race per se. It's not that overt. But let's go even deeper. When you're applying for a loan, you know what mortgage bankers look at, what underwriters look at when they're running your background and all that other shit. They're looking at your education, your time on the job, how much savings you have, your DTI, all of these different things. But what they don't tell you is where did you live at, because your Social Security tells you your race, your color, what year you were born, and if you go even deeper, what is your propensity for crime? What is your propensity based off of where you lived at? If I even go apply for a loan, will tell you, oh, you live in a crime-rated area, but you make this money. We won't qualify you for a loan. Oh, you want to appraise your house, okay? If they see some black faces in the house, or if it's known to an appraisal company that this is a black-owned home, you might fuck up. You might, even though the cops would say that the home is worth, let's say, $700,000, but we're going to only value it at $500,000. If you're trying to move into a certain community and they're doing background checks and they do find out that you're black, they won't necessarily tell you it's because they want only a certain minority level of black people in the community. They will make other concessions. So what I'm saying is, it's not the racism just because it's not as overt, and that's what she was saying earlier. Just because, and we were saying earlier, just not because it's not boldly in your face doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or it doesn't have the same impact. And I think that's where your dissonance comes in, is because you have blinders on because you live next to these same people that call you nigger at the dinner table, and you think that you're being accepted because they smile at you and wave at you when you leave your house.
Okay, so here's the thing. On that last point you made, even if they smile and call me nigger behind my back, it's way better than when I was living in Detroit around 85% people that look like me, and they were breaking into my home. They were breaking into my car. They were robbing me at gunpoint. They were stealing the wheels off of my car. Okay, they were stealing my catalytic converters. I had the years, over a decade I've lived in 85% plus white neighborhoods, and I've never done that. So I'd rather be called a nigger than go through all that pain than living with people that look like me. Okay, so that's point number one. Secondly is that I've never heard of your social security being used against you. Okay, I understand back in the day that your social security had those certain markers and indicators. But from my understanding of social security numbers, they don't hold that anymore. They don't do that anymore. Okay, it hasn't been done for a very long time, bro.
When did they tell you that?
Because when I had these conversations with people like you who told me that, and I went and looked it up.
What did you source?
You see how you're asking me for questions? Oh, it's just out there.
I'm doing the exact same thing.
I gotta look at it. But when I looked it up, it said that's how it started. But that hasn't been done for a long time. Now, the only thing that your social security number is going to reveal is the location that you were born. But again, if we use common sense, where I was born at 42 years ago has no bearing on where I'm at now and where I'm trying to go now. So that kind of doesn't, using just basic logic and common sense, it wouldn't make sense right now. You see what I'm saying? My social security number that was assigned to me 42 years ago in the state that I was born has nothing to do with the fact that I live in Hawaii now, or I live in Alaska now, and I'm trying to relocate to North Carolina or Rhode Island or Maine. It just logically doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't be able to tell any type of bank anything about my background or who I am as a person.
That's false.
Okay, how is it false?
Because one, your social security number can tie to criminal elements, public service notices, if you had any kind of bankruptcies, judgments, if you finish age you were born from, and if you go a little deeper, which might be esoteric to a lot of people, if you look at the back of your birth certificate, there's a letter in 9 digits. You take that number, you can go to fidelity.com and go to municipal bonds and enter in that number, you'll find a ticker number. That ticker number is something that's being sold in somebody's portfolio. When I looked up mine, it was sold to the Ford Motor Corporation in 2008 due to the Ford shares trading at a high of $15.91.
So again, the 3 times I bought,
it tells a lot about who you are, your social security.
Right, but the 3 times I bought a house, I've never been asked for my birth certificate. So
I didn't say, well, you can focus on that. I'm going a little deeper into how these things triangulate. Because what they're doing even now, and I used to be a mortgage banker in 07, 010, and I do high finance. I do financial startup companies, or used to do financial startup companies and all that shit. I'm very familiar with the financial technology and all the things that they use to triangulate your portfolio, your profile, to see if you're even credible for them, right? There's a lot of data in just your social security number, which is the reason why you can keep it private, and the reason why like celebrities use CPN numbers, which is just a 9-digit number in lieu of your social security number, not somebody else's identity, but their own identity, right? Because they want to protect that information. It tells you a lot about a person, right? So all I would say though is to you, I would not say. Let me ask you this question, just so I can understand and gauge your knowledge based on certain topics, right? What is your profession or your vocation? So like you can go to what you were educated as and what you do. I'm doing an aviation deal in South America with EHang. I don't know if you're familiar with the Chinese public trading companies. So that's a different conversation for another day. I'd be interested in getting here because I'm doing due diligence right now as we speak before I got on the phone with you. I'm doing back research. But so you don't have any specialties in financing or these particular topics?
Nah, not at all. I'm just your average blue collar working guy, brother.
You know what, brother? I can appreciate that. I wouldn't say that you're an average blue collar working person because the average blue collar person doesn't
growing up on the streets of Detroit, motherfuckers trying to stick you for your paper, so you gotta learn. You gotta ask questions.
I mean, I know, bro. I've been to the mile. Yeah, I've been to the D. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, bro. 44. I understand, bro. We in the same boat, same different.
Another thing, Cypher too, is what I'm gonna come at you is that all my life, well, not all my life, but I'll feel you. And I haven't really shared this too much because I don't get too personal. You seem like you're a pretty decent guy. We can have a chill combo. My grandmother was very, very close with Malcolm X. My aunt used to watch his kids. All right. We have close ties with Wilfred, which is Malcolm's brother. His wife. My grandmother was actually at the Audubon Ballroom when he got shot, and I saw the dress with his blood on it. And the Time and People magazines with her picture in it. I read the story of Yakub. I read the autobiography of Malcolm X when I was 8 years old. Right. I was told about what to look out for, that white people are in your best interest and they're racist and this and that. So this was my childhood growing up and hearing this, right? And I believed it, Cypher, until I actually got out here in the real world and I realized that I had been lied to. Okay, so when it comes to these claims of racism and being held back and watch out for white people, white supremacy, to me, I'm not falling for that trap anymore because I realized that the white people I was told to be afraid of have actually been in my corner, helped me start a business, gave me a building to start my business and rent free. Okay, in the Marine Corps, and you know the Marine Corps is like 80%, 85% white males. All my leadership, my captains, my chief sergeants, all that stuff, all those guys were all white guys, and all them white guys in my unit, they actually propped me up and got behind me to where I picked up E5 sergeant in less than 3 years, which is pretty much unheard of. Okay, so all these stories I've been told about the evils of white people, I get out here actually into the real world, and white people have done nothing but been in my corner. But these same black people that are telling me to look out for white people, those are the same black people. Cypher, that if you look at my PTR, that's my cousin right there. Got shot in the back of the head while he was driving the cab to put food on the table for his family. And it wasn't white people that shot and killed him. It was 2 black boys, 14 and 15. I've got about 6 or 7 other obituaries in my photo album of family members who were killed, not by white people, but by other black people. Okay. Also, like I told you, I've been robbed at gunpoint twice. Okay, I've had a gun put to my head twice, not by white people, but black people. My house broken into. Imagine being an 8-year-old kid and you come home with your mom. Your door's fucking kicked in, and you walk in the house and it's ransacked, and you don't know if somebody's inside with a weapon that's gonna fucking hurt you. That's a very, very traumatic experience to go through. And it wasn't white people that gave me that fucking experience, Cypher. So, again, you have a right to feel how you feel and think the way that you think. I'm not knocking you for that. But the reason why I dig deep and ask questions is because I've heard this story before, and it turned out that it was a lie. So that's why I'm very, very cautious on what I accept as truth and what I rejected. That's why I try to give the benefit of the doubt and ask questions to make sure that you know what you're talking about and that it actually makes sense.
And I can dig that, Sig, and I don't have a problem with that, right? I mean, you can see how it could be a problem for different people, and I understand your experience too. There's a lot of trauma that's attached to it, and you're close to proximity to history. You might even fucking have some relations to it because my aunt, my great aunt, God rest her soul, worked in Detroit during that same time frame and worked with the Kennedy administration specifically, right? So there's some connections. There's some connections that we were to have a side conversation. We would probably know a lot of similar people. My homegirl is trying to get it. People kill people in proximity to each other. This isn't unique to Black Americans. In fact, the most murderous people in the antiquity are white folks. They kill populations of human beings and extinct animal populations as well. They pollute the earth, and they've done more egregious shit on this earth than any other population of people. Now, there are some people that can be compared. You can go into your Genghis Khans and deadbeat daddies and everything else, right? So
screaming at them. I'm not over talking them. I respect the hierarchy in their room, and I have a lot of people that can vouch for me that that's my reputation on this app.
No, I
So
get it.
I don't tolerate the disrespect. Respect out. And Dr. Goddess knows because I've been nothing but grateful with her in my stages and in my spaces. And again, second thing is I'm not taking no lip off no fucking woman. So call me misogynistic, chauvinistic, sexist. I'll take all the names, but yeah, I don't allow people to talk shit to me that wouldn't stand a chance to physically back it up. So it is what it is. You know, I don't give a fuck what you call me. The shame tactics don't work on me. If you can, she can stay your ass down in the kitchen. All right. So if you can agree to that, if you can agree to that in the chat, then I'll be more than happy to bring her up. If not, then she can sit and listen and enjoy the chat. But go ahead, say something. Listen, bro.
Okay, so the deeper dive into the HOA thing, and this goes into the deeper understanding of what we're talking about because we focused on that. I wanted to hone in on it, and I appreciate you telling me what your level of understanding is about that because this is an opportunity for us both to learn and get some updated information, right? With the restrictive housing companies are legally binding clauses in property deeds and prohibit non-white, particularly Black Americans, from owning or occupying properties in certain neighborhoods, effectively enforcing racial segregation. These covenants, often enforced by developers, real estate brokers, and homeowners, were a key tool in preventing Black families from building wealth through home ownership, contributing significantly to the present racial wealth gap and segregated living patterns seen today. Though declared illegal and enforceable in 1948 years, their legacy continues to shape housing inequality. How they work, legal clauses. Covenants were written directly into use covenants to create and maintain white communities. Advertising properties based on their exclusion of non-white residents, wealth building barriers, by locking Black families out of desirable neighborhoods and opportunities for home ownership. Covenants prevented them from building intergenerational wealth, a primary way for Americans to accumulate wealth. Interconnected systems. Covenants operated in conjunction with discriminatory practices like redlining, banks refusing to finance properties in minority populated areas, and racial steering, agents guiding buyers to specific neighborhoods based on race. Consequences for Black Americans. Limited opportunities, Black families systematically excluded from well-secured resource and opportunity-rich neighborhoods. Economic disadvantages. Denial of home ownership was a direct barrier to wealth accumulation, widening the racial wealth gap that persists today. Residential segregation. The practice institutionalized segregation, creating patterns of segregation housing that continue to impact communities. Intergenerational impact. The inability to build equity, in homes through Supreme Court ruling in 1948. Supreme Court ruled that racially restricted covenants were unenforceable under the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. Fair Housing Act 1968 outlawed the racial covenants and mentions of racial restrictions in real estate transactions, lingering effects. This ongoing inequality today.
Okay, so then my question based on that is, are there any statistics that currently show how much in effect everything that you read, I understood loud and clear, is there any statistics or anything you can point me to that shows how frequent that occurs today in 2025? Because I'd like to see that. Everything sounds like was relevant back in the days when active discrimination was practiced. And yeah, a few parts you read said it still exists today, but I would like to know how frequent that is. Yeah. Because here's the thing, there are going to be, I'm not denying racism doesn't exist at all. There are going to be some people and some organizations that are racist. You're never going to be able to kill that, right? But typically, once we find out that they are practicing that way, you can file a lawsuit, and you'll typically win that lawsuit if you have enough evidence to prove that you've been adversely affected. So, but my argument is that it's not widely practiced, and it's not backed by the state. The state's not enforcing it like they used to back in the day. So if there still are companies doing that, I would like to know how frequently that's still occurring today.
Okay. How frequent these practices negatively impact blackness and communities? Today, in 2025. Okay, good information. How frequent do these practices negligently influence? Okay. Even though restrictive housing covenants were outlawed decades ago, their legacy continues to cause significant harm to black families and communities today in 2025. The presented impacts are a result of historical racial segregation and wealth inequality, which created the ripple effect across generations. The racial wealth gap and wide depressed home values, like I talked about earlier, and higher costs. So the persistent divide, restrictive covenants, and other discriminatory practices like redlining significantly depressed black community black home ownership rates and prevented the accumulation of generational wealth. In the fourth quarter of 2024, the home ownership rate for black Americans was just 46.4% compared to 74.4% for white Americans. Depressed home values. Properties in historically redlined segregated black neighborhoods are still significantly valued today compared to identical homes in historically covenant white neighborhoods. Research on properties in Minneapolis and Philadelphia confirms that the geography of historical barriers to black home ownership correlates with adverse economic conditions in those same areas today. Higher costs. A 2025 report from the National Association of Realtors, NAR, reveals that black home ownership still faces a higher housing cost burden in 39 states compared to their white counterparts, spending more than 30% of their income on housing. Entrenched residential segregation, neighborhood inequality, and racial segregation established by covenants and other policies remain entrenched into many American cities. This segregation means black communities are more likely to have less access to vital resources like well-funded schools, quality health care, and environmental amenities such as parks and trees. Disproportionate health effects. Environmental injustice, is another legacy of recently. Historically segregated black neighborhoods often contain more environmental hazards such as highways, landfills. Studies found that formerly redlined areas tend to be hotter than non-redlined areas, and residents suffer from higher rates of chronic illnesses like asthma and heart disease. Continuing discrimination, modern hurdles. While covenants are no longer legal, black Americans continue to face other forms of housing discrimination. A 2025 report found that black Hispanic mortgage applicants face significantly higher mortgage denial rates than white and Asian applicants. Erosion of fair housing. Recent proposals including those in the conservative policy document Project 2025, have been criticized by civil rights advocates for attempting to weaken fair housing protections. Proposed policies include ending reforms designed the policy and advocacy. Organizations like the Urban Marshall Institute and the National Fair Housing Alliance, NFHA, continue to advocate for stronger housing protections and push back against policies that would roll back fair housing gains. Community recognition. In many areas, mapping and research initiatives are working to identify and acknowledge where racially restrictive covenants were used. While enforceable, their practices and property records serve as a reminder of intentional nature of passive segregation. Some states have also passed legislation makes it harder for a home. You know what? In my PTR, there's $50 billion of black money, right? At that table. You have Franklin County Treasurer's Office at that table and her deputy. You also have the guy at the bald head, big time real estate investor, who's also working on private schooling and private housing solutions. Myself, I work with affordable housing development in Columbus, Ohio, Atlanta, Georgia, soon to be Houston, Texas, and in Cartagena, Colombia, and Medellin, South America. And one of the other guys with a bald head is next to my homeboy in the
stuff. And he's also a commercial and residential developer, right, and broker. And next to him, that is the deputy. The lady there is the deputy Franklin County treasurer's office. But the bald-headed guy next to her is one of the managing directors at Diamond Hill that manages over $33+ billion in assets. The end of the table is the vice president of First Commonwealth Bank. She manages over $12 billion in assets. At this table, and also next to me, black and white suit, there's a lady with these braids, with these glasses on. She was the head of code of transportation. Okay, we literally just left the meeting that day. About $250 billion being poured into Columbus, Ohio, into the CHIPS Act and the building of the Intel processing fabrication. You know what I mean? So, and we were talking about all of the initiatives that we've discussed in that meeting previously at that lunch, and how we individually are adding solutions to impact those communities in a positive way, which means that, hey, even though these things do exist, there's people like myself and others who are in concert with each other and constant communication in acting solutions to the problem. So despite racism, there are still people looking to jump that hurdle and overcome those challenges. We're not destined. It's just that a lot of people don't have the brains, resources, or the means, or the imagination to enact viable, consistent, and what's the word that I'm looking for? Sustainable change, right? I've been a part of gentrification projects, $90 million in Norfolk, Virginia. I've been a part of a lot of little different scenarios, and I know these things fairly well. My aunt was also part of the fair housing situation in Columbus, Ohio, and I worked with Chase, and I worked with mortgage bankers, and I've seen these practices. I've seen when Zillow was first popping on, how they were, valuing these homes and what comps were in a 3-mile or 3-block district, right? We've looked at what gerrymandering and districting is included, which is centered around housing, and we looked at how gentrification is centered around school systems, which was attacked at all of these points that I just named earlier. So racism is embedded, and it's hard to see it because it's so in your face. You can't see it. If I were to say, hey, show me your hand, put your hand in front of your face and pull it back, you can see the details of mine's better. If I were to tell you to put your hand on your face, you probably couldn't see anything, right? So it's the same way with racism, which is a white invention. This stuff is in existence, and it still has a previous impact that's still rippling out today, but it's still an active practice that's going on in a different form. And that's what the sister was telling. Now, we're not saying that we should be afraid of this. I think that Black Americans, I don't give a damn if we need, maybe we need more pressure, whatever it takes for us to say, you know what, I finally had enough. Didn't necessarily mean that we should include our exchange ourselves.
How about we just stop having, because we understand the stats that when you have kids out of wedlock and you have kids before you're financially stable, it's going to cause a lot of detriment later on down the road. It's going to be a lot harder for you to get to build yourself. Why does it have to go to why can't we start first? Say, hey, maybe you know what? Let's start getting married before we have kids and actually start raising our kids in a 2-parent household. Because out of all that money you just pointed out your PTR site for, and you yourself, what stopped? How come it didn't stop you guys and all those wonderful Black people in your PTR?
Well, a couple of us are criminals in that PTR.
Then that proves my point even.
A couple of us are felons. A couple of us, myself included, are felons.
Yeah, so
right.
You guys get an even harder hurdle. It is having
absolutely
your resume.
Absolutely, and I have a federal and 2 state ones. So, and I've been home 19 years.
Okay, and then you make so what? So then.
And I'm a retired nigger. Bro. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing. It's a mind shift, right? It's a mind shift. Now, guess what? I had to go to jail to find some of that. I had to go through shit most motherfuckers couldn't survive. Most of my peers could not survive what I went through. And half of my peers are dead and in jail. Half of my peers are married for 20+ years, very successful. and are good, tax-paying, law-abiding people. Genuinely.
Do you see how goofy it looks that you're trying to make all these excuses? Yet, brother, you have one of the
I'm not making excuses, though.
You have a felony attached to you, and kudos to you for
saying I'm not making excuses, brother. But I'm literally not making excuses. I'm speaking from an expert experience. The difference between a reason and an excuse is two different things, right? Now, if I was just saying, we can't do it because of this, that is an excuse. I would agree. That's what you literally I'm saying despite all of this, listening to you read. Well, I went into one of the details, remember?
I'm not complaining about it, but what I'm saying is, me sitting here listening to you, all that was excuses. Was that, because this is why we're having a hard time.
On the contrary, though, bro.
Hold on, hear me out. You have, having a felony attached to your name, Cypher, is one of the biggest fucking setbacks any American can have. And yet you and those well manicured, excellent, great, handsome and beautiful looking black people in your PTR, you said a couple of them have been in trouble before, but you guys were able to overcome one of the hardest hurdles to overcome as an American when you've been involved in the incarceration system, Cypher. And you even said that you had a change of mindset. Same here, bro. I was locked up in juvie for 3 fucking years. And I noticed once I changed my mindset, a lot of this bad shit stopped happening in my life. Once I started saying, hey, you know what? You gotta follow the rules. To make up excuses and blame everybody else and decide, hey, I'm not gonna follow the rules everybody else has to follow. That's when I had all these fucking setbacks and hurdles in front of me. It's funny how once I changed my mindset and took accountability for my action, all those hurdles disappeared, brother. So it's really hard for me to digest all that stuff when you and me are kind of in the same fucking boat, brother. Yeah. It was a mindset. And the next thing you know, once we change our mindset, everything started falling in place. So why can't we expect our fellow black Americans to do the same thing before we start blaming race? How about we take, a lot of us don't invest in life insurance. We don't.
A lot of us don't know to invest in it.
Right. So then we got to educate ourselves. How about
that's what I do. I have over 1,000 followers in my Facebook group, and I've fed the community for free since 2019, since January 2019. I've literally spent thousands of dollars on feeding the community. And the caveat was, it's called Such Is Life. Life stands for life and financial education. They would come into the room, they get some food. You don't just get the food and leave. You got to sit down and eat. If you stay till the end, we divvy up the food, and then you can leave. But there's a panel, mainly black women, that were sitting there telling these people on how to start a business, about life insurance, about all of these different things, right? And I had a 360 camera live streaming it on Facebook.
Okay, so then these people that you re-educated, are they doing better or doing worse since you've given them that?
Most of them are. Most of them are.
Doing better?
Yes.
So most of them are. Stay with me on this. Walk with me. So if education and stuff that matters, what you said, and like I said, brother, I got nothing but respect for you turning your life around and then taking what you learned and helping other people. My hat's off to you.
Likewise for you. Same to you, bro.
Sure. So then right there, you're showing me proof, Cypher, that it was a change of mindset, and you took your change of mindset, you started educating other people, and now they're doing better. Is it reasonable to say, hey, let's try that before we blame the white man? Let's see what results happen from that first. The path you took and the path I took, let's see if we can make a difference that way. Can we try that first before we start blaming?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And some of these people are programmed to be victims. I'm not taking anything away from that. And there's a difference. I have to reiterate this point, actions, right? Because those people can be reformed. There are some amongst us that can't be reformed because they refuse to be reformed. Right?
You can't say
there is a reprobate mindset that exists in every ethnic group. Now, keep in mind, with all this change and shit, I got a nice C300. I'm driving, and this is in the last year, 4 times I got pulled over in Ohio and in Kentucky driving because they said my windows were tinted. I don't have rims on my car, so tinted windows are legal. I'm just in a black fucking Mercedes-Benz driving down the highway, driving regularly, getting pulled over. And the one that
Bye.